ecosystem in both the LCK and the LPL for a number of years, but in terms of who's really winning them a lot of these games that they had in Split 1, I think it definitely has to go towards those carries. And if you are an OMG fan, you might be familiar with some of the players on the opposing roster, and that's because a couple of years ago, you know, Shanji, Aki, and even PP God, they were on that OMG team, generated a lot of fans, made people super excited, and that's a really fun thing that we're going to look at here, just the history and the top side of OMG of old playing against now this new look OMG roster here.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to see like so many OMG alums be a part of this group. Of course, we've got Cream on there from Top Esports that really got a start on OMG, and they were the young, flashy team with him and Shanji being two players that really look to be the up-and-coming solo laners in the LPL, each still experiencing success to their own degree. And to see Linfeng and Starry step into this team, again, a legacy org in this league, but now it almost feels like it's kind of a feeder system for other teams that are willing to pay top talent more, have the ability to. I'm curious to see if this next batch of talent that is at OMG can at least really drive them up the standings, maybe make a case for this team, or if they end up getting picked off by other teams in the LPL, if they do end up performing. And when it comes to especially Linfeng, we've been decently excited about his performances so far, so hopefully can continue today.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had a really good series, you know, against Ultra Prime, and also even against JDG, where he had to play against Cream in like a, or sorry, in a very, not against Cream and JDG, but just
Scout,
another very, very good team where he had some good performances. I think specifically on control mages for him there as well. So lots to look forward to here throughout this group. There's all these interweaving storylines with different players being on old rosters. You know, you have this NIP core that used to be on OMG. You have, you know, Doinby coming in and kind of joining that roster as well. We're going to talk about the matchup with Cream in just a little bit as well. But obviously this is a big you know, group for in terms of stakes for qualifying into that Ascension group and the like. So we came up with some predictions for all of us here on the talent, so we could take a look at those right now. Cubby, you and I got a little bit spicy. Seems like Rafa, who'll be coming in later today, and Kai, they decided to play it pretty much the full safe way. So
yeah, you can see some flip-flops going on there, and I mean, curious to see the whole group actually be on Top Esports. Of course, if you are an LPL fan, weren't exactly a fan of the version of Top Esports that we got at First Stand. We'll talk more about them later, but felt like an international tournament collapse, and to see them return domestically and maybe be favored against NIP, a team that I feel like are the regular season bosses from Split 1. Again, Doinby was MVP. The direction they were running the Rift that we had, and I really feel like that's going to really push them over the edge in this group as we play it out. But definitely something that's going to be interesting to watch if we get more of the Top Esports that actually did hoist that brand new Split 1 Mordekaiser staff, or if we get the Top Esports that kind of bombed out at First Stand. Will be something to look out for with this group.
Yeah, and that's another kind of duality that we also saw even with NIP, where, as you mentioned, they did really good at the regular season. They you know, were seeming like a big favorite going into the playoffs. Doinby, of course, won that MVP, but then I think, you know, something that we want to talk about as well is that Doinby, despite his regular season success, kind of was not as strong once we got into the postseason.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that's something where I feel like NIP, they had tough opponents. They lost to Top, who ended up winning the whole thing as they did the gentleman's sweep from the entire lower bracket run. But yeah, this was a team where people were looking at this NIP like, oh my god, can Doinby return to the LPL and maybe hoist a trophy right off the bat? Those hopes were taken away immediately with the start of playoffs. So we'll be interested to see if that... We see NIP, again, I feel like when they were able to play fast, speed the game up, they're a team that's so just cohesive, or, you know, on the same page, whether it's following Doinby's calls or just the team calls. However that works over there. I know Doinby's always been extremely vocal and a leader in his teams of the past, but it really felt like when games slowed down that did not favor NIP. In this, where teams, we expect them to be a bit more raw. You know, I haven't had that recent stage experience just entering Split 2. Maybe that direction from NIP, and especially Doinby, really is their superpower to make it out on top of this group too. So We'll see if that ends up being a big factor today as they get their start against OMG.
Yeah, I know you have them favored to win this group,
Yep.
according to the predictions. So we'll see if that ends up coming true. Speaking of Doinby's older team on FPX, I want to talk about them a little bit as we go throughout the day, because they have made a roster change, one of the few LPL teams to actually do that between splits 1 and 2. And so that'll be a fun thing to watch, of course, as well as some of the other younger, exciting players like Sheer up there in the top lane. Before though, get through that, we have to get through this first game between NIP and OMG. We're hearing the walkouts are about to get underway. A bit of a new format here for the LPL. I feel like they're always the league that runs these best of 3s, best of 5s, even in split number 1. And so now we're going to get these best of 1s, which I think really can throw a wrench into things here, Cubby, because anything can happen when it's just one game.
Well, not just best of 1s, fearless best of 1s now with the global fearless being adapted, right? It's still fearless, I mean, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, as soon as the champion gets picked, not gonna get picked for the rest of the series. The one series.
I got a chuckle. I actually was like doing homework. I love GOL. Shout out to them. And on their website, they actually have a drafting mode now, and it's a classic for this. It's like, well, technically, it's still it's just best of 1s. But yeah, again, I mean, anything can happen in best of 1s. We talked a lot about experience. Of course, if you are Doinby, you did win Worlds with FPX, and back then, the format we have today, that was the group stage format, the second week of Worlds. You came back, you played all your games out in the group in one day. So that experience for anyone that has been competing for a long time could matter for a day like today, where within 6 hours you're playing 3 games, and whatever game you bring to the Rift, you got to try and live with it or figure it out as the day goes on.
Yeah, and it's going to be super fun to see as well, just the constant mismatching and swapping between the teams. We're going to get a lot of tape on all 4 of the teams in the group and see what they look like against each other. And even if the results aren't like super locked down in terms of, oh, it's just a best of 1, there's obviously some variance there. It'll be nice to just see what each team looks like against the other in a relatively short span. Of course, at the end of the day, we're going to have a pretty good idea of who's favored in this group and who's favored to potentially head down to that lower group.
Yeah, I got stuck. You said like it's gonna be interesting to watch today and see like the swapping around, and there's like, well, there's not gonna be any lane swapping. Right? It's just
right.
Team swap
hey,
around,
a lot of differences here between split 1 and split 2. Then, so
yeah. Well, looks like we got NIP taking the stage. Doinby, smile as always. NIP looking sharp. They got matching shoes as well. Big props to them for that. Looking good.
And on the other side, we're going to see OMG doing those walkouts as well in a bit. But, going into this game, the draft, we're on a new patch. Obviously, those lane swaps, not a thing as they were not in first stand, but a couple of other different interesting picks that, we've seen a little bit throughout the start of the LPL. The Nefiri jungle really coming in and becoming more of a powerful pick, as well as, Ezreal and Varus really showing up in the bot lane. So a lot of other things there in terms of the draft that we could be seeing that are a little bit different than what we saw last time that these teams took the Rift.
And I'm also just really curious to see like what Doinby wants in this format, because with Fearless, it felt like he could get his hands on whatever he wanted in different game scenarios. But do we see a hard prio on the rise that has been really rising up in priority? Is it something like the Fury Galio? I guess Doinby going to play something like that can really help facilitate Aki, who has been a pretty strong carry jungler. I will say was a big strong point of NIP as well in the regular season. So I know Fearless really felt like we could see the best of Doinby in that format where, you weren't able to always play the tier 1 picks. It felt like a world where Doinby and just, having that raw direction on the map and the skill that he brings, it was actually an environment that he really thrived in. And I'm curious to see NIP now, like what they really gravitate towards with that mid pick. And again, wouldn't be surprised to see a Rise band directed at Doinby off the bat too, as that's always a pick that he feels like he can perform on, and definitely a pick that other players have picked up as well after seeing Doinby have success on it in the LPL. It actually was a pretty defining like game 2, 3, 4 pick that we had in LPL playoffs. It really felt like it rose in priority throughout the run.
Yeah, just having that semi-global ultimate, that's like synonymous with Doinby as a player, right? He's not necessarily in for the laning phase. He's there to help out the rest of his team. You know, somebody like Leave really benefiting from getting a little bit extra support down there with a semi-global. You know, just randomly, I was watching the double lift near airport scrims that he was playing a little bit earlier today, and they were talking about like Twisted Fate as maybe being an option to whip out in competitive play, just because it has that semi-global as well. So I mean, that's another kind of thing that maybe we will start to see a little bit more.
I low-key, I mean, I think TF is always playable because the point-and-click gold card is a little OP, but they gave him a Q buff way back that people, I think, kind of slept on. But that said, oh, look at that. Rise going to hit the ban list, as well as a lot of other OPs we have off the bat here, Grapes. Jace, Yone, Skarner taken away by NIP, find themselves on the blue side. OMG taking away the Rise. Rumble has been a popular ban, and now Mayas go towards Varus. Seen a lot of Varus Ezreal handshakes, but Varus just seemed to be that OP marksman. People are just willing to first pick as you get the 2 builds on blue side, and it always feels good.
It's going to be the Rakan instead, so that leaves up a lot of those 80 carries that, you know, either Leave or Starry could pick up, but instead, it is going to be a Gwen locked in first for NIP. This could be a flex towards Aki, as Gwen in the jungle has gained a little bit more popularity over the last couple of weeks as well, and we'll see where that ends up going, as Linfeng is also a player who has had a lot of success on this Aurora specifically.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see a first pick Gwen. We've yet to see a jungle, but they kind of shifted some power around in Gwen's kit, put a little bit more power in the attack speed and the scaling she gets from that, a little bit less than the Q. That actually has helped for jungle and her clear. It's faster now after the changes. So I think you're right, Grapes. They're going to play around with the flex here, but I actually expect this to just default to Aki. That said, as we cruise throughout the draft, OMG getting their hands on Varus on red side, and then Ambessa. We've seen a lot of Ambessa get played so far in this tournament. Of course, something that is flexible with Linfeng, who has showed he can play it mid as well. So OMG have a lot of flexibility there between the Varus with the poke and DPS build, and Ambessa that can be played by the top laners or mid laner of OMG.
We'll see what the response is here now for NIP. Vi hover would signify that maybe that just goes towards Shanji up in the top lane. Gwen being able to maybe shred through that Ambessa a little bit if it does go top lane. So that's actually just going to be the selection here. And if this Galio comes through, that opens up a really powerful engage in the mid jungle. You send the Vi ult in, and the Galio up comes on top of it. That's a lot of crowd control in what will be hopefully a very good 5v5 team fighting composition here for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, now I'm just curious, you know, do we see that Ambessa actually put mid to try and find a better matchup into the Gwen? A real choice that OMG has here. If not, those matchups could get narrowed, of course. They could just lock in a jungler and keep that Ambessa flex for the next phase of draft. As, okay, actually going to be a Corki. So that Ambessa going to go into the Gwen. They're okay with that. Marksman in the mid lane, likely now going to be the poke Varus. A lot of scaling, though, showing for OMG, whereas NIP with that Vi Galio, of course, Gwen could be late game insurance, but Vi Galio, you get those ults, you want to make plays.
And that's what Doinby likes to do, as we have continued to allude to as we get into the second phase of bans. NIP still need that full bot lane support available still on needs to be selected for OMG, as well as most likely a jungler going Ezreal. Things like the Jhin and the Ashe have also been very popular. A lot of these utility marksmen that I think somebody like Leave does pretty well on, but still a lot of different options on the table there as well.
I think a Jhin, like MF, Jhin are kind of where I'm looking towards right now if I am NIP. I think OMG actually getting rid of Jhin, it would leave NIP at a pretty low damage. So actually going to go attack the support pool. Maybe trying to set up for something like a Leona for OMG. Like Nautilus is something where against Leona you have some interactions with the Zenith Blade. You can take her out, and I really like the Zyra band here. NIP just took away the 2 strongest magic damage junglers they felt like were left on the table. So I feel like NIP got a lot of mileage out of their 2 bans there, whereas OMG, I just don't feel like they're really denied any bot lane options or actual like picks from NIP. It feels more like they were trying to set something up, but just going to be the Sejuani likely locked in here in the jungle, and then NIP, of course, have to sign their bot lane.
And so this actually leaves Moham the opportunity in the bot lane for OMG, actually in particular, to really like pick have a lot of different opportunities, a lot of different options on that R5, because you can either opt into that poke Varus build or the on-hit Varus build, right? And maybe that results in a more high range support coming in if things go well, or if that seems like a good matchup here, depending on what Leave and PP God want to select. There's that Jhin that we were talking about, a champion that Leave has been successful on throughout the years. We'll see what this final pickup ends up being. There's a lot of different options that you can go, but I think another form of engage probably would be good, just because it's a little bit reliant on ultimates right now from Aki and Doinb. The Alistar would be a decent fit.
I do have to say, I think NIP is a little bit low damage here.
Yeah.
Like a lot is going to ride on the Gwen, and Jhin doesn't get through tanks, as we do see PP God with that Alistar lock-in. I mean, look, Moham, his rel is up. I'm a little bit surprised to see him not grab it. Actually, going to be a Renata. That hostile takeover could be really big against the dive, and that signals to me it might be actually 2 on-hit marksmen for both Linfeng and Starry. Of course, could still see the poke of Varus from Starry, but Renata, the W is an attack speed steroid. Usually when we see this, it's paired up with on-hit Varus, and if that's the case, OMG, it's all about the scaling, whereas NIP, they got to make plays early to break this.
And while it is, about the early game for NIP, on the other side, I'm looking particularly at Linfeng in this laning phase on the Corki. This is an advantageous matchup. You can use that Gatling gun to get a lot of both wave clear as well as armor shred onto Doinb to try to push him out of that lane, because if he's not able to make plays in these side lanes over the first couple of levels, that really stifles what Ninjas in Pajamas wants to do. So we highlighted this mid lane matchup coming in early, and so if Linfeng can take advantage of that, maybe get some help from Hung in the jungle on the Sejuani, I think that is where OMG have the opportunity to make that upset happen. They have the scaling. It's going to be actually on NIP, the team that we consider the favorites here, to be the ones to push the initiative and to make these plays.
I mean, there's so much setup too for Doinb to go off of. Of course, Vi Galio, pretty easy point and click if you need direction. I mean, whenever I see that combo, I always think back to the Broxo Pobelter, Bud Light Ace, CLG, where the pre-Bud Light Ace, they were able to play this combo to perfection, and then you throw the Alistar in there as well. The nice part is that Gwen, the Shroud, of course, going to get a lot of mileage against Corki and Varus, but it really is on that Gwen Vi to get through the front line so that Jhin can be useful, because he wants to try and attack that back line. Not going to do a great job getting through that Sejuani and Bess off the bat. So definitely a couple of different factors at play, and we'll see how these drafts pan out as we're on the Rift Grapes.
Here we go. The first game of Group C in the LPL 2025 Split 2 placement matches. We've got 6 games here as we work through these 4 final teams who have not yet played here since the that infamous first stand tournament, where it didn't go too well for the LPL if you're a fan of top esports. So we'll be seeing them later today, but first we'll be seeing these 2 teams who will eventually have to go on to face them as well. Quick look around the Rift. Again, no lane swaps, so we'll get relatively normal League of Legends to start this off, which I'm pretty happy about.
Actually quite surprised to see on the graphic that the double marksman comp has less odds of winning late against NIP. Was not expecting to see that one. I still favor the double marksman. It's going to be on hit for the Varus as we get a look at the setups. And of course, the standard lanes coming on in. Mohamed Starry did a nice job to get up in this brush, and with the Renata, that ranged support into the Alistar, who's pretty useless early on. Should be a nice start to the laning phase here for OMG.
There's a nice ward placed there by the bot lane of NIP to at least spot Mohamed Starry out, make sure that they didn't walk way too far forward and end up getting punished for it. So still, of course, the double range is going to get advantage in this push. They're going to control that brush after actually taking it down. PP God actually going in again with the headbutt, but taking a ton of damage in response. There's already a couple summoner spells blown.
Yeah, I did not like how PP God played that one. Dropped the Ignite onto Moham as well. Didn't get a lot of mileage out of that. I thought the first trade they actually played pretty well. They won, but of course OMG. Bot lane is double range, gonna get push. Is worth noting though, mirrored starts for the junglers, so Sejuani, Hung making his way down here, but Vi gonna work their way towards the top side to maybe help support Shanji on this Gwen.
And as you mentioned, you talk about the late game assurance for OMG. For NIP, it's definitely Shanji on the Gwen in terms of doing late game damage, using that 1,000 cuts and the needlework to burst through the front line a little bit. That's something that maybe the Jhin or the Galio can't do as well once we get later on in the game. So it makes sense to see Aki forcing his way towards his top laner that has been his teammate for a number of years at this point. Previously on OMG, who is their opponent right now on the Rift. As right now, just a ton of little trades going back and forth, but nothing too serious up there on the top side.
That just looks to be full clear 0-1. As I will say, the Gwen and Bessa matchup's not one I'm fully familiar with. It's something where, like, Ambessa, like, usually you want to push Gwen around early, but Ambessa, a lot of the strength comes from, getting that level 6 point, so you can get the passive on your ult going, which is really big for, having access to the Omni map and all the stats that Ambessa does get. So it looks like Harry's doing an alright job, though. He's keeping the wave here. Shanji, pretty low mana, having a tough time getting this one all the way in. Meanwhile, Linfeng is going to be under threat.
Comes Aki. Actually, Vault Breaker is going to connect, but Linfeng is too close to the tower to make any sort of threat afterwards. So just a trade of those Scuttle Crabs. Nice little vision placed in the Raptor Pit there as well by Hung. Will mean that he will get spotted out. As he likely heads back to base and resets altogether.
Oh, cute there from Linfeng.
Wow.
Valked forward in order to catch the Justice Punch. Did get the flash out of Doinby, who's going to do his best to clean up this wave, but Summoner Spell advantage in the mid lane here for Linfeng. Well played.
That's, again, the matchup that we were hoping could go the younger players' way against, again, a legend here in the LPL, a world champion, an LPL champion, and of course, just one of the reigning MVP as well. Currently, Linfeng up about 10 CS, which is not bad, all things considered, at this point in the game. Seems like Doinby going more towards the tankier build than like a full AP. As another flash actually burned from Shanji. I'm surprised that he decided to use that Summoner Spell the way he did.
Zoned off the cannon minion as well, so well played from Harry, as Shanji might actually have to head home right after TPing back. So a couple wins here from these OMG solo laners. We'll see if it means anything as we're spawning here shortly. At the moment, going to be Sejuani starting a very early dragon. Of course, range bot lane, keeping the push in against the Alistar. Should be the first Drake being taken, but curious to see if OMG decide to switch anything up to try and make sure these grubs go their way. Of course, once Harry gets back into lane on this Ambessa, we'll have a little bit of an edge against Gwen, as of course, Shanji no flash and was just pushed out behind on XP a little bit. Actually, it looks like they're going to pull off the swap, though. So they're going to send their bot lane top. They're going to use that to try and contest the grubs, whereas a good response here from NIP. Bot lane base proactively walking mid to try and respond to wherever the bot lane at OMG shows.
And you see Doinby actually walking down to the bot lane as well. But you see he also just staying level 6, which means the hero's entrance is available. Of course, not as high range as you get when you hit level 16, but he'll be able to join a fight if there is any around the grubs. Looks like that's not going to be the case, though, as with Leave and PP God in the mid lane, will be Aki all on his lonesome up here, at least for now, with Hung currently on his way towards the Raptors.
I mean, if he can get two.
Bloom going to catch him out.
Oh, yeah, Hong actually not going to approach. So, well, good swaps here from NIP. Really like how they put their bot lane mid. Had a chance to respond to wherever the bot lane at OMG showed up. And, yeah, they're going to switch things up even further. Send the bot lane top, put Gwen into the Corki, which won't be bad for Shanji. Able to catch some CS. And a spot of the matchup where being down flash against level 6 Ambessa can sometimes be a little bit scary. So, really like how NIP have moved the map around. Feels like they're getting resources on the people that need it, and giving Gwen some safety. The punish, though, is that OMG is going to get this invade off on the red buff of NIP. So good response here from OMG.
Ooh, and actually, it doesn't look like Aki knows that this is happening. Otherwise, maybe he does, actually. As sends Shanji down here to try to contest this. As 1,000 HP left on this red buff. Doinby going to be here as well. And now all of a sudden, Hung in a little bit of trouble here as Aki, thanks to the leash, is going to pick it up and actually forcing Hung to flash away after Doinby showed a little bit of threat with that Justice Punch.
Yeah, another swap coming in too. Doinby going to sack a few creeps mid, which crash as both him and Shanji were helping out. But Shanji going to press R. Harry now in trouble.
Needlework comes
Good
out.
job.
Public Execution not going to connect. Going to be matched up with that cease and desist. Harry going to fall in its first blood over towards Shanji.
Really nice juke from Aki. Used the Justice Punch to get out of the public execution once he saw where that was casted. Very clean coming out of the jungler of NIP.
That's that top side that's been together for so many years here, Covey, and they're looking pretty good so far. And it was a decent lead over towards OMG just in terms of laning stats, but as soon as those level 6s were hit, all of a sudden NIP is starting to make some plays, and that's what they need to continue to do here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was clinical, too, from NIP. Like, what happened in that play? I mean, step one was force Hong to burn his flash to get out of the jungle. Guess what? Aki knows that Sejuani, even if that Sej is on bot side, going to be at a disadvantage, so able to go for that one confidently and flip the matchup between the Gwen and the Mbessa towards the Gwen's favor, who, of course, was down flash from the solidating of Harry's. So, really like the answer here from NIP.
And so that's where this snowball has to start for Ninjas in Pajamas, because right now, of course, the big carries are the ones who are picking up gold right for OMG. Linfeng up about 400 with that CS advantage that he's been able to generate. Also picked up a plate in the mid lane just with that push that he's been able to get. And Starry, of course, quickly working his way there as well. When you combine that with someone like the Renata and with a strong front line in Hong and Harry, that can be proved to be a dangerous late game team composition. But so far, NIP have been able to keep themselves in the swing of things. And I'm interested to see how they utilize this next use of Aki's ultimate. If they go towards the side lane, maybe allow Doinby to join them as well as part of that mid jungle that they picked very early on in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the target's just to go find Sejuani again. Sejuani down flash. I know it's the tankiest member for OMG, but at least with a comp like this, someone down flash, very attackable, especially at this time. I don't think Sej is tanky enough for what the game presents. That said, any focus towards this top side, like both Gwen and Mbessa, and they scale off of the resources that they have, right? So if you can deny one in the carry matchup, could be a really big win. And for me, Gwen's just really important for NIP this game, because that's your tank buster, especially with the build that we have Leave going for, where it looks to be a collector rush. It's Shanji gonna rush his way into Hong.
Try to bust through this tank potentially in the Sejuani, then retreating back towards the Blast Cone and where his jungler is in Aki to make sure that there's no further aggression to be had. Dragon up in less than a minute, as right now OMG's bottom lane are the one who have that priority, so would be a decent opportunity for them to go up in this count, and NIP know that as they're going to send PPGod towards the mid lane to try to gain some prio of their own.
Couple interesting moves there. NIP, their bot lane hovered early, looking for a play on Doinby, and then hovered down after, and now Doinby gonna have to get out as the bot lane at OMG make their way up here. Leave has been left in the bot side, doesn't have any TP to respond to an initial play. So NIP looking to maybe tickle and drag OMG around here a bit. See if Aki finishes this recall, though. He already snagged one. That could be it. Yeah, they're calling it.
That's all you needed. It gets
it's
you
Drake time.
The void
yeah.
Lights, and that was definitely a timer that OMG had control over on that top side. So very nicely done by NIP's jungler. He gets a quicker reset off and could maybe contest this Drake, as they definitely don't want to give up that second neutral objective.
Actually, I don't love this TP from Doinby. I think that if he actually TP'd mid, might have been able to catch that wave and this one in the bot lane. As of course, Leave did have to recall if he was staying out on the map after he was shoved in. That does, because of this, it does give OMG actually an okay window. At least think about this dragon. But NIP, they could fight again. They're pretty strong here. Wherever Vi goes, Gallia's gonna follow.
And immediately gonna have PPK pop that ultimate, but he's still about half HP. Can look to potentially go in onto Starry. Instead finds headbutt only onto Hung and actually pushes him away over the wall. Here comes Stormby as well with that hero's entrance, and it will allow for NIP to pick up that first kill. Aki flashes after Hung. It's a third kill picked up in this game as Leave snipes him down with the fourth shot and opens up the curtain call for Moham. The third shot will connect. Will the fourth? Yes, sir! That's another kill, and it's 4, his favorite number, over to NIP.
NIP just completely take over this game as, I mean, it was looking too easy. The fact that OMG pulled that dragon and they threw so much into PPGod, who of course pressed the R, got out of the chains of corruption and tanked a lot to start off that fight. That fight before it even started looked grim for OMG, and can't do that against a team like NIP. Is taking a look. Look at what PPGod eats here. As, okay, yeah, we're going to headbutt the ground. That's okay. But again, Chains of Corruption, that's a big cooldown not available for a skirmish. And Dragon is hitting both Hong and Starry. And then, look at that. The ult from Sejuani tanked. Aki able to buffer it. Then, you know, Galio's ult comes down. Too many people caught out. Made it look way too easy there as OMG were just completely split off the initial engage. Really, no hope, no chance to fight that one. While I'm getting sniped out at the end. Nice bonus there for Leave, but it's really hard to see, like, before that play even starts, what kind of winning angle OMG have, just because NIP were able to respond to everything.
And that's what the power of this composition possesses, right? Once you get to this mid game, you send PP God in with the Unbreakable Will, you throw Aki in there as well, and by the way, there comes a Galio on top of you with that Hero's Entrance. It knocked up Starry, basically bursted him down 100-0 after they put a decent amount of resources into allowing him to get strong here in this early game. Now just picking up that Rage Blade, didn't have it for that last fight, and it clearly showed as NIP able to take control of that game.
Is this going to be magic damage Varus? Because we're opening with Rage Blade, not Bork, and there's a lack of magic damage for OMG, so I think we're going to get a Nashor's variant, which actually does pretty good damage to frontline too, with the AP scalings and the Blight stack. So I actually like this from OMG. Didn't really talk about the lack of magic damage, but good adaptation, I think, coming out from Starry. This build actually scales really, really hard if you're able to pop those Blight stacks. So definitely something to look out for there. The build that's not always as common on Varus, but it does a surprising amount of damage. Just a big key is making sure that you proc those Blight stacks. That's where your AP scaling is going to go, is we're likely to expect the Nashers come out next.
Yeah, the AP Varus is one of those that you sometimes see in like those TikTok compilations of like funny moments of like one-shotting a Malphite or something like that, but actually is very strong if you just, all you got to do is press the R button, that automatically stacks up those Blight stacks, and you land an Empowered Q on top of him, and that could be a big chunk of a health bar gone, even from somebody like Doinby, who I think maybe was expecting a hit AD variant of the Varus, because he went straight for a Sunfire, which is not normally the build that you go here on a Galio.
Yeah, of course, you know, being in the quirky, looking at this one, I think it's the right call from Doinby, but also a good call from Starry to change things up a bit. So, like Game Cat Mouse was seeing there, but unfortunately for OMG, still very far behind thanks to the first couple plays we saw from NIP, and they don't want to slow down Aki.
Wow, yeah, here comes that Vi Galio once again, knocking up Linfunk. He's underneath between his two turrets, and it doesn't matter. He's still going to go down. Makes it the 5th kill in a row for NIP, as they are really taking advantage of the strength that they possess here in the mid game.
That was chained up really nicely. Linfeng opting to save his flash, and the way that NIP chained that, really no opportunity for Linfeng to get out once that first Justice Punch hit. Quick from NIP, as they're able to clean up and avoid the dive of the bot lane. Props to PP God, who did base to threaten any potential dive that might come down from OMG. So we're seeing some good map play from NIP. I mean, even going back to that Dragon play, I know we talked about how Doinby could have TP'd mid to get that wave, then walk bot. But by TPing directly bot, allowed for the Jhin to walk mid and then leave, ended up being a big part of that skirmish as well. So really like how NIP is playing the map. Feels like they're doing a nice job of just playing more waves than OMG at all times.
And, you know, maybe it's you know, I don't want to say glazing here, but, you know, is that the Doinby effect too anyway, right? Where he's somebody who's able to micromanage his teammates a little bit, allow for everybody to be in the right positions at the right time, and again, regular season is where he has shined, especially here in 2025. So looks like we're seeing a little bit of that magic yet again.
Maybe he just has the whole team, you know, putting their face in a full thing of water 3 times a day. Maybe it just really wakes him up for game 1 of the day. Make sure they're ready to go.
It's late or early in the morning here on the East Coast, depending on how you say it. I was considering it.
Dude,
I really
you could have matched the timestamp before the broadcast started.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't have worked because I stayed up all night instead of waking up early. But
and we definitely can't afford the brand of water. That's for sure.
Definitely not. Hey, volunteer broadcast. You can support us here on Coffee if you if you want to as well. Link in the chat here. But 4,000 gold lead over to NIP as the 3rd dragon is going to spawn. It looks like they're going to opt instead towards picking up this Rift Herald up towards the top side, while Hong and OMG will get themselves that dragon most likely. I mean, the thing is here for OMG, though, still a late game focused composition for them, but they need to hold the line for quite a while at this point. But getting a Drake like this is a certain line.
Yeah, it feels like a consolation prize, though. I like the Rift take this game from NIP. It's not just the fact they have 5 grubs. I just think that Rift really goes up in value as like when you have a matchup like Galio versus Corki, it's really tough to break mid-outer. And one of the few things that can help you do that is actually Rift Herald at this point of the game. So I like the fact that NIP took the... they were the stronger team right now. That's a conscious choice to take that over just a Chemtech Dragon. I feel like that's the right one in this game.
So it looks like NIP not going to be playing for any Dragon Souls at the very least, which at least gives OMG like one less objective that they're going to have to fight over like earlier in the game. So that's at least a small win in their book. Actually also seeing a Hearthbound Axe picked up for Starry as we're taking a look at the Varus build. Looks like that might turn into something like a Wit's End or even a Kraken Slayer depending on where we
yeah,
go.
What is going on down there? I was prepping for the Nashes, man. They have no magic damage. Actually, I thought it was coming. Yeah.
Let's see. If it does turn into a Wits, I mean, that is some magic damage as well, but you'd get that anyway with like kind of the on-hit build that you're going to be going. We'll continue to process this as the items go down, but might be a while because right now it's been all NIP. They're really controlling the map, really making it difficult for the carries on OMG to pick up any gold or any resources as they send the Rift Herald now in the mid lane to try to break open the screen.
Again, I really like this from NIP as they're going to get close to taking down the turret. Again, you're playing Galio and Corki. It's really tough to crack mid-outer, and that turret, cracking that when you have a comp like Vi, Galio, Alistar, you want to dogpile in. That does give you more space to operate and try and pull off the combo to start off the fight. So you can see NIP going to continue their siege. Meanwhile, OMG sending Linfeng to keep on hitting Joinby in the side lanes and do the best they can as this Corki getting close to the Miramana. And you can see Linfeng's been doing a nice job of getting his farm as the highest CS in the game and might actually be looking at dive for Joinby on Starry. OMG posturing towards the bot side. Yeah.
Down towards that dive, and now it gives another opportunity for NIP to try to reset here, send somebody down here to try to prevent this from happening. You see PP God and Leave making their way down, a teleport comes in as well. Looks like dive averted, and OMG still without a kill, even though it seems like they've had opportunities to go for plays, but seem a little bit hesitant to go for them.
Yeah, I mean, Galio is scary to dive, and Joinby TP'd back to have full health. He kind of sniffed that one coming. He also had a top wave they had to respond to, so Harry finds himself up there. But now Otacon on the map for everyone to respond to. Definitely going to be the GAs that pop out of this one, as we only have 5 kills in the game. Grapes?
Yep.
Kind of a little bit slow here, but still. I got to say, with NIP, this is where Baron spawns 5 minutes later. You have Otacon, still really strong point of the game for NIP with their draft, but we feel like they have to keep this game moving and make sure they stay on schedule because the scaling of a Varus Corki can be scary.
Well, dive onto Moham could definitely help that as another Hero's Entrance comes through. That is Moham going down before he can even proc the bailout. Just so much crowd control locked onto that Renata Glass, meaning it's the 4v5 on the rest of the map for 25 seconds. Either Otacon could be a priority or just stealing away some camps, getting control of the enemy jungle.
And you know what? All 3 winning plays for NIP, it's come off of this Vi Galio combo. It's not complicated, but they have been executing it. They've been chaining their CC, which is like really, you know, the point of skill expression that is real with this combo. I think they've been doing a really nice job of it between Aki and Joinby, and that pick going to secure them mid-outer and a lot of control over the bot outer as well as NIP push their gold lead to almost 4.5k. And OMG, there's no way they can think about starting this Otacon. I feel like NIP has to wait. Otacon still does a lot of damage at this point of the game, so it shouldn't be an option. But OMG, it'd be really scary for them to even think about pulling this thing, and all focus is going to be down on this bot side with the dragon spawning here too.
It's another instance of Hung being down here, but probably not going to want to go for this dive as PP God and Aki are here. We also got our answer, by the way, on that second item. It's going to be a Terminus picked up. So a little bit extra defensiveness as well as, you know, that on hit, obviously. And gives you some magic pen as well, so a little bit of that magic pen.
I will say, was doing some side monitor homework on potential builds with Varus. Riftmaker was built second by PES in a recent game. I know that's a common appearance in the AP Varus build. So again, still going to keep our eyes out to see if we have a Nashor's Tooth or a Riftmaker make an appearance in the inventory of Starry, as of course magic damage a bit lacking on OMG's side, and Varus someone with the white stacks that can supply a surprising amount of it.
Yeah, There's so much base damage, so much scaling in both AD and AP. Like, you can almost ultimate bravery on this guy, and it will work most of the time. As we see now this dragon being started up by NIP. Hung trying to prove a stop to it, as it actually gets sent back out at 4,000 HP with Aki over the pit. Poke coming out here nicely from OMG. See if they want to fully commit. It looks like PPGod going to be the one to start it. A 3-man pull onto OMG. The hero's entrance going to force Linfeng to flash away, but no, so far no kills locked down just yet. And Shanji's very low, and that's a shutdown picked up towards Starry. Linfeng gets taunted up, but won't have enough damage followed up by NIP. Now Leave could suddenly be in a precarious spot. Hung flashes in onto PPGod, who no longer has his ultimate, and it will be just one kill going over towards OMG, but they could be looking for more. Teleport comes in. Going to be Linfeng rejoining the party at full HP. He does a lot of damage under his belt. PPGod does not go down just yet, and Leave actually takes down Moham. But here comes the Valk. Can Linfeng do it? Can he do enough in this fight? He gets shut down as Aki just dies right on top of him. Leave is still alive. He flashes underneath his own turret. This is a double kill already for the Jin. Harry will fall. It's a triple kill for Leave as he saves the fight for an IP.
OMG were low, they flipped it, they get punished. Linfeng is focused directly, and that was a play that looked okay. They won the initial skirmish, up 1. They absorbed the Vi Gallia ult really well. That was the first time that we haven't really seen the hero's entrance completely synced up with Aki. But at the end, it just doesn't matter, because the re-engage from Aki, it immediately found Linfeng, and Moham kind of threw his life away early, so no bailout available for Linfeng or anyone else on OMG. NIP win the fight. Going to take this out of Khan, get the GA buffs, and continue the cruise in this game.
And I feel like that was the breaking point in this game.
Yeah.
That was where NIP maybe had a little bit of an opening there for OMG to take advantage of. I mean, gave away a kill early. A teleport came in from Linfeng.
It was a good start.
At those 2 items, I mean, it looked good. But it was the playmaking from Aki to keep his AD carry alive and Leave really going off towards the back end of this game.
I mean, this from PPGod is great, but the hero's entrance is just that hair late. So the hostile takeover gets in, buys a lot of space, and this ult from Harry was fantastic. Found Shanji, really re-established the lines for OMG in this fight. Linfeng forces out Doinbi. He's going to base and TP back, but really, like this re-engage from Hong and Harry, not warranted. They take a lot of chip damage from Leave, which is going to hurt them in the second re-engage. And then, like, Moham just kind of throws his life away, and no one's really able to protect Linfeng.
Just underestimates the damage from Leave. Maybe even didn't see him on the map.
Linfeng W again there doesn't help either. So he's not fully guilty in that. Yeah.
I mean, I was surprised that Hung, like, flashed onto, like, the tank instead of going towards Leave, potentially.
Yep.
Some unfortunate shenanigans there from Harry at the very end of things, and that leaves very good game state here for NIP as they start this Baron up with the GAs in hand.
For sure, a bit of a bummer to see Linfeng TP in and then Valk into a PPGod combo like that. Anyway, Baron almost being taken. Hong.
Looks like Hong gonna try to get in there. It got to 48 HP. Almost a steal for the OMG jungler. But Aki just has those diamond hands. He held strong, and he smites away that Baron Nashor. Here comes Doinbi, lands a 3-man taunt. Starry has the stopwatch and will go golden, but he suddenly finds himself in the midst of 4 members of Ninjas in Pajamas. It's another 4 kills picked up for them, as they are looking to close this game out sooner rather than later, Cubby.
I just went straight to Baron after the reset, after Chemtech, and again, OMG, they're behind. They can't fight. That angle from Doinbi on the back half to find the hero's entrance, and that angle to wrap up the fight. Pretty resounding win from NIP.
Some opportunities maybe for OMG to take advantage of, but they just fell short every single time. NIP playing the margins and winning outright. They get that mid lane inhibitor with that Baron buff, should be able to turn their attention towards the top side. Not an end angle just yet, as the death timers are still very low, but you have to feel like OMG already starting to go back to the drawing board here for game 2, as now Moham gets taunted up here by Doinbi. Shanji throws out the first part of the ultimate. It's going to be up in 3 seconds. Can the poke from OMG be enough? Aki dashes back in, not able to find a target. Curtain Call going to be forcing OMG back, as they will claim that second inhibitor in the top lane.
That's probably it for NIP. They're just going to reset and go find the rest. And yeah, I mean, going back through the pace of this game, early on, we had both Linfeng and Harry got flashes out of their opposing solo laners. That's a pretty good start. But again, I think the big difference just the map rotations, and then really Aki versus Hong for me was the big difference in this one. Aki just had a fantastic game. ends up winning the smite fight. Hung actually did a really nice job actually just getting into the pit to give himself a chance. Was quite close, but not able to get it. And then the back half, Doinby, great hero's entrance, great angle in to really make sure that OMG had no chance to play the back half of this fight.
And we missed the start of that, but Shanchi just one-shot Linfeng with the third proc of that needlework before she was able to do anything. So that was your star mid laner that is going to have to do some work against NIP if OMG wanted to have a chance here in this game. Just hadn't really bounced in. The ball hasn't bounced on in their favor as they're now with the Baron buff for another 40 seconds looking to crack up in the final of these inner turrets and potentially inhibitor turrets as well, with the teleport coming in from Doinby to make it 4 members on this bottom side.
Yeah, unfortunately for Linfeng, again, this matchup, you are able to farm up and scale, but caught out by the Galio once in the side lane, and then I think played the last 2 fights pretty poorly. The Valk into the combo from Alistar is kind of a death sentence there for OMG in that last fight. Now getting caught as we have the engage. PP God.
Looks like Harry's going to be the primary target. Again, the ultimate doesn't connect, and so Leave will be able to pick up yet another kill for himself. Shanji dashing forward very aggressively, knowing that it's very hard to take down a level 16 Gwen who has that ultimate and the flash. Starry already plans to flash underneath his own Nexus turret, but it won't be him living for long. Linfeng picks up 1, but they're underneath the Nexus turrets right now. Doinby goes golden as well. Looks like right now, NIP might be playing with their food a little bit. Hung dashing in to try to pick up something, but the rest of his team is headed right back to the fountain where they will remain for the end of this game. Ninjas in Pajamas, a dominant start here for Group C, and they will run away with this one in 29 minutes.
That's what you wanted to see out of Ninjas in Pajamas, again, playing with direction. We set this one up saying that Doinby teams, they always seem to have this level of cohesion and playmaking that Doinby just brings to any roster that he plays with. And that Galio was played really, really well as they were able to find a really big fight around early grubs, and they turned that into a lot on the map, Grapes.
And I want to give shout out to the top side for Ninjas in Pajamas as well. I mean, Doinby obviously facilitating, but it was Aki on the Vi, as you mentioned, and then Shanji having actually a very solid game on that Gwen. He survived a little bit of that early game pressure and was able to take full advantage of that late game power of the Gwen, right? And so against their former team, it was Aki and Shanji taking that first one. And so they go up to 1-0 in the group. Again, a result that we potentially expected coming in, but in these best-of-1 formats, one little thing goes wrong and all of a sudden you could be in a pretty bad situation. So good job for NIP by starting things off on the right foot.
Yeah, no, for me with NIP, of course we always talk so much about Doinby and that direction. I think that the way that he plays the map and hovers is always really strong, but good to see, like, if you're an NIP fan, I think really nice to see some good moments there from PP God on the Alistar, and also Aki for me was the MVP of that map. Really played well in that first game. I feel like just that first play where, Sejuani is trying to respond by taking the bot side after Grubs, goes in, defends with Doinby, pushes Sej out, and then immediately finds a winning kill for Gwen, like flips that matchup on its head. And then what we saw the rest of the game from Aki, just that direction playing with Doinby was really, really sound. So good to see from Aki and PP God actually doing some good work together and showing some good moments there if you're an NIP fan.
And you might say, like, oh, it's just the noob stomp, press R on all your champions buttons and your team comp works, but knowing when to find those engages and when to look for fights like that takes a little bit of decision making that has to be praised here for NIP. You mentioned that they were down a little bit at the start of the game, but as soon as they found the angles that they wanted, they were able to pounce on it, take advantage of it, and they found wins in every single one of the engages that they went for. As for OMG, definitely back to the drawing board a little bit. This was a team that excited a lot of us going into at the end of Split 1. After that, they took 2 series all the way to 5 games. They proved to be competitive against a lot of the teams in the LPL, but not this time against NIP.
Yeah, a bit of a roughie there on the flip side from Hong and Moham. I still feel like with Moham, when he's not able to engage, just doesn't feel like the same player. Again, this is a player that for me, I know that a lot of people tend to focus on the lows we've seen from Moham early in his career, given that those happened on a big stage, but he also found himself in that position with D+ for a reason. We have seen some high highs, especially when he's on engagers. I mean, his rel should be feared in the league, truly. But yeah, again, that really felt like he didn't have an impact on the Renata. that game. It just found himself in some really poor positions and really didn't do much. So bit of a bummer. Definitely some signs of growth that we're still looking for from OMG that they can hopefully hit throughout the rest of the day today.
And still more opportunities to pick up wins. Obviously, the matchup against Top on the horizon for them as well, but actually first up for them after they get one game off is a matchup against FPX, which will be the third game of the day. As we go through some of the highlights here, that's the thing about these group stages, Cubby, where you play the full round robin in one day. You gotta fully reset, especially after getting stomped the way that they did.
And again, keep in mind OMG, they're a pool 3 team. We expect them to get out, and I mean either third or fourth. I probably third is where most of us had them. So it is important that they're able to at least put up more of a contest against Top Esports and FPX later on in the day, but we'll see.
We'll go through a couple of these highlights as well. I mean, I feel like everybody really on Ninjas in Pajamas played really well, and again, we could say it's because of the leadership of somebody like OMG, but I think that's discrediting some of the solid performances we saw across the rest of the board. Now, this was the one opportunity in the game where we thought OMG might have had a bit of a chance, but just the slightest bit of outplays, I think, from Aki and Leave specifically in the back half of this.
I mean, that was a nice high-style takeover from Moham and a really good ult from Harry to really reestablish the lines of that fight. But then Linfeng, after the TP back in, pretty unwarranted Valkyrie into PP God, who does do a nice job of at least playing on the edge of this fight. And yeah, I mean, finds his opportunity right there when Linfeng uses W to try and clean up PP God. PP God gets the combo off, and trading himself for Corki at that point of the fight is well worth it.
Yeah, I mean, just really nicely played by PP God to cancel, some of that engaging here from Linfeng as well. Pop in the headbutt pull as soon as the Valkyrie went forward. But yeah, I mean, that seemed like the fight that OMG could have maybe done something with, and maybe that's where their scaling started to take over. But then it's the classic, get the Otacon, get the Baron, and then eventually win the game.
Yeah, they snowballed it pretty quickly. So props to NIP. The way they put this map away and some of the stuff we're seeing from them on the map. Did really like some of those rotations to play around the grubs. Think it really opened up that opportunity around that dragon that OMG was trying to take. I believe it was the second dragon that ended up being contested at NIP flip. That is really where NIP got off to the races. And some of the fundamentals that we have seen them and Zoneby teams do so well really paid off in that map against OMG.
Await our player of the game graphic as well. I feel like, again, you go towards anybody here because of how dominant and how clean that game was played by NIP. Taking a look at what they have next up, they get a little bit of an extended break, and then I think the most exciting, most anticipated matchup of the day will come in game number 4 when they go up against Top Esports. That'll be an exciting one that we will continue to preview throughout the beginning of the day. It's Leave coming away with the player of the game for this one. Definitely justified, had some really nice plays, especially around that dragon fight, picking up that triple kill that eventually really turned the game around.
Leaf had a nice one. Shout out to the Celerity and Gathering Storm, the Blue Tree Enjoyer. Very good on Jin. Get some bonus mileage out of that, given his kit. But yeah, shout out. I thought Leaf had a good one. For me, Aki was really the one that dictated and ran the map, but we did have some nice moments from Leaf, and I was pretty accurate with those snipes as well. So shout out to Leaf. And we got question mark pings by Grapes. What's that for?
We'll get some explanation. Okay.
Producer Kai has some explaining to do.
He said it was a mistake. So okay, well.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting pretty liberal. He's getting pretty liberal with those question mark pings. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna do it for our coverage of the first game of the day. However, we're gonna take a short break and come right back as we introduce our next 2 teams from Group C. Stay tuned for FPX versus Top Esports after this. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, one last thing. We have to do a little ad read here as well. This is important. We are extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments have gone into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays the on-air talent and content creators. Make sure to subscribe to our Coffee, which is linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique content interviews, which will be coming rather shortly here in split number 2. That's it here for Game 1. We'll see you after this break for FPX versus Top. Welcome back, everybody, to the English coverage of the LPL. We're here with the placement games to go through Group C. We've got 2 new teams to talk about here, as we also have the return of our defending Split 1 champions in top esports. They're going to be going up against FPX here in our second game of the day. Grapes alongside Cubby here for this one. Let's get right into the rosters here, as I think the players are getting ready to take the stage shortly. We'll start off with top esports, Cubby. Again, defending champions. They went on that big lower bracket run until things fell apart for them a little bit when they went to the international stage.
Yeah, no changes here. We're going to hope that, at least in LPL, that, maybe Jaculov has a few more opportunities to play the game, as it really felt like in first stand, him and Crisp were under heavy target and focus from all the teams that managed to go there and get the best of top, who, yeah, I mean, they had a pretty disappointing run, right? I think looking back, top did not feel like they were contenders at that event, but again, seeing their form at that tournament and then the form that we saw from them as they ran the lower bracket gauntlet in the LPL, I think it's fair to say that it's a bit different. And we're hoping to see top return to that form we saw them last showcase when they were playing domestically and hoisting that new Split 1 trophy in the LPL.
I mean, it's been a bit of a roller coaster for them, right? They made it to the Demacia Cup Finals, then they lost to they lost to AL in the group stage. They started in the lower bracket and then went on that lower bracket run to make it all the way back and win the entirety of Split 1. So we'll see what they look like coming in this time around. I guess if we're talking about the ups and downs, if it's a continuous cycle, if they were down at first stand, maybe they're back up here for the group stage of Split number 2. But let's take a look at their opponents. It's going to be FPX, Fun Plus Phoenix. They did not do very well last split. They're actually currently riding a 9-game losing streak after winning the first game of the split. They then have lost 9 straight. But they have a new player. They have Assume coming over from EDG, going to be filling in that bot lane position that was previously held by Bot, and him and Jue will be the new bot lane here for FPX.
And a reunion for these two from their time in Rare Atom. They were eliminated in the first round of playoffs for summer of 24, but I guess good to see Assume here. I feel like he brings a little bit of experience to this lineup and maybe to this bot lane. But for FPX and this team, look, they're a pool 4 team. It feels kind of dire at times with this squad. There's not a ton of great things to say about FPX, Grapes. Like, if you told us going into this split that this would be one of the 2 orgs that we wouldn't see in Split 3, I don't think we'd be too surprised. But hey, with Assume now in, it is a chance for FPX to show us something different. We got some surprises at the group stage yesterday, and we'll see if FPX can surprise us today.
I mean, hey, going to bat a little bit here for FPX.
Yeah.
They, in their first, as the person who, for some reason put them 3rd in my group predictions, right? Like they, in their first series against RNG, which I think was the most winnable in terms of like strength of schedule, they had Sorrow in instead of Shadow. Now they're going to have their full roster come in, and also making that roster change here. I think maybe having that previously existing synergy with Assume and Jue can help out this team, especially in again, best of ones where things can operate very, very quickly. I'm very curious to see how this new bot lane looks against the OMG team that they'll be playing after this one against top esports. This one, definitely top favorite, I think what most people would say. And then it's just about how FPX looks after this and how they can continue to progress throughout the week and also throughout the entirety of Split.
Yeah, and again, for me, this is a team that, again, if you told me that they're not returning at Split 3, I wouldn't be surprised. So I want to see if we see something better from FPX. They didn't really inspire us on the Rift last split, so we'll see if that changes coming into a brand new group and a brand new split here.
Now, if we have some time, we do have some clips from the previous bot lane here of Assume and Jue. We can take a look at just what we can expect from these 2 players. Again, you see them here on Rare Atom, where they did have some decent moments.
Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing them go up against NIP here, again, playoffs didn't exactly go the way that they wanted them to do. Rare Atom, it's not like they were a favorite by any means, but it is some synergy between these 2 players as they do return to be this duo. And of course, I will say that at least with Jue, the one game that they were able to pick up last split, he did play well. I feel like he was someone where it's sometimes hard to look good as a support on a losing team, but yeah, Jue did at least have a couple ideas or a couple angles that he took. As oftentimes, sometimes it's hard to look good as an AD when you are on a losing team. We'll see if that gets better or worse here for Assume as he finds himself on this roster.
I will say that Nico ult, that was resulted in the only win that FPX had the entirety of Split 1. So hopefully things go a little bit better for them in Split 2. Otherwise, they'll be ending their entire 2025 a little bit prematurely, as they would not be available for Split 3 if, of course, they fall down to that lower bracket and finish at the bottom to there. In terms of TES on the other side, though, I mean, you almost have to think that the pressure is mostly on them, right? After what was a very disappointing LPL performance from the LPL first representative at First Stand, if they all of a sudden like lose to FPX, it feels like FPX playing with house money a little bit here. If Top lose this one, I mean, I don't know. It would cause some shockwaves through the scene as we're taking a look at some of the lowlights that they had at this international.
I mean, I didn't feel like Top going into the international, like they didn't really adopt with their drafting, and I feel like a lot of the way that Top plays is like when you are playing these MF comps. I mean, if things don't go your way early or anything goes wrong, you get outscaled, and it really felt like Top, like, we're taking early game comps, we're messing up early, not respecting teammates, and just looked bad. So I don't know if we're going to see a massive overhaul in terms of change of strategy or what they're prioritizing, but definitely something to look out for throughout groups today. Is again, it was a rather disappointing international performance from Top.
And hey, even lost to North America as well. I mean, nothing happened after this one play. The series ended, and nothing else happened after that. So
yeah, that's
had to throw that in there.
Yeah, I like that one. You know, you got a nice little win in there against NA. Even against the most disappointing LPL performance internationally we've seen it a bit, still find a way to make sure we score NA. That's nice, Grapes. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. We're kind of dual allegiances here on the LPL English broadcast. We're casting this, of course, from North America, so just to give them a little bit of support here. But yeah, for Top Esports, they, I think, want to prove some people wrong going in. I feel like, as somebody like you going into the group predictions, like saw the underperformance from Top and was like, okay, I'm going to predict NIP to make it out first in this group. I'm sure they want to prove a lot of those people wrong, prove why they actually made it through the entirety of that LPL lower bracket, because they took down like any and every top team. It's not like they had some easy bracket where they lucked into certain things. Like, they beat all the best teams in the LPL to get there. So they definitely earned it. It just, once they got here, didn't go as well.
Yeah, I think the one big difference maker that we're going to look like for as well, at least for Top Esports, is Kanavi. Kanavi is a legendary LPL player, one of the best junglers that we've ever seen compete in this league, and it really felt like he flopped internationally in a way that we haven't seen before. I think that in terms of them winning the split, we did see some good and bad games from Kanavi. It felt like he definitely played good enough for them to win, but there were games where they were winning and losing just because of his performance. It's going to happen in the jungle, but it really felt like he was the weak link going international. So if there's any player to really put a microscope under, not this team needs any more focus. I feel like every LPL fan has been watching this team with the most critical eye that you can possibly watch them as they did go international. But for me, if there's one member where I'm really looking to see him, scale up or at least take away anything from a game today, it's can Kanavi put together some good games. So something he didn't do internationally, and we'll see if he's able to play better in Split 2.
Yeah, and while Top Esports, I'm sure a lot of their focus in terms of draft prep and practice going into this week is probably for that next matchup that they're going to play against NIP, but they got to make sure they start off on the right foot here as well, because if you immediately come off of dropping 3-0 to Hanwha and then losing to FPX, a team that has lost 9 straight games, that would not be a good look. So you just got to make sure you take care of business here, per se, before you go on to that task that you might consider a little bit tougher. And again, in a best of one, you can never count anybody out, because as soon as you make one mistake, things could suddenly go south for you.
Top Esports back in the LPL. Of course, international time didn't go the way they wanted to, as I'm sure everyone knows. But hey, we'll see domestically. I mean, let's be honest, potentially a warm-up match here against FPX if things go the way that we expect it to go for later. So But hey, you know what? When you're going up against Shadow, he's always going to throw you some curveballs. It's always going to be weird. See if he gets any lead, you know, so Shadow never likes to play standard. Well, he's got some up his sleeves, so we'll see that's going to be the case tonight against Kanavi and Top Esports, because let's face it, FPX, if they want to find any wins, I'd be much more surprised to see them win standard going up against Top Esports than not. I feel like Shadow's in because they want to throw curveballs, and he is someone that is always going to throw something at you, so.
Hey, I mean, why not, right? You're already the severe underdogs. Probably not going to win, as you said, in a standard play style. Let's go for something crazy. I mean, I can't think of anything super crazy off the top of my head. I know that Nefiri was around earlier, so if you want to like play a jungler that can really hard carry, you know, that could be a possibility here for Shadow. I don't know. I'm excited to see Top Esports back in their element, back in the LPL, where of course they found a lot of success, especially towards the back half of the season. They took down another team in this group, NIP, 3-1 en route to winning that championship. But it's gonna have to start right here. Players are preparing for the draft, and you know, just another note here for FPX, right? Like if you win this game specifically, or if you come up with a win out of the ordinary against any of these teams, like that can give you a situation where you might have yourself a chance of not fully just being sent into that 4th seed, into that lower bracket, right? And so that is
the Fury band.
Okay. Well,
all right. We'll learn fast on that one.
Looks like actually it was FPX taking away. They didn't want Kanavi taking advantage of that potentially, as you know, relatively standard bans all throughout. When that was B1'd in the last game, taken away on red side. It's going to be a very, very fast Jace lock-in here for FPX to start things off.
Okay. For me, a lot of eyes are actually on Nidalee. It's been a really big pick for Kanavi and Top Esports. So with the Yone walk-in here, wouldn't be surprised if we get a Kanavi Nidalee coming in as... Oh, okay, never mind. Going to be Sejuani. So melee on melee synergy. Likely saving a top pick for last. Maybe we get Ambessa being played into the Jace. And I feel like the only way FPX could even think about denying it here is going for like a Zyra or a Maokai, and then they really want to slam the Ambessa here, they could flex the Jace around.
Maokai here, probably towards Shadow. Kara is going to lock in that Corki. A little bit flexible here, but we've seen it more towards the mid lane as of late. We'll see what Top Esports have to say about it on the other side. Maybe the Varus locked in. Another, you know, as you said, very powerful champion, this time going into the hands of Jackie.
Yeah, so the Jace and the Corki, they can technically double flex this around if they do want to go for Corki bot, Jace mid. But at the moment, I do like the idea to take the Varus. I expect to see maybe a ban that protected the Jace on the top side. And if they really want to get rid of Ambessa, they can. I think that might be worth the idea, especially with a Sejuani can really help attack the Jace. But there are so many options up there that you could just have FPX go, hey, you know what? We just want to take away things that we're scared of. Nico being taken away at support. That's a big one. A nice wombo there for Crisp to help line up a Yone combo. No option anymore. But yeah, maybe Renata being taken away, or Nautilus. Okay. So not ban. Maybe looking to protect a potential Rel coming out from Jouet, or a Leona, been very popular. Of course, a lot of things on the table, but a double support ban towards Crisp. That's something. Oh boy, we have a Scion. So it looks like Top Esports learned something at first stand, you know. They're going to be playing Driver Scion up in the top lane here for 369.
That's true. It ended up working well for their opposition at that international competition. I will say, like, this would be an opportunity to maybe send that Jace to the mid lane. Scion does very well into the Jace. Pretty good neutralizer there. And there's a lot of good top laners that Sheer could play into the Scion, but it looks like right now they're hovering into carry. They're going to lock the Ezreal in and just play this, you know, long extended poke comp instead.
I was a bit surprised, like, now that we see Scion locked into the Jhin ban. I feel like Ezreal, not that he's going to do a ton of damage to a Scion either, but Ezreal's for sure slippier, like much more slippery when it comes to this front line. So, whereas Jhin, you know, doesn't really damage the Sejuani Scion. Leona is going to be locked in to round things out. So Crisp, yeah, likely just going to go for the Braum and play catch. So I will say that engage for Top Esports, they have Sejuani, they have Scion, they have Yone, but kind of an interesting comp here for top. It really feels like they're going to be a little bit more on the back foot, potentially against a Maokai. And if Maokai gets any control over this map, again, the scaling between him, the Corki, the Ezreal, there's a lot of scaling on FPX, so I think the onus is really on Top Esports to make plays and play this game quickly.
Good amount of poke here from FPX as well. You have the Ezreal, the Corki, even the Jace throwing out those accelerated shock blasts. And Leona and Maokai can both engage from very far range with their ultimates, right? And so if you are FPX, if you can get to a stage where you can start sieging these turrets without that big primary engage on Top Esports, that could be a decent opportunity for you to take advantage of the compositions that have been sorted out here in this draft for the second game of our first round robin here in Group C. Our first look at the defending champions, Top Esports, since their appearance at First Stand. We're on the other side. FunPlus Phoenix, they need to get something working before their season goes fully on the back foot.
I just love seeing the Scion here for 369 Slime and that. He definitely going to be his job to eat a lot of that poke that you were highlighting coming into these objectives. So we'll see if Top Esports learned anything from First Stand outside of just the Scion pick itself. It was a common matchup that we saw into the Jace that the Flying Oyster used great success themselves throughout the tournament. So definitely a matchup where you get pushed around a little bit as Scion, but you each scale. And of course, if you get Scion to have good setups for those mid-game fights, I mean, those ults can be game-changing if they're able to connect. So see if 369 is able to really lean on his tank specialty that we've seen throughout his career, and maybe lean on some of the learnings he took from Driver at First Stand himself.
As we load onto the Rift, we'll see if they learn from their oysters here in this first game of Split 2 for them. A little aggressive opening here right now, as that's a Braum already having that concussive blows onto Jue. Still has his flash, really uses the Aftershock finally. Not going to do too much to defend him. No summoner spells blown there for FPX instead, so they will head back to base just fine, but it got a little scary there for a second.
Yeah, it's going to be the poke setup for Jackie Love. Did start with the Q in this matchup, so Braum and poke Varus, you know, it's not the same abuse that you can have with the on-hit Varus, where you get a ton of attack speed to make sure those Winter's Bites proc quickly, but should very much dissuade Jue from hopping in. As Braum versus Leona, it can be really dangerous as Leona. You go in, you wait out the Aftershock to proc everything as the Braum, and we've seen this matchup be really tough for Leona if it's played correctly on the Braum side. So we'll see if Jackie and Chris can start their bounce back now.
And they have a lot of experience with that Braum matchup. I mean,
dude, there was a post on Reddit that was talking about Braum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was first page today. It was like, you know, Braum is actually a lot better or cooler than you think when it's played competitively at this level because of XYZ, and I'm watching this like, yeah, they aren't even talking about the good tech, man. Where's approach velocity and all this?
I mean, they certainly weren't listening to UCAS.
Yeah.
They were just coming up with that information. I feel like one of the biggest Braum preachers in our space. So
I mean, it's one of the very few feathers in my cap that I can put as a player that was perma-stuck D2+. That was rank 1 Braum in A.
Hey, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Got baptized by Core JJ a few times, you know. We'll take those.
It's a learning experience, and now you've used that expertise to help you here in terms of bot lane matchups in the LPL. As so far the Braum not doing too much, as actually was assuming Jue hitting level 2 first, but Jackie Love and Chris will match that. I will say overall, looking at the compositions, it seems like Top Esports, you know, we mentioned how maybe last game, like, you know, lacking damage and lacking the magic damage for OMG. It seems like with the poke Varus instead of the on-hit Varus, I might be seeing a little bit more of that this game.
I'm really concerned about Top Esports if this game goes late. But I will say Yone does bring a decent amount of magic damage to the table, and the focus is on the Corki earlier, but Cream, that Q was not exactly fired in the right direction where the Valkyrie came out to dodge from Care. Kanavi's going to return to his camp. I do like at least the unique timing there from Kanavi to try and 4 camp and go mid. Corki was kind of pushed up, didn't get as much as they wanted, but it was an idea. I didn't hate that one.
Yeah, and actually an early reset forced out of Assume, and that actually forced him to miss a cannon minion. Valk forward from Care, forcing Cream out just a little bit. As early game actually going okay for FPX, right? But I mean, maybe we're counting our chickens too soon because we saw what happened after OMG got a couple of farm advantages in the first 5 minutes, then NIP happened at the end for the next 25.
I mean, at the moment, though, Shadow talked about him throwing some curveballs. A dive on the Cream, maybe.
Yeah, but Kanavi's here as well, ready to try and make this a 2-for-2. Flash away from Care to get away from the Arctic Assault. And Shadow will use that phase rush to run away as well. Nice protection there from Kanavi.
I didn't like that look from Shadow. You saw Sejuani with a red buff. You know that she's going to be on the bot side. And just with the approach, a little bit too much time for Kanavi to try and respond. Did burn the flash, so they do get Kanavi's flash out of that, but feels like a little bit there was sacked by Shadow. He's going to get the super clear off, so it's not all bad, but didn't really get the time out of Kanavi that he wanted. I don't know. That was a risky dive. So that one doesn't connect, and now all eyes going to be on these the first Drake, first Grubs here, Grapes, as we'll see really what the choice is here. By Kanavi. I feel like a grub fight could be really good for top esports. They have 6 on their solo laners, so I think that's the goal.
I mean, right now, it's the bot lane for top esports doing really, really well for themselves. They are not too far ahead or in CS or anything like that, but they've already forced the reset out of Assume. They've already chunked him down to half HP again. So they are getting their licks in with this poke Varus right now as Care actually knocks forward in onto Cream, try to get this wave fully crashed in. Looks like that will be a goal that is accomplished, as again, Assume and Jue forced away with their wave not in the best spot.
Yeah, Jaculov doing good work on the Varus, as always, pretty much. So, really tough for Assume to fight this early on. We've seen a lot of Varus versus Ezreal. Ezreal is a champ that can outscale the poke Varus, but you really need that, Miramana spike, and then the Shojins where you really hit your stride. If you want to talk about actually outscaling that pick. And Poke Varus really scales about like how many good targets he has, which I'll say the targets for Poke Varus in this game is not fantastic. The Chase, we've seen this build, you get quite a bit tankier, but to see Shadow go for the Andres build, there will be a point in the mid game where Jaculov's going to have pretty much 5 good targets to hit before some of the tankier items come in for FPX. So top esports at least gonna use this, continue to throw their weight around early. Maybe looking at the Grubs, but I gotta say, FPX got 2. That's pretty big.
Yeah, because Kanavi tried to go for that play on Sheer and didn't end up having that work out for them. So even though top esports were first to top lane play, and with the bot lane that has been continuously taking advantage of Assume's way, especially FPX, who get that little advantage down there in the Grub department. They go up 2-1 in a matchup into play that probably should have gone top esports as well.
Like this though, Chris trying to cut off FPX. They find Shadow. Maybe we'll toss around a little bit. Kanavi does have Smite if he wants to contest this, but the Q Smite does win from Maokai.
Oh, Kanavi ends up stealing that one away. So a little outplay there from the top esports jungler. He still got those hands, of course. Looks like they're actually still continuing the pressure here on to Shadow and Jue. There's no red buff to fight for right now, but they're still in that pit.
Yeah, a little bit of wasted time there from top esports, but at least they get a Smite out of Shadow. They could go hit this dragon now. Pretty safe. Okay. Cream can't fully commit. Of course, Jue has sums, would be able to potentially lock Yone up under the turret. Would be big trouble for Cream. That said, Cream getting Care to base now. Hero Mage minion. Well,
that's the real MVP right there.
Yeah. First dragon does go over to top esports, though, all that's going on. So, not all bad here for top.
And they find themselves up at 200 gold just through lanes, and right now that is opened up towards the bottom lane. Jaculov and Chris really taking advantage of the 2v2 so far. They find themselves up 400 gold. Everywhere else, though, FPX are kind of in control. You see Care opening up a 10 to 12 CS lead over Cream. Sheer doing okay in the Sion matchup so far, although the more armor that Sion's able to pick up, the harder and harder this matchup does get, especially if you aren't able to snowball with an early game kill. So Sheer's gonna be in trouble maybe in a little bit, but right now he's doing okay.
For me, Sheer is actually, really felt like we've kind of set this up as be grim for FPX and their hopes, but Sheer has been the bright point for me on this roster, if there really has been any. So good to see, of course, Sheer, the Jace, very powerful pick. And this matchup, we do expect to see the Sion go down a little bit in terms of CS, but of course that tank Sion can be really useful in terms of throwing around your weight in the mid game. And that's where I want to see Top Esports again, just try and speed this game up. As this game goes on, we see the Corki, see the Ezreal, see the Maokai, the Jace. There is a lot of scaling on FPX's team, so I don't think that this game is a free win later on for Top Esports by any means. It's really on them to push the pace of this game forward, and at the moment, Crisp and Kanavi wasting some time, seeing some empty camps. The Shadow has done a nice job of getting at it, staying ahead.
And it's the same thing that we saw last game, right? Where NIP against OMG were the team that had to push the initiative, and it was around this point where they really started to go for those plays, right? With the Vi ultimates, Galio ultimates. The tools are available now for Top Esports to do the same. You have Kanavi, level 7, has had that Glacial Prison available for quite some time. 369 can follow up with Engage. There's heavy crowd control on all 5 of their champions' ultimates that they could use in succession of each other if they want to. But if they haven't been able to find anything just yet, and they're continuing to allow FPX to scale, of course, that could all change as soon as one play goes awry for FPX, and Top Esports can maybe start to take control there. But right now, you have to give credit to a team like FPX, who absolutely did not have the first split that they wanted to. Going up against the LPL champions right now, and so far, not really making any crucial mistakes.
No, so far doing all right. Really tough thing, though, for FPX at this point of the game. When you go up against Poke Varus, you just do not get mid priority at this point. This champ and this build, you just absolutely delete every wave that comes your way. It's really hard to contest, so that's really the fact that they're just throwing Varus mid and kind of insta-winning that lane gives you the opportunity to move first to a lot of plays, including potential grubs, as Jaculov making his way back in here.
Yeah, Shadow can pick up 1. That would be really big. Try to even up that count at 3, but instead it's going to be a full engage, actually, with that ultimate from Shadow. Jway already forced to flash away. There's a 3-man Fate Seal from Cream, but he gets knocked back, not able to finish off anybody on FPX, and Top Esports are forced to run for the hills. 369's at only 300 HP. Care Valks forward, force the Kanavi to flash away, use the Blast Cone defensively. That'll absolutely lock up that grub for FPX. They prevent any of those feats of strength from going over, and they keep themselves alive in this game, Cubby.
A 3-3 split is not bad at all. Jace able to TP bot to pick up the rest of that wave. FPX gonna be sitting kind of pretty with this one.
So all things considered, the gold's starting to slide a little bit more towards Top Esports, but haven't picked up any kills. They haven't picked up a significant major objective other than that Chemtech Dragon. And now the grubs are even, right? And so this is that early game composition that we were talking about, and this is where Top Esports should have been able to find a win.
Yeah, the big thing for me, Jaculov's late. He based to get an item, so he's not able to put Poke down before the fight, and they got a lot done against the Sion. Shadow did a really nice job of buying space, buying time. They were able to absorb a really good Yone ult from Cream, who didn't have enough damage to get through any of the members of FPX, so nice job by them to absorb something there. And again, the fact that Jaculov isn't here early to set up to get the poke off, like how FPX just got the objective. They pressed the Maokai R. They said, hey, if we eat Varus Qs, we're not going to be in good shape. He's not here. Let's fight now. They locked up the Sion. And again, a grub split, I think, is a pretty nice, but like small but nice win for them. So good job, FPX.
You can see, again, like for Top Esports, especially when Jaculov is not there, damage really lacking, right? I mean, Cream came in with that 3-man ultimate. There was no follow-up. You can credit maybe the fact that they burned 369's ultimate a little bit earlier in the process, but it seems like a lot of things have to go right for Top Esports, or they have to just soak up all of the engage tools from FPX first before they can follow up with the tools of their own. That's just the way that their composition currently functions. But right now, they're going to be able to at least pick up the second dragon and get some control in that department.
No contest there. Man, you mentioned 369 Sion. He's even stealing some of the tech to build that Driver had. So Top definitely
really
learned something from the Flying Oysters here. As it's the Frozen Heart. And the Swifties was a big thing that I saw Driver using just to help better position yourself as Sion. It was quite important with getting your Qs off. I mean, of course, you're immobile during that, but sometimes that bonus in-combat move speed can be a difference maker and just or just the slow resist, which is going to be pretty valuable this game. At least against, Maokai is a frontliner for Sion. Can help you close a little bit extra gap or maybe position yourself a little bit better to get a nice Q off. I like the fact that I know it was a bummer for Top Esports at the International. You don't want to... going into the event, if you'd told me that Top would have lost the bracket stage to the Flying Oysters, I probably would have said you're nuts. But hey, at least it's showing they learned something from it, Grapes, Improvement.
And let's see, they're going to find something here onto Care, just a little bit too far forward. The flash not successful either. That is first blood picked up for Top Esports as they finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, flash, but of course that Q3 on Yone is a bit janky. It kind of starts behind him. Still got caught, so the flash and death, that's going to hurt from Care. And giving Cream some free time at the side. Then plates have fallen. Yone is just going to be able to pick this one up, so that should be first brick, and that feat secured from Top Esports, putting them quite close to feats in general.
It's just that one little play that might allow for Top Esports to get back into this game. Let's take another look at this one. It just seems like Care a little bit too aggressive. I mean, there was not really much to go for other than maybe the wave a little bit early.
I mean, he had a control ward in the Tribe Rush, and if you're going to flash, you just flash the Fate Sealed. I think if he flashes that, then he's able to walk on out of there. Or he would have to sidestep a Sejuani ult, and then just hope that Yone can't DPS him down. But now you have Yone, and this is a very happy spot for Top Esports. Again, the Sion, Yone, like these two lanes, and Jackula being mid, this map's pretty easy for Top Esports to play. It's just, okay, Varus has push. We're going to go help or funnel into the Yone lane and try and get him ahead. Now Cream going to catch a wave, has the Bork, a little bit accelerated in this game thanks to that first blood and the turret. And the game plan pretty easy here for Top Esports is to continue to clear under the Yone and really pressure this lane that cannot be answered now for FPX, given the fact that Corky's down to flash.
Yeah, now that Cream is a little bit more online, he'll be able to go in kind of on his own, find flanks on his own, and I think that's very crucial for how Top Esports composition wants to function. And so that opens up a lot of possibilities now for this team. It seemed like when Cream was a little bit further behind, him going in, landing that 3-man ult didn't do too much. I think now it's going to hurt a little bit more as the Rift Herald is going to spawn right now. Actually looks like FPX is there first, but we'll see if Top Esports want to try to collapse on this or not. Chris gaining control of that mid lane. Looks like they're actually going to foreshadow, and the rest of FPX will.
Yeah, I think FPX just kind of tickling it to make sure that can't be a free start here from Top Esports. Going to force that thing to reset. But again, this is where it's really tough to go up against Poke Varus because those waves get deleted. That said, Shadow, of course, going for the Andres Maokai build, being the magic damage on his team. The saplings do hurt. Maokai does a lot of damage with this build. This FPX, see if they look for a fight, but that's a big piercing arrow coming out of Jackula. Ult casted.
Nature's Grasp being covered. Shadow, he steals away the Rift Herald. Now what can the fight look like on the other side? Unstoppable Onslaught comes through. 369 will take down Jue. Cream will go down though, and here comes Sheer. He flashes to the wall. He picks himself up a double kill, and Jackie is potentially caught out. He flashes into the red buff pit, but Shadow is looking to close the distance, and it's a snipe from Assume to claim the Feats of Warfare, the Rift Herald, and the fight win for FPX.
Okay, now things get pretty interesting because that Rift Herald steal, the insta drop, that's going to be the outer that falls. And a Goldie now goes over to FPX at a comp where, again, they heavily outscale Top Esports in this game. So FPX taking a few steps to really set themselves up for success. And for me, the big difference maker in that one, it was Sheer being able to go over the wall and clean up the low health bars that Top Esports had. Big difference maker as Sheer is chasing the Sion matchup. You get your farm, but it's kind of a lane for Sion where you're trying to absorb and lose gracefully. Sheer had economy and was able to use it really nicely here. As of course Shadow, the Q Smite lands true. Cream gets stuck in the back of the pit. He didn't have any impact in this fight being the fed one, and then a 369 of the Sion just kind of had to walk his way out, leaving the other carries for Top Esports rather exposed. And Avi and Jackula found, and a lot of gold now onto this Jace.
And shout out to Assume as well, the new addition for FPX. He ate the Sejuani ultimate, cleansed away. He flashed away from 369's ultimate. That's all the main engage tools that Top Esports had, and he was able to clean up the rest of that fight as well. I know it was a tough early game for him, but able to turn things around and allow for FPX to get back into this game just a little bit. Ends up being a trade of that top lane tower as 369 was able to pick that up, but FPX are able to prevent the whole point from going over, and they're feeling very happy with the way this game is currently situated.
Again, those double Miramanas going to be coming in here pretty soon for FPX. Shadow might have to walk his way out of this one.
And there comes the ultimate as well from Chris. Looks like Shadow not going to live through this one as the tank squad comes through for Top Esports and get themselves right back into an even playing state. Now 3 kills to 3 overall. Right back in the lead in terms of gold, although not by much at this point. So what's to do next? Not much to play around the map for now. We're waiting for those tiers to come through. They're fully stacked for both Care and Assume. This is where the scaling really can start to take control.
I do want to compliment Top on that play. 369 got top lane in all the way. So he rotated mid. The rest of Top kind of collapsed into Shadow, who probably shouldn't have been on those Krugs and got punished for it. So well played from Top Esports. But again, as you stated, this 500 gold lead is not what Top Esports were looking for, given the drafts that we have. And I gotta say that Infernal Dragon, too, being secured by FPX, it denied Soul Point, and it's a lot more abusable for their team than it is for Top Esports. So, I mean, you have everyone on the team, minus Leona, building damage, with Maokai going for the Leandries. It's really gonna help against a lower damage team from Top Esports. Again, it's a Scion Sejuani topside, and that's why I was a little bit surprised to see the Poke Ferris, especially paired up with this Braum. Is Cream gonna have to ult out and Jouer?
Solar Flare comes out, Cream to dodge it, and flash away from the True Shot Barrage, but it looks like the FPX want to keep going for this one, and this could be a bit of an overextension as the rest of Top Esports are able to collapse. Cream picks up the kill, Sheer will go down, and it's a 4v5 for the next 40 seconds on the map.
Sheer might have been able to actually threaten Cream there if he hit the Empowered Shock Blast, but I think he left the gate a little bit behind him, and then ended up being a one-way trip in. Mistake there from FPX again. Still the weaker team of this one, but yeah, this Top Esports comp, they do not do a ton of damage. So I am very curious to see if the Ezreal Corki can actually get through this really beefy front line that Top Esports has in the Scion Sejuani, because that is one thing. Like, you don't want to really build pen on Corki, and the pen you're getting as Ezreal is like, I mean, Sorel does later on. Hell, if he built like LDR or Grievous in this one, I feel like that's completely understandable, frankly, given how big this front line is for Top Esports. So I know Sorel has actually went under a bit of a change or perspective change too with the last patch. So kind of curious to see when the pen does come in for Assume, because yeah, of course, Top lower damage comp, but a lot of tankiness on their side in exchange.
Yeah, and that's kind of the balancing act, right? Like, how much damage can Cream put out before his front line goes down? Jackie Love also going more of a defensive build. You think workings of a Edge of Night as the second item, with the Tunneler picked up for him as well. So that's going to be a little bit less damage from him in addition, on top of what is already a relatively low damage build. But I don't know. We'll see how the rest of this opens up here. FPX, they're gonna almost have 3 of those Muramanas, which do a lot of damage to basically everyone, especially at this stage in the game. Otacon available, Dragon up in about a minute. Going to be another Infernal for these two teams to contest.
Really curious what the setup ends up being here for Top Esports. Of course, Jaculov going to make his way towards a blue buff, as with bot lane being in all the way, Scion does have the opportunity to walk up and really support a bot river overtake here from Top Esports. And with Jackie Love still being on this Poke Ferris, yeah, these waves get deleted. So he's going to do his best to just get the health bars a little bit lower here for FPX. Should be a lot of control for Top Esports, but curious actually to see Kanavi, who is getting pinged out here by FPX, potentially be found. Shadow should sapling that. Yep. So they're going to sniff out the Sejuani here. That is a nice little win for FPX, and good job by Shadow, of course, on the Maokai. The saplings and Vision help you play forward line decently well. He's doing a nice job at least making sure that they know where Top Esports are setting up.
Now the question goes towards this Dragon. Solar Flare comes out. Jackie Love had the spell shield, so will not get locked down by it, and neither will the Nature's Grasp. The Shadow has that ultimate blocked out by Chris. Now comes the re-engage. Here comes 369. He's going to land the ultimate only onto the Maokai, but a two-man decimating smash is all that top esports need to get this fight off on the right foot. Care has to Valk over the wall into the Raptor pit, and top esports should have control of this dragon now in a 4v5.
I know, we talked about the scaling here for FPX, but that Scion, this fight, the first fight that we saw, top drop, that, you know, the Scion, you were able to get through it, actually kill it. Not that time around. That Scion was invincible. That is one thing about this this game. This Scion just went double armor items. Going to be really tough to deal with. Is of course only Maokai's bringing the magic damage, so who knows? Maybe 369 just kind of out tank the Corki Ezreal and these two champs that really don't want to buy pen. Going to be an interesting dichotomy as we go through this game. Just, of course, top being lower damage, but really tanky, and then FPX being full damage. And Care.
No flash. He might be in trouble here. Looks like the Soul Unbound going to go back with a little bit too much help on Care's side.
Yeah, Cream missed a Q. That's all that Care needed to just barely get his way out. Top esports is putting themselves on Soul Point like that, and FPX still, I really felt like they weren't able to get in, and that's where Pokevarus is still so strong, with his ability to just delete mid waves, then dip into Vision or Fog, where you are walking through these piercing arrows quite tough.
And then you look at 369. I mean, you're talking about it, Covey, but I don't think anybody other than maybe Care at this point can do much to him. Not even a full accelerated shock blast can take down his shield at this point in the game. 1,000 HP already unlocked on the Soul Furnace, and now they could potentially look for something here with Crisp and 369. Really good position. Take control of this top side jungle. Try to maybe steal away this blue buff as well. That'd be a big win for top if they're able to control that. Looks like FPX really want it. Oh, it gets barely picked up. I think that was Kanavi that steal it away.
I see top esports, they're rocking all the Baron empowered blue buffs, so goes to everyone on the team. And this game's really kind of thrown me for a bit of a loop, because I see Maokai double marksman. I'm instantly thinking like, oh boy, scaling, right? FPX is in good shape, but yeah, like that last fight, the last interaction we had, I'm like, do want to give. Like, I just don't want to put this in the champions. We're gonna get a replay.
Oh, we're bored. We're bored.
It was Crisp.
Whoa. Okay.
That's a powerful Q. Plus 90, baby. I'll take that one. And yeah, you're right. We are bored for showing that. But, like, just the lack of damage that 369 took in the last fight and that ult that he had was so good.
Oh, man. Jue just gets caught out. Has the Aftershock, which keeps him alive for a long time, but he will finally go down to Kanavi. Now assumed in a bad spot. Has to shift over the wall to prevent from that decimating smash from coming through. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Cream just 1v1's Care in the side lane, and that means top esports can fully go onto this team fight. Shadow will fall. Blast Cone forces Sheer and Assume back, but it is a 3-for-0 across multiple areas of the map for top esports, as they now can go towards either of these neutral objectives on the top side.
Yeah, I can only assume the all-in bot. Cream was able to land his Qs this time around against Care, who went down, and again, 369 just gets to walk wherever he pleases. These waves getting deleted by the Scion. He's able to collapse, help the team, and just refuse to get pushed out. As FPX relegated looking for turrets, and Sheer relegated to fighting this 1v2. He's going to have to run for the hills. A little bit tricky here.
Looks like he's probably going to just try to buy as much time as possible, as the Baron has already gone over to top esports. Looks like he does a little bit of damage, but Cream will get the help from his support, and the Krispy Kreme duo will be able to take Sheer down.
I wasn't expecting the Krispy Kreme duo to come out. As here we're gonna see. Okay, so he just sniped him in the brush. Wow, that's I guess just assumed that he was basing, or I don't see a TP channel coming out. Oh, he dipped into the brush after he killed the wave, so that's how Cream was able to guess. Oh yeah, there was TP coming out, so he was locked up. Wow, that's a really big win. And then again, 369 gonna get a flash out of Sheer. Gonna connect with Shadow. Still finds the 2-man. I know Assume was able to get out of there, but I like the idea of 369 even flashing forward to try and keep on pursuing that. If it's not Infernal Rift and they don't have access to that Blast Cone, I think Chase is for sure on for top esports.
That could have been a really bad thing for Assume if he ends up getting caught by that Sejuani ultimate, but it looks like he will be okay. However, the damage has been done through this Baron going down. I mean, FPX were in a position where they were up in gold. They were maybe scaling a little bit, but now the gold deficit over 6K after that Baron.
It's Infernal Soul too, and you can see the kind of the head scratch of the FPX in, because Kerr is working his way towards an LDR. And again, you got to imagine that Ezreal is Shojin at the moment. It has to be. Oh, hold on. Have a fight. 369.
Broke a little bit, but again, 369 just taking up so much damage on this frontline Shadow. Does a nice job with the Bramble Smash, but he's 3 levels down compared to 369, and he will drop very, very easily, and so will Assume. Here comes Cream as well. Fade Seal not going to connect onto Sheer, but the damage might have already been done. Kerr is level 16, but does not have enough damage to survive this in a 2v4, I would assume. Here comes Jue to try to buy a little bit of space, but it's a 5v2 opening up on the map. The health bars are low, but low does not mean dead here on the map for Top Esports. Kerr will barely survive, but he might just have to watch his base crumble in his own sights underneath his own fountain. The Nexus towers are under fire. Still 15 seconds on Shadow coming back to life. Kerr will go down, and Top Esports come back with a vengeance here in the LPL and will win the game over FPX.
Well, if you can't beat him, join him there from 369, piloting that Scion damn well in this win for Top Esports. For me, I know that Cream found some big solo kills later on, but I'm probably going to honor 369 with the player of the game there, as Top Esports took a game that, as you called out, Grapes, looking close for a little bit and made that look really one-sided in the end, and see some of the shortcomings of FPX. So with a couple of those, for me, the big one was that 4th Dragon setup where after they got the Infernal Dragon, felt like they had some control over the game, and just the double ults being thrown out by the Leona, the Maokai, that reach that failed, really put them in a tough spot. And then we just saw Scion. I thought the Ezreal Corki would scale with the Maokai, but that game, it was, I guess, Scion just outscaling all, as he could not be dealt with, man. That was a big Scion from 369.
I mean, now we just need to see him do a little dance once he gets up on the stage. It looks like he didn't copy that part of the Oysters after the win on the Scion there. But hey, you know, the pressure was a little bit on them. Obviously, this was supposed to be, you never want to say warm up in a tier 1 league, but for Top Esports,
well,
they got that matchup against NIP.
Don't check NIP's Twitter after game 1 if you don't want to talk about warm ups then, because may or may not have been their tweet. Nice warm up game with the scoreboard showing. Yeah.
Hey, it sets up for some pretty interesting matchups over our next 2 games here, though, because we have FPX going up against OMG first, the 2 losers, and then, of course, that big heavyweight bout between Top Esports and NIP, a rematch of a matchup in the lower bracket of the playoffs in split number 1 as well. We're getting closer and closer to that one, so I feel like that first set of games between these 4 teams has kind of confirmed our expectations that this was really cut and dry in terms of a top 2 and a bottom 2. But seeing these, top 2 and bottom 2 teams, duke it out should be pretty interesting at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say I thought FPX showed some more signs of life than OMG, even though I have OMG over FPX, so maybe that makes for a promising bout later on. And I want to give some credit to Top Esports. Again, FPX, they're not the strongest team we have in the LPL, but I did feel like after the Rift fight that there was, a real chance we could see Top struggle in that game to not find the right solutions, to fall further behind against FPX, but they played that map out really well. I think the push that Jackie have had in mid, and then 369 on the Scion again. There's so many moments where we just saw him push his lane in, go join the team, and make something happen for Top Esports. And for me, he was my player of the game in that one. I thought 369 was quite big.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's kind of the style that he came up with, right? Like being the weak side, soaking up a lot of pressure, and looks like he can still do that pretty well, especially against somebody like Sheer, who's a bit more of a younger gun, who was maybe somebody who could play some of these flashy picks. Didn't end up working too well against Scion.
We missed out there. He was like the driver to deliver the Krispy Kreme donuts, on the Scion.
Yeah. Sends him right in on the ulti.
Yeah, he was making sure that the glaze made it to you back home.
That's true. And we're glazing him pretty hard here in this game, and did pretty well. I think we both have him listed as the player of the game. You do see Jackie Love doing a lot of the damage. However, Poke Ferris They had a
play
good
with
job
more
in the laning
range,
phase.
man.
Yeah,
It's
you're
a
throwing
cheat.
out Qs every 15 seconds. You know.
Oh, not even. It's a cheat code there for damage stats. But we're gonna look back. I will say I wouldn't be surprised if this player of the game went to Cream, just because he really took over in the side lane. And again, like we see a lot of these Yone Sejuani Rumble, Yone Sejuani Scion for the same purpose, just the fact that the Rumble Scion, they play alone. Focus everything onto the Yone side. We did see Top do that really successfully in the mid game. And then Cream got to a point where no one could deal with him on the side, then was able to find solo wins. Big difference maker later on going up against FPX. This is the one, again, Sheer just didn't find the empowered EQ there. It wouldn't have been enough, but that Q in the Sejuani was a bit bold. And for me, I thought Sheer was like a small bright spot for FPX at points, but definitely did not have a great Jace game outside of that Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, this really like officially sealed the game right here for Top Esports. The game was still close at this point, and it's actually a very similar situation to what happened in the NIP versus OMG game, where it was close for a little bit. We're like, okay, OMG can scale, and then it's one little mistake that compounds into, again, a Baron, and then an end here for Top Esports, who, again, were the favorites coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, arguably favorites in the group, given what they did in LPL last split. So, see if they're able to make it happen again this split. I don't know. I just like the fact that Top Esports showed they weren't something right off the bat from first stem, which was that team beat us. We're going to steal their strats and use it pretty well. So, it was a good sign game for 369. He piloted that champion really well this game.
Absolutely. This is the end of the game right here as well. We'll see who they decide to give the player of the game to. I will say last game, I think, even though we were praising the top side for NIP, they gave it over to Leave instead. So maybe they're looking at that high damage number from Jackie Love. I don't know. But
please know it's Poke Ferris. 40% damage percentage is not nearly as impressive on Poke Ferris as it is on many other champions. You know, it's fine.
That's true. I'm just preparing us for a situation that we might have been expecting. I don't want to say the worst. You know, Jackie Love, he did all right. There's some ultimates out there.
Look, all I'll say is that Media Keck W is a thing in the LCK stream, not the LPL stream. As of course, the media votes and the Media Keck W, the classic for one. You get the surprise media votes, whether it's the non-simultaneous victor or the media vote actually makes it go to a player of the game that the English desk thought was not player of the game, which happens quite often over in the LCK. I will say that in LPL, they've been a lot more aligned with what they think or who they think the player of the game is.
Okay, they went with your second option. They went with Cream.
I'm 0 for 2 so far saying that, but I can see why I went for Cream.
Like a half.
Yeah, he made some nice solo plays. Again, I think that this draft, you're playing the Scion Sejuani topside. You're playing that to play into the Yone. And I felt like Cream did a decent job of this. He found some nice plays. The Sejuani helped get him started, but at times, you know, might have been able to snowball a little bit quicker. There was one kill he missed out on. He missed a couple Qs against Kara. I like the Scion joining the team, making things happen. 369. That was kind of nice, but good game from Cream there.
Yeah, good for Cream. One of the newer players, you know, on this Top Esports roster by comparison. You know, you look at the rest of the roster, and somebody who maybe had a little bit more inconsistencies in their play throughout split number 1 or just throughout his time on this organization. So seeing him get that win, definitely very good. Able to take advantage of the Yone pickup that he's, of course, very comfortable on. But that's going to do it for our coverage of this game, specifically with Top Esports going up to 1-0 in Group C. We've got the matchup between the two losers from our last games up next. Fun plus Phoenix against OMG right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we've got our third game of the day as we continue our coverage of Group C in the Split 2 placements of the 2025 season. Grapes and Cubby here with you to cover FPX versus OMG. Both these teams lost their first games of the day, currently sitting at 0-1. Both currently the favorites to be at the bottom half of this group, specifically Cubby. And so this game, and the one that they'll play again in a couple days against each other, are going to prove to be very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are really high if you are not top 2 in your group, because if you are a 4th seed, then you get into Group Nirvana, where the bottom 2 teams from that group are not just eliminated for Split 2. Your season is done. We will see you again in January for Demacia Cup, which is just crazy to think about. So 4th, of course, you automatically get into Group Nirvana. If you are a 3rd, you get to play a couple of series to see if you end up in the Ascend group or the Nirvana group, as 2 of the 3 seeds will make it to Ascend, 2 will make it to Nirvana. And I gotta say, coming into the day, I really felt like, FPX was a favorite, not just for Nirvana, but for, Sayonara till 2026. OMG, I felt pretty confident with them getting out in 3rd and actually being a team that could threaten to make it to Group Ascend. I said at the start of the day that I had them there, and I want to see if that's the case, because props to FPX, they showed a couple signs of life in their first game against Top Esports. But it really felt like both FPX and OMG, they picked scaling, and the scaling didn't kick in. They kind of got ran on the map. And the scaling for FPX actually wasn't that good into the extremely tanky Frozen Heart Rush Scion, which kind of dunked them. So, curious to see what happens in this one, if any team decides to play fast, play aggressive, and try and beat the other one.
And again, being the difference between 3rd and 4th, very, very
Massive.
big, because you have either the opportunity to play into that Ascend bracket if you do well in the best of series against the other 3rd place teams who, taking a look around, if you, like, those are all like probably beatable teams to at least get yourself a spot in that Ascend bracket. But then, if you fall down to 4th, all of a sudden you're just a couple of bad series away from having your full season end. And yeah, both FPX and OMG showed a couple of signs here, but really look like they are the worst teams compared to Top Esports and NIP. So it seems like it will be a battle towards 3rd, although still a lot more games to be played. And so again, this match will be very interesting, and I agree with you. Like, seeing who decides to change up their play style the most could be fun.
Yeah, we need more. Probably BLG versus Weibo, like, for me, was the most fun game I've seen so far. Quite the banger. It had we need more games like that, It's been a little bit slow, a little bit controlled. Of course, it is best of ones. I gotta say, we aren't used to seeing best of ones in the LPL, which I think you astutely brought up earlier, Grapes. And surprising to see, the league that we're used to seeing, where you do play so fast, so furious, and it's okay to drop some games because you can always just win the next one. And in the best of series, actually, had these teams playing quite a bit slower today. It's been pretty slow play in these groups with the best of ones. So definitely interesting to see how the format affects the league.
Honestly, feel like it's been kind of that trend the whole season. The lane swaps in Split 1 probably attributed to that as well. Also, Baron spawning 5 minutes later. I felt like we got some slow games in the first split as well, but maybe the best of ones adding to that caution a little bit.
I miss lane swaps, man. I get this. It's an unofficial broadcast. I can say that proudly with my chest.
As
it was fun.
As the play-by-play caster, maybe not as much in agreement as you. Like,
true.
To analyze.
Lane swaps are an excuse for me to talk more. You're not wrong. Maybe I just say that it's just the ego in me speaking,
Just like talking more.
No, what I will say is that when swaps are on, a lot more champs are viable, a lot more ways to play are viable, and I think it's fun. I think you have a lot more decisions to make. It's just different than, raw laning. But on the flip side, it has been fun to see some good laning. And I gotta say, curiously enough, Graves, seen a really heavy emphasis on Gwen so far, who did, of course, see some changes in the patch, but she's really been showing her face very early in these drafts, whether it's getting banned in, blue side, and the one game we saw her get through was actually, she was B1. Quite surprising.
And that was played, in the jungle, in the top lane as well, by Shanji, who had himself a very, very solid performance, one that we thought maybe was deserving of the MVP in that game. So definitely interesting development as we continue to go throughout the split. That Gwen, but it's going to be the Aurora locked in first. a little bit of a flex pick, but I think Linfeng specifically has shown good performances on this champion. The response for FPX going to be that Vi. Shadow going to have another very easy engage tool that we saw work well for NIP earlier on in the day.
Oh, wow, that's a really early Gnar coming out for Sheer, too. Of course, comfort for him. With the top laning pool being narrowed down rather significantly in this one, just curious to see that locked in so early. Of course, the Aurora showing for OMG, the ability to make that one flexible. We assume it's going to be in the hands of Linfeng. Interested to see if Care actually goes for the Vlad. That's a counter that we saw actually be really big in Fearless draft. The fact that you weren't playing a lot of Vlad and then to Aurora, you have some really positive interactions and a pretty good matchup. So we've seen one Vlad so far in the group. It was played top lane, though, I believe. Just kind of curious to see if we see it again. With Aatrox showing the game, a lot less likely that we do see the Vladimir. But yeah, curious to see what Care goes for.
So the top side locked up for OMG. That most likely sends the Aurora towards Linfeng in the mid lane. Let's see what the response is for FPX on the other side. They have a matchup that they like into the Aurora, or if maybe they want to focus their attention elsewhere early on the draft, maybe pick up a support for Jue. Nope, going to be the Ahri locked in. I feel like this is a champion that has lost a little bit of the priority. It used to be a very, very high prio pick across the entire international landscape, but now getting an opportunity here against the Aurora.
All right, so FPX, I mean, they're showing Vi Ahri. Just get rid of the defensive ADs. Make sure that you can play attack. I think the big thing right now, if they are able to set Aatrox behind, I think that's big. Aatrox, of course, someone where if he's able to play out the fight, he lands those Qs, the sweet spots. We've seen the big heals, the sweet spots be really nice for Aatrox just sustaining his way through a fight. But there is a real ability to one-shot him early on. So I want to see if FAX is able to set him behind in any way, shape, or form with the Gnar and the Aatrox matchup, and then maybe sending the Vi Ahri up top to set him even further behind. I think those are really real options for FPX with what's showing in their draft right now.
So you mentioned defensive ADCs for Starry. Those are two of the big ones right off the bat. The Ezreal with all the dashes and the shifts over, and then you get Xayah, can throw out that Feather Storm and dodge a lot of that crowd control. So the Charm, or sorry, the Viality into the Charm combo going to be very, very strong for this mid jungle of FPX. Jue's Nico gets taken away at the end of this second phase, really targeting the support pool here for FPX. And we'll get another look at this new but old bot lane here in Assume and Jue, and see what they decide to pick up here in the second phase.
MF would help with the Wombo identity from FPX, but gotta assume that, yeah, Varus and Jhin are both on the board. I'm kind of surprised it's not just a Varus, as Varus is very, very, very strong right now and is usually the priority pick. But I'm interested how we wrap this one up now as OMG, because if they do want to go for Engage for Moham, of course, does have that access to the Rel that I think that Moham is just really, really, really strong on, but of course has other options. But if you go for something like Braum or Alistar, I think potentially get Braum here is very real by FPX. I would actually like Braum quite a bit in this draft. I feel like with the Xin jumping into you appeal against the Alistar. You get to try and limit potentially the poke that comes in from Varus too, if you can catch anything with an Unbreakable. You already have Engage with a Vi Ahri, so that's usually where Braum's quite nice because he can't really act as main Engage. But instead, speaking of main Engage, it's going to be the Rakan to help support the Gnar Vi Ahri that will be wreaking havoc in the front lines. So that wraps up the draft.
I feel like FPX is a very easily identifiable win condition in their team comp, right? It's, team fighting, 5v5, throw out those ultimates, have the wombo combos come out. OMG is a little bit all over the place here, Cubby. I'm not sure really what to take away from this. You have decent damage in the mid and AD carry positions, but I don't know. Is this just another 5v5 team composition as well for team fighting?
I want to see how Starry builds. I'm expecting it to be poke Varus, but if not, then I would like how they scale throughout the game. I think that Vi Ahri runs out of gas at some point, so for me, I think Onus is on FPX. I'm curious to look at them a little bit more so early on and see what kind of plays they make, where they go for. And I want to see them try and set this Aatrox behind. If Aatrox is you set up behind, it can be squishy for the whole game. I think that makes a really big difference with the comp that FPX is showing. If not, if Aatrox is able to function in these fights, can really make life hard for MF to just, feel safe firing out off the R or getting autos off throughout. So definitely something I'm looking out for. I would love to see a game plan for FPX where they really go focus on the top side. I think that with MF plus Rakan showing in the draft, for me, I see that and think that FPX definitely has their mind towards focusing down the Aatrox.
And they'll have a lot of tools to do it, especially in that mid jungle, if they can get Care and Shadow onto the map the right way. Big game again for both of these teams. They do not want to fall to 0-2 in the first stage of the group stage, as well as the fact that this is probably the most winnable matchup for both of these teams against each other. And so, again, that battle for third place becomes very, very important, even if you suspect that Top Esports and NIP are going to be the first ones out of Group C. And we'll see who ends up taking this one here as we head on the rift for game number 3 of the day.
Yeah, you can see there with the win percentage that FPX favored mid. If it goes late, again, Viari kind of runs out of gas throughout the game. Aurora has some really nice ratios that she can rely on, which helps her do enough damage later on. Gotta say, Eri going for this Electrocute Aatrox build.
Okay.
Little interesting, as Electrocute did see some buffs a couple patches ago. It's pretty hard early on in the course against the Gnar, looking for burstier trades. Does make sense, but no green tree on the Aatrox, so stuff like Overgrowth, Second Wind, or even the increased heals and shields, all stuff pretty abusable by Aatrox as a champion. No access to that, so I'm curious to see how this is going to play a little bit differently as this game goes on for Harry.
Essentially leashing Hung to start off this game, which means that he's not too worried about how the early laning phase is going to go, right? Like range versus melee, you don't have that resolve tree. Things might be a little bit tough in terms of the poke early on, but looks like they just want to get Hung accelerated a little bit on clear, as it looks like both junglers starting on that top side of the map. And I guess in the early stages here, Cubby, we see Starry with that Arcane Comet, going to be trying to dish out a lot of that poke damage. We saw the Varus lane work very well for Jackie Love and Top Esports early on, as that's a very early barrier actually procced here by the Varus.
We just buried a double up, man. That's Starry didn't want to take damage from that. Of course, the MF plus Rakan. Rakan does have sustain advantage if you're able to connect with the Qs, which Jouet's been doing an okay job of so far. So yeah, that was maybe it's like one of those, you use it so early, you might get some more uses out of it. Barriers.
That's true, yeah. If you fight again,
it's a
like
little
3 minutes,
cooldown.
it might be back up.
For a summoner spell.
Yeah, very. I guess it's just to keep the HP high up, as assuming Jouet did hit level 2 first.
It saved him 50 gold. He didn't have to pop the pot.
You know what? That's the small investments that end up paying off in the long run, right?
That's
what
the
your
kind of
parents always tell you.
mind-bending logic that we just might need for FPX versus OMG.
The passive income here for Starry.
Yeah.
Now, hey, look, he's full HP with Moam heal now, so maybe the barrier worked out.
Go Alistar, yeah. Big time.
Okay. Anyway, again, battle between these two teams, and that lost pretty badly in their first games. I think we can admit, right? Like, there were moments specifically for FPX that we were like, okay, they want to fight against Top Esports. Maybe they can do something with the scaling composition. Never ended up really working out, right? And so, bouncing back from a game like that, where you pretty much get obliterated, I'm very curious to see how each of these two teams adapt, because we didn't see too much of either of them in the regular season. They both did not make the Split 1 playoffs.
Looks like Shadow's gonna snag his crab a wee bit late. With the push that Linfeng has, might be able to get access to the respawn Raptors. Of course, this camp's quite big. Cares low. Linfeng has not spotted Shadow, though.
Invis, but
nice.
still gets popped out actually here by Shadow. The charm connects. Linfeng gets the flash
Beautiful.
away, but he's going to be followed up by Shadow. First blood going over to FPX, but it'll be traded right back as Hung was there to finish off that kill onto Care.
Still 2 flashes burned for 1 in the end, and kill goes over to both junglers.
Ari is going to be able to get back and I think pick up most, but a bit of an interesting trade early on. I think importantly, Shadow also able to pick up the respawn camp. So overall, I'm going to say worth it here for FPX. Able to play defense and at least able to make sure that Shadow can keep on clearing. As it was well played by Shadow again. He snuck in here, and then Funk should be wiser to this one. And Shadow is able to pretty much guess where the bunny hop went towards. The follow through, I'm not sure if it was 100% necessary. Kara had an auto going, but hey, not bad. And of course, Hong, I'm going to flash, make sure that he cleans up the kill against Kara, who did not flash out of that combo. So overall, I think that play being taken by Shadow and FPX, not bad. Well played by Shadow to find that one, and 1 for 1. Hey, at least he got the respawn Raptor camp, right? That's what it all comes down to.
I feel like so many junglers on blue side die on that like red side Raptor in mid. I don't know. I feel like that's like it's a lot of bait. but it looks like it worked out okay for Hung specifically this time around. He's able to pick up at least 1 kill and answer back here for OMG. But we saw a preview of what that Vi-Ahri combo can look like, Cubby, and it becomes even better once Shadow hits level 6.
Yes, speaking of 6s, Care has netted his. Shadow still working towards it. A big change, though, right now. FPX, they sent the MF bot. So this tells me they might not want to fight first grubs. Instead, look for the dragon. Vi to shred the dragons with her denting blows. Really nice early on against this objective. But looks like they're just going to be okay with the trade. Sorry, going to go back bot. And grubs actually not started by OMG. A little bit surprising. As I think FPX okay with the trade, but OMG's not. They want to fight.
See how spicy they want to get here. Moham.
Okay, never mind.
Around here. Looks like instead they're going to go towards the
Wasted
grub,
time.
So maybe a more even trade instead of trying to flip the game around this first dragon. It will be picked up easily by Shadow and FPX, while Hung's going to have enough prio to at least take a good chunk of these.
Yeah, a little bit of wasted time there from Hung, but still going to be able to clean up the objective in the end. Just going to be a little bit late. And honestly, it might be late enough where you can see Care. He's hovering towards the top side. Did at least get a ward down. Don't think Shadow's going to make his way all the way in, because priority is with Harry in the top side. Did TP back recently for that one. So, yep, Grub's going to be cleaned on up. Traded the first objectives, and the theme of the day, Grapes, has been slow and controlled. And even with our bottom 2 groups, or teams in the group, the theme has not changed.
You know, we were talking about how 369 was like copying their opponent's homework. It looks like maybe they learned a little from the LCK as well here in this first round. You know, they won the tournament, so let's try to follow suit there for them. Play out these games a little bit slower. As Vade here for Hung. This might fight. Yes, he will. That's a nice win here for the OMG jungler.
Yeah, well played. The wind becomes lightning. That damage where Shadow was at after the Justice Punch could not match the burst from Hung. It timed up that W and Smite well to snag that away from Shadow. So no red buff. It's a bit on this clear, but again, Grapes, that's the excitement that we're talking about in this one. This is not my LPL. I mean, honestly, this might be just the best propaganda run that we could have possibly thought about for best of 3s and 5s, right? This is actually the real reason why our LPL teams have been hectic. Not because of not because of the fact they're LPL teams that throw down and try and break the game and we play fast, furious. No, it's just the fact that we always have played with best ofs.
The corrupt best of 1 enthusiasts. They want slow games. They want you to fall asleep watching League of Legends. Instead, go with the best of series. More risk.
I mean, it's neutered the fun. Best of 1. That's got to be it.
That's a choice of a term. You
I feel like it's accurate.
I guess. I don't know.
Nope, no balls, just Bren.
Makes things makes things less exciting. That's for sure. 9 minutes into this one, 2 kills. I mean, you'll understand the stakes of this matchup, obviously. Double round robin, but again, these are the 2 teams that are expected to be contesting those 3rd and 4th spots in Group C. And before in the pregame, we went over the differences between being that 3rd seed versus being the 4th seed. And even though these teams play again in a few days, I feel like having that extra pressure of the team that ends up 0-3, or if there's a team that ends up 0-3 on the after this first round, is not one that you want to carry into week 2. We always talk about like the 0-3 going into week 2 at like the World Championships. I feel like that very much holds true compared to Worlds past this time around in this format.
I mean, if you're 0-3 after the first round, that's step 1 towards 6-month sayonara. I don't think that's the siesta that these teams are looking for. That said, Sim gonna wish he took a siesta before that wave, as Moham proactively
getting in on the
flashes.
action. The flash pull onto Assume. Cleanses the flashes away, so it looks like enough distance has been generated, and with the Make It Rain, it'll slow OMG's pursuit down. So that's a lot of summoner spells used by Moham specifically, results in a couple more burned on FPX's side.
Well worth it. Moham burns his flash, gets access to a Hex Flash, and takes away 3 summoner spells, including 2 flashes from the FPX bot lane. So I think he'll take that if you're OMG. They also got the first 3 grubs, so this turret looks like it's gonna drop 2 plates here to Starry. It's a nice win. Good manipulation of the lanes there by OMG, and good proactive play by Moham. Get something nice done.
The big win. 3 summoner spells burned for 2. You know, we'll take that at this point. That's a win for them.
Moham's back at home, man. He's playing LCK again.
That's true. Hey, you know what? You're right.
I didn't think of this.
Yeah, this guy, been a bit around the block. I will say, I remember when he was coming up in the LCK Challenger scene. Like, this guy was really hyped up, and then a couple of disappointing moments on DK, and then now here on OMG. Looks like he wants to try to write that narrative here. He tries to find another engage off of a flank. Still has the Unbreakable available, so FPX don't want to continue that chase. However, OMG already picked up the first 3 Void Grubs, and FPX wants to make sure they don't make it a 6-for-0. So instead, they find the buy engage onto Starry, flash over the wall for Shadow to try to lock down Linfeng instead, but Shadow just gets one jump out. Look at the Gnar ultimate coming out from Sheer off of the teleport and finds 3. And right now, FPX having the numbers advantage. Moham will drop, and now Harry is the target with the World Hender soon to expire. It'll be Assume to pick up that kill as 4 go the way of Fun plus Phoenix.
I gotta say, when Shadow pressed R, I wasn't sure about that angle from FPX. There was no ult yet on Jue, but Sheer made it work with that TP, the Mega Gnar. Great entrance to the fight from him, got access to the backline immediately, and really made sure that fight went heavily in FPX's favor.
And there they go, 1.5 gold lead. They aren't able to finish off that second spot of the Grubs, but they get at least 1 to make sure not all 6 go over. Here's another look at the fight again. It's just forcing a lot of resources out from OMG before Sheer comes in for the party.
Yeah, again, Shadow, that's a one-way trip, him going in, but Sheer, that entrance, it was fantastic. It got Kara a reset, and Kara plays this fight out really nicely on the Ahri. Found a really nice Q that he repositioned to actually find the kill on Moham behind, and then good charm on the Aatrox to make sure that he fell for free as well. That said, back half of the play, we're back out onto the Rift with potential action. As Jue gets canceled, and OMG really trying to defend this Dragon take. He will get it for themselves.
Looks like Jue getting canceled there, getting chunked out a little bit, means that OMG were able to pick that one up nicely for themselves. So still, a close-ish game. OMG having some of that major objective control, as now it's going to be Starry getting caught out here by Kara. That's a ton of damage on the Ahri. The damage amp from the Charm really coming into play. And it forces Starry to flash away and head right back to base.
Well worth it. I mean, Dragon just fell. Good use of the Archer Charm there. Meanwhile, Flash traded from Harry as...
I guess.
I think that Gnar's Flash is more valuable than Aatrox. I think that's okay. Harry gonna force that one for himself. Did rush the Shojin, so more Qs, more dashes, and a damage amp on those. You're able to chain them together. Feels good, gotta say. It's definitely a first item that you don't usually see from Aatrox's, because like sometimes Eclipse feels like you have or Centered Sky feels like you have a bigger first spike, but I do really like the Shojin. I think this item is actually kind of slept on at the moment. The amp and the lower cooldowns really big for Aatrox, so see if Ari can make nice use out of that.
Hey, still a Grub alive. The lone survivor. He's seen some horrible things.
Oh, it's been long enough. I feel like I can spoil it. You know what the Grub looks like or reminds me of when he like arches up like that? The like creatures, if anyone has seen Mickey 17, and it reminds me of like those like big creatures from there. There's lack hair, but like the teeth, how it works, it's kind of familiar. If anyone,
Okay.
yeah, definitely recommend
That's
that
on
movie.
my
Very good.
watch list for
Oh,
sure. Oh, what a
Care.
nice charm from Care. Finds another Linfeng through the between worlds. The dash forward for one more, but it looks like Linfeng will survive. Meanwhile, a teleport
got
comes
TP
in.
out.
And it looks like Harry wants to try to make something happen here. Care going to try to pop the teleport, and he will escape safely right back to his inhibitor, and will go right back to base.
And he did kill most of the wave. Not super worth it. Oh, we have a look on Starry.
Oh, Vi ultimate on top of the bullet time as well. Nice engage from Jue. Starry, chunk very low, but Hung doing a lot of damage as well with the Crescent Guard. Will pick up the kill onto Shadow to make it a 1-for-1. Moham and Harry now maybe looking for a re-engage. No flash on Assume. Looks like he will get away here from the chains. Make it just the trade of kills. Shadow going down for Starry.
Yeah, I mean, Harry popped the wings and really wanted to make a play, but unfortunately it was a dud. As the execute on the Starry. Hey, we just got the poke Varus off the map. Assume stays alive, picks up a kill from that. With MF going for this build, the BT, hard to force out, against the poke identity, and that will be a DPS advantage later on for FPX, where we do feel like their comp gets outscaled a little bit. Like the Viari only has so much game time where you're super effective, but at least MF can be a nice... It's a weird game where she actually kind of acts as a safety blanket later on, just being a DPS marksman versus a non-one. So it could be nice for FPX, who again continue to make some nice steps in this game. Jouet looks to be stuck, but OMG thinks he has help over the wall.
Maybe you're right. Shadow's right there.
Yeah.
Assumes in the mid lane as well after he picks up that mid wave. Rift Herald has come alive on the top side of the map. It actually was FPX to pick up the second and final grub that was available up there. That was the last one left standing. So
You got to join his friends, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like
no
normally,
grub left behind.
Normally all 6 get taken. So it would have been a weird world for him to have to just go back naturally here. As Assume getting caught out by Hung. Remember, no flash from that earlier play, and so Starry will be able to pick up the shutdown.
Yeah, that's a tough mistake from some. Like just given he's no flash. You're up against a poke Varus. You just got to give the wave there. He didn't have the support to walk up and gets instantly capitalized upon by Hong, who burns his flash to get the kill. I think that's well worth it, because guess what? Makes a space for a Rift Herald take, which OMG would love to have for themselves, and looks to be the case with Sim still in the death chamber, but Shadow just getting a little bit frisky. Hong still has ult. So if they fully send it on to him, it doesn't mean it's free by any means. But
Sheer just hit Mega, but he's going to have his teleport canceled.
They're down a man. Yeah.
That's a knockup that Harry was very easily able to execute on. Between Worlds comes out. Linfeng going to try to poke FPX out a little bit. They still have the numbers advantage. Shadow dashed in, but is unable to pick up the steal of the Herald. Now gets hit up by the Chain of Corruption. Should be going down as it's Linfeng picking up the kill. Now, Hung continuing to dash forward. Pops the Crescent Guard to make sure that nothing will, from range, will do any damage to him. Immediately procs down that Rift Herald and tries to keep the pressure up.
I'm just really perplexed as to why we even tried to go for that contest from FPX. You're down your marksman. You have bot outer. There was a dragon spawning. If you actually play for the map, you could have set some of these things up and hope to take it after the Herald play from OMG, but instead by contesting. I mean, you lose the Herald, you lose the man, and again, we're going to see Sheer hit Mega and try and TP there, but Harry, he was much wiser to it, stops that, and again, regardless of your TPing to be even, I just don't think that's super worth it. And once that gets canceled, like again, Shadow Justice Punch in afterwards, so even then, like you're opting into a 3v4. It just feels really weird and forced for really no reason from FPX, and OMG, they get a little bit of gold back, only down 1k now, and have the chance to play for the Dragon, an objective that was spawning soon after the Herald that FPX could have set up. Instead, again, they decide to contest, they lose, and now they can't trade it out.
And much like that game that they just played before, Cubby, like right after FPX won that one fight, they haven't done much since then.
Yeah.
As currently, they are still up in gold by a little bit, but I think we both agree that the OMG composition with the Aurora and with the Aatrox that can scale relatively nicely into the late game, whereas maybe the damage from the Ahri falls off a little bit more, as now OMG are the ones actually putting the pressure on. They take down that mid-tier 1, and now we're looking for a fight on the bottom side as well. It's Care picking up a tower top lane and Assume mid, which means that there is no real damage on FPX's side down here in the bottom side, while OMG have all 5 of their players on the map,
Yeah.
the area.
Kare's hitting the inner and can afford to do so because he has TP up and nothing to base for from the looks of things. So OMG just doing their best. They cleared some good vision away from FPX around this dragon and actually going to force a TP from Aurora as Kare is almost taking care of this turret on his lonesome. Has that at about a 5th HP. So that TP being forced again. OMG, they were posturing for a bot dive, but 3 people were there from FPX, and it feels like they kind of used and wasted that turn because they were never responding to top. So having the TP to contest that just gives away the dragon for free to FPX, and we'll secure a Cloud Dragon. It's not bad.
I feel like it could have been. It's a situation where I feel like you could have gotten one or the other, right? You could either force that fight on the dragon early, or prevented Care from getting like almost the entirety of that tier 2. But it was this OMG reacting just a little bit too slowly on a play like that, and allows for FPX to keep themselves in this thing, get themselves another neutral objective. Sheer is able to get another tower on the bot lane, so that is even more gold kind of funneled into FPX's pockets overall. Things looking pretty solid for them at this point of the game. Mohan, though, maybe finding another pick onto Zhui, cancels the grand entrance with the stun from the E, and will force the Rakan to flash over the wall.
That's a big flash to take. TP coming in, though. Sheer halfway to Mega.
Okay, and here comes Shadow as well. He flashes for the
get over
cease and
the wall.
desist onto Starry, who has no more summoner spells, and Sheer will be able to pick him up before he even turns Mega. Now Mega will be able to only land the ultimate onto Mohan while Shadow dies on the wayside. Hong lands the knock up onto Sheer with the 3-talent strike.
Harry?
Bullet time will come out, but gets blocked very nicely by the Crescent card. But Harry's ultimate will time out rather quickly here. Assume still has this flash, and it'll use it to get over the wall and away from the realms of the Aatrox. And so it's just that one kill going over to FPX.
Unfortunately, Harry kind of whiffed his first combo, which prevented really any follow-up, which could have been nice for OMG, because for me, like that initial play, yes, you found Starry right off the bat with this Vine-R combo, but Sheer failed his hop over the wall. And Shadow was stuck with not even being close to team support. So we're going to take another look at this one. Starry does drop the R. It has the E-field, so gets the flash out of Shadow, and then, yeah, that's Sheer. Mini hop into the wall, gets the attack speed buff, which helps at least get through the Varus, but again, Shadow just really stuck in Artie, and then watch Harry here. Again, I feel like this could have been really big, but Hong uses his Q3, flashes on the Sheer, Harry goes around the wall and just misses onto the priority target, so I think at the top side of OMG is more synced up there. Maybe they're able to follow up and chase and get more, but that desync really hurt them in the end and made sure that it was only a 1-for-1 with now Summoner Spells burned on the Poke Varus. So getting the Varus with the Viari, a very real scenario for FPX, and would love to see them hunt as Shadow, I think appropriately, tailing Care here and trying to make more plays, take advantage of some of these lower cooldown ultimates that sit on the shoulders of Viari compared to others. I do like this posturing from FPX.
And also, taking a look around just the KDAs and the scoreboard right now as well. Sheer looking really strong on the Gnar all of a sudden. 2-0 and 3. I feel like he's had a couple of mistakes, like, going for that teleport where it was very easily canceled by Harry. But this is a player, 19 years old, one of the top prospects picked up by JDG like last year, sharing time with, I think it was Flandre back in the day. And now kind of getting this new opportunity on FPX. Like, he's going to have some growing pains, but this is another player that I think, FPX can be happy they have in their system right now, and especially when he has performances like this.
Yeah, definitely someone to look out for is a couple of these entrances to the fight with Meganar have been quite big for FPX. I think they've been doing a nice job of at least setting up to time things up with the Meganar and open up opportunities for Sheer to have angles and make plays. So definitely something to look out for in the next couple of fights as FPX continue to posture.
Yeah, I mean, we get the Otacon up right now, but really not many other major objectives to fight for. It seems like Care very happy to be sitting in this side lane throughout this kind of portion of the game because of the fact that he can get out from a lot of stuff, especially with his flash available. Also has a teleport if he needs to join a fight at any point. And right now, farming up very nicely for himself as well, picking up those 2 completed items, working towards maybe a third now. As we've hit another bit of a low point here in this game, Covey. I mean, at what point do you think that this OMG composition maybe starts to take over a little bit more? And when do they get that down?
I think it's got to be like
4 item Aatrox. I just don't know if he can get bursted down. 16 is going to be big for Harry. But if he gets any sort of reset with his World Ender, we have seen the fights where Kara's able to get some resets and get going, but I think a World Ender reset can make life really hard for FPX again. At this point, I don't even know if they have the burst to actually take down the Aatrox. That's going to be something that is for sure tested around our 4th Dragon of the game. There's another Cloud Dragon joining the Rift here soon. OMG doing a nice job of using the Varus to maintain mid-prio, and I'll get to play off that vision. Meanwhile, FPX going to utilize the push that Care has that's unmatched in the bot lane to try and play this one around bots. So a very horizontal setup that we have right now with Shadow and Care trying to make inroads behind OMG, but Linfeng going to be able to get in here and at least try and contest this wave and push their own wave up to get some visions.
Nobody really wants to start this dragon up just yet. You see Harry down at about half HP. Sheer has hit Mega Gnar, so it doesn't look like they want to start something up right at this point. So now maybe for OMG, their target could be Care, who again still has that ultimate and the flash, but a lot of members of OMG trying to take this Ahri down. Charm initially lands, and it looks like that is enough for Care to escape. You'll take that.
That's
the allocation of resources, especially if you can make a play here on the other side. Harry pops the ultimate, but still will get followed in by Shadow, and one more auto should take him down. That's a nice trade here in terms of a kill going towards FPX, but can they get out with their lives as Linfeng comes in with a teleport? Sheer down about 400 HP, but they will be able to escape with that tier 2 turret going down.
That was close on Sheer. If the Q hit from Linfeng, I think Sheer might fall. That said, didn't happen at OMG. They were pulled off the Dragon. So, honestly, for FPX, they get the play off. They're able to reset on the map, and OMG didn't answer with a neutral of their own. They're going to match the reset. So that's a nice win there for FPX, making the play, taking the inner. Again, when they sacked Kara's ult, I thought that would have been a free Dragon for OMG, but they keep the game moving, make a play topside, and get something for themselves. Again, Harry a little bit low here against Sheer. Does a nice job of stepping up and continues the trade against Harry, who a little bit disrespectful to Mininar there, and that damage that the Hyper procs get when you get 13 plus. Well played there from Sheer to find a big trade and set that up for Shadow.
Yeah, so FPX, their gold lead now above 3,000. They're going to pick up another dragon as well. This will be Cloud Soul Point for them. This gets secured very good on a lot of the champions in their competition here. You can buy the Ahri and even the Pecan, right? Like just getting a little bit of extra ability haste on those ultimates, getting the movement speed as well. Going to be very, very beneficial for them as things are looking up here for FPX. Remember, 3 out of the 4, you guys put them last in the group. But right now they're looking pretty good.
Nice reminder there, Grapes.
I get to gloat a little bit, at least for the moment.
Who was the one?
Until they throw. I don't know. Probably some pretty handsome play-by-play caster, I would say.
Yeah, it has an impeccable taste, and really hoping that the Yankees are at least end the year better, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's a deserved punch back here.
No, it's fine. Sometimes you just gotta push some buttons where they're appropriate.
Hey, hopefully, FPX do not drop the ball on this game right here. They have themselves a good lead. 4,000 gold, 28 minutes in. Soul Point on their side. And on OMG side, they got approaching that third item for Linfeng. I mean, I feel like the Aurora is the primary damage dealer in team fights for this team, and Linfeng's a player that we've been hyping up a little bit for OMG. We think he's one of the more exciting players from the roster, picked up directly from their dev system. He's going to have a big fight, a big game towards the end of this if they want to come out on top.
Yeah, I know it took a little bit to set Harry behind, but now that Sheer's up in this matchup, the side lane is pretty tough for Aatrox at this point. So I think, again, the focus from FPX to make sure that the Aatrox falls behind, and again, this focus is continuing. Shadow's going to look for the point and click. Harry has a World Ender up, but no flash. If Shadow's able to get in here and connect with a Mega Gnar, could be big. Here comes the dive.
I'd be surprised if they were able to burst him down 100 to 0. It just at least forces Harry back. But it looks like the trade on the other side will be OMG starting up his Otacon because Shadow is on the opposite side of the map. It is
Sheer's
a
mini.
4v3 on the map for now. Sheer is mini-nar, so even if he teleports to the fight, will not have his ultimate at the ready. But look at Care. Finds the charm into Linfeng, and already the Aurora is chunked down very low. Bullet time gets cancelled out by Assume, but the damage from FPX might just be enough. It's a double kill in, and the Otacon is secured by Sheer. The Gnar picks it up with an auto attack, but Harry now has popped the World Ender and will try to find a response. Shadow has finally arrived to the fight, and Fun plus Phoenix are gonna run away with this team fight as they pick up the Otacon in a full ace.
That is a huge win for FPX as they crack this game wide open, especially with the Baron bound to fall next. And man, again, Otacon, this is an objective that does a lot of damage. The start of this fight, OMG was so low, and I really like how FPX, they knew Otacon was being taken, but down numbers, criticized them early on for contesting an objective they shouldn't. This time around, look at how they preserve their health bars. Let Otacon go to work, and then Kara finds a fantastic chunk onto Linfeng. That's enough to open things up. Mohan flashes to cancel the MF ult, but he's so deep in there that he falls for free, and that's a free reset for Ahri at this point. Sheer miracle that he ends up finding.
It was a flip at that point.
The Otacon, I mean, that was a pure flip. They'll take that one, though, because regardless if the Otacon goes their way or not, that fight was always going to go FPX's way. So love the patience around the Otacon and that take from them. And now, good play continues. They can push. They find Moham, and keep in mind, their GA buff is still on, so they can really force the issue against OMG now, even up a member.
And look at Sheer in this game right now as well. 4 completed items, and Care finds another pick on a Hog.
Oh, we're going.
He forces the Crescent Guard. Will be able to escape at least for now, but Harry now the target here for Fun plus Phoenix. Bullet time comes out, is just onto the Aatrox, but hold on. The damage is pretty good coming out from OMG as well. Care trapped in the base and will get sent back by the revive. But it is 2 kills picked up for FPX with just a couple of those resets coming through for OMG.
Take the 2 real kills, especially before the Clown Dragon. So much control already in FPX's hands in this bot side jungle. Keep in mind, this is a Cloud Soul that could spawn for FPX. Really valuable for a lot of the champs they have. Cloud Soul always been slept on as Mini-Gnar. Going to work.
Sheer does so much damage on this Gnar, and he hasn't even procced Mega yet. Yes, now he has it, and uses the ultimate in onto Moham. Will at least just pick up that bottom lane inhibitor. Here comes Care. Oh, what a charm! Onto Linfeng. The Aurora's not able to do anything here in this fight. That's a double kill picked up for the Ahri. Starry the next on the menu, and FPX just shut the damn door onto OMG. They pick up the ace. They will go towards the Nexus after they take down this mid lane inhibitor, and they should be able to close out this game and pick themselves up their first win of the LPL Split 2 group stage.
I mean, slow and steady game until it ended with a bang, and have to give a shout out to Sheer on this Gnar on the top side. Man, he blinded this pick and absolutely went to work up there against OMG. I think clear player of the game here for me. It really started with some mega TPs that he used to set up his team. Had some great angles in that game, and then took over the game in the side lane later on. Start to finish, great performance from Sheer, and a little bit of a surprise here as FPX take down OMG today. Again, FPX Pool 4 team, expected to be last in this group by many. But that was a nice resounding win against OMG. Some good direction and some nice plays being made throughout that game. I thought they played out their draft quite well.
And I'm not like, I'm trying to, I don't have the full memory of the entire history of FPX this season specifically, but I think that was Sheer's best game that I've personally seen him play so far in 2025, right? Like, this guy had so much promise coming in as like this rookie last year, and you know, now going on to FPX, a bit of a new opportunity for him to really get that full starting spot. Hasn't really, you know, worked out well for his team specifically, but on this game, on the Gnar, I think this is probably one where we would agree with the broadcast that he was the MVP, although I will say, you know, Kara had himself a good game on the Ahri as well, but just really nice finds in the side lanes, and then as well in those team fights for the top laner of Fun plus Phoenix.
Again, I'm pleasantly surprised by FPX there, and today I thought they showed some direction and a couple okay looks in the first game against Top Esports. It's not like, I mean, once Top got things together, it felt like FPX did go down with a whimper, but they at least were able to win a fight and get a couple leads. But man, that game, I mean, again, talked early about how attacking the Aatrox could be important. Took a while for them to get going with that, but once they did, like the ability for Sheer to take that game over. That's something that we really haven't seen from FPX so far this year. Has been sorely missing as they look for their carry. And I gotta say, with the setup they have and assume bot side, maybe this is like set up for Sheer to just be a little bit of a breakout star here with FPX and have a nice run on a different team this time around. It's maybe something to look out for here as the season continues. It was nice from Sheer and FPX.
Yeah, I mean, you think about who on this team like has the most promise, I guess. You see Kara's
Probably
been
Sheer.
in the league for a while,
Yeah.
and things like that. And there we go. Hey, so far things looking good. Hey, okay, we have to wait until the next game. If NIP win, then maybe Cubby, you'll be in a good position as well. Then we can share the glory of being in good positions here. But FPX getting the win over OMG, a little bit surprising for OMG after how decent that they looked during the first split overall. Remember, they played that 3-2 against Ultra Prime, a team that is currently 2-1 in their group over in Group B, but just haven't really gotten any of it together at this point.
That man had a 36% damage percentage on Gnar. That's a pog if I've ever seen one, man. That's absolutely going to work. I do want to give honorable mentions, though, to at least Care. I think after this play, Care really got the best of Dinflong in the mid lane. Not what I was expecting heading into this matchup with someone that did favor OMG. So, again, a couple positives you can take away if you are FPX in this scenario. It's really, really nice game from Sheer. They had decent direction in terms of what kind of game plan they wanted to run. And for me, OMG just feel very flat the two games we've seen them today. And they're going to have to change that against OMG or NIP later on. Or Top Esports later on. Third tries a charm.
So yeah, the way this works, single round robin today, another single round robin in a couple of days, let me close things out. And so, for OMG, they've already, they just have another game left on their schedule. But of course, the big one left up next is going to be Top Esports versus NIP.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw this game end up being pretty close, and so if that's a sign of what's to come, I think that this is the most anticipated game of the day and should be very exciting.
Again, the double round robin, you get a chance on each side of the matchup, quite literally, to see what you can do. And I think very fair to say with this group that the two extreme heavy favorites go toe-to-toe next. Whereas, frankly, with how the groups are set up and this stage, I find games like this quite interesting. I mean, this is a game that we could look back on and have incredible stakes in terms of what matters for the LPL. Keep in mind that if you end up in the bottom group, Group Nirvana, you are at risk of not being a part of Split 3. It is a potential sayonara until Demacia Cup in December or LPL in January of next year. That is pretty dire for any org that actually finds themselves in Group Nirvana. And this could easily be a game where, if FPX might be actually competing for one of the 3 seeds that get to move up into the top group, or and we could look back on this as being like, hey, this is a big turning point, big game for FPX. So stakes, again, really high, especially if you aren't looking to get out of the group, because you want to dodge Group Nirvana at all costs. Losing a chance to play in Split 3 and compete for Worlds, that's dire for any of these orgs.
Yeah, and you mentioned in terms of teams that we could have expected it to be, FPX could have been one of those top candidates, but grabbing that win going to be very, very helpful for them as we go throughout the rest of this placement stage. Sheer finally got one.
That's an
on
easy
the
one.
line.
The
Obvious player of the game.
You say that Sheer finally got one. It's actually me finally getting one, because I actually got this one right. It was so easy. I couldn't get this one wrong.
I mean, start off with this play, right?
Yeah, I mean, swinging Mega Gnar like that into a bullet time that was cancelled from Moham is still quite good. Very winning fight for FPX, and able to group up early on like that, able to open up your own leads in the side lane later on with how strong the main Gnar was doing. Again, 36% damage share as Gnar. Quite impressive from the top laner there. So props to Sheer. He blind picked that one for himself and played damn well. So good to see.
Well, that's going to do it here for this game. Fun plus Phoenix getting the win over OMG, moving up to 1-1 so far in this placement group stage. And as we go over to our next game, that'll be all for me. We're going to say hello to Rafa as he will be picking it up for the last 3 games. It's been a pleasure to kick off this day with you, Cubby, and best of luck the rest of the way. We'll be right back with Top Esports versus NIP right after this.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have come in and filling in for the rest of the evening for the LPL English broadcast. Everyone, 07 The Grapes, thank you so much for casting the first 3 best of ones on the day. But now, we're going to get a little Rafa Cubby, Kafa? Rubby?
Coffee?
Actually, no, coffee.
Support the coffee? Yeah?
Yeah, you know what? We always support the coffee, which is, why I already am set up.
Oh, nice.
A little throwback to one of the earlier gigs that me and Cubby worked. Thank you, T1. Anyway, NIP, Top Esports. This is the banger that we were all looking forward to today in this particular group. Not only you have Top Esports, the reigning LPL champion after winning the first split and going and representing us at first stand. We have NIP, who not only won their respective group back in Split 1, but also was a heavy favorite going into the playoff bracket before they kind of crumpled, back-to-back best of 5 losses, and the second best of 5 loss was handed to them by none other than Top Esports here.
Yeah, Top Esports eliminated them from playoffs, and it's funny because this match is a little bit of redemption opportunity for both teams, as of course, you highlighted Rafa. NIP, they were a favorite. It was a Doinby MVP, Split 1 in the LPL. PB God was playing pretty well. I thought Aki was playing really well, and they went in the playoffs and played a close series against Anyone's Legend and kind of bombed out against Top Esports. So that was a bit of a bummer to see if you were an NIP fan, but an opportunity now for them to get revenge against the team that knocked them out of playoffs. And of course, for Top Esports, the hardest opponent that they have in their group as they look for redemption after a rather abysmal showing representing LPL at first stand.
Yeah, I think the entire LPL community was very disappointed in what we got out of our first international tournament and our representatives from the LPL. And it's time to go over some tape. And it's not going to be just good tape. It's going to be some lowlights as well, because we just have to put the facts out there and show, what was happening with some of our players representing us on the international stage.
On the bright side, though, if you are a Top fan, that Scion build was actually stolen by 369 earlier. So they did learn something off that trip. But yeah, go. I mean, for Top, it just felt like they were playing these comps where, if you're playing stuff like MF, like you have to play fast. And if you don't, and you fall behind against the best teams in the world, it's hard. And there were so many games at first stand where, like, 3, 5, 10 minutes into the game, Top is just behind. And then they're not cohesively playing well. Like, their comps need to function from ahead, and they just don't. So it was a real struggle for Top. I felt like Jaguar was really focused. Kanavi definitely struggled at the tournament. Like, if I had to put one person, or like put my thumb on one person that struggled, it was Kanavi. But it didn't help that the bot lane was focused so heavily that oftentimes they were taken out of the game. And Jacob and Chris just didn't respect the opportunity for that. So it was definitely a game plan of attack that many teams brought in Top Esports, and it's what led to their rather disappointing exit when you go down to APAC team like that. It's not great.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every team other than Team Liquid, Kanavi was not really present, or at least playing at what we know this, guy is capable of playing based on, the many years he's been at one of the top junglers in the LPL, and even going to international. We keep bringing up, the 2023 JDG run where Kanavi was legitimately one of the best junglers in the entire world, to then pretty much bomb out against every other jungler other than, Umti on Team Liquid and, put Team Liquid in the dirt. That was like the one redeeming factor that Top Esports were able to walk away with from the first stand. But on the flip side, Ninjas in Pajamas, we have to put a little bit of another microscope on them as well, because as you called out, a lot of the strengths that they showed in their group stage play really faltered when it came to playing, particularly against Top Esports. But this is why this is an opportunity for revenge. A best of one, maybe that's the momentum you need to erase the results of the best of 5 loss in Split 1, and you get to move on forward with a huge lead in this game.
Of course, this is a double round robin. I'm not sure if each team just gets, blue and red, or each team gets choice aside in the format, but we do have Top Esports.
I think it swaps.
pretty confident that you're going to see both teams on both sides, but do get Top Esports on the blue side. Still paying the Join B tax with not just the Rise now, but also the Galio, something that Join B played to good success earlier in the day to get their opening win against OMG. But yeah, it's a strong. It's pretty rare that we see Rumble actually let through, so a little bit surprising to see him slink his way through this draft and get the hands of 369.
Yeah. It's also just nice for Top to snag it away before it does fall into Shanji's hands, who is such a prolific Rumble player even during a lot of his games. Last year, when a lot of people were talking about Shanji around the world, but NIP are going to go for their fair share of solo laners. I'm curious that neither of them wanted to snag the Gwen, instead just going for the lockdown on the Ambessa and the Aurora. This will now come down to whether Aki wants to play something to facilitate it, with maybe like a Sejuani, if you really want to play towards the Shanji side of the map, or if you're going to play with the dive ruse.
He's doing it.
Yes! 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 Cubby, I'm going to be so annoying this game. I'm just letting you know right now. I have been preparing for this moment. I literally saw every Nefiri hover in all the games that I was casting, but I never got picked until I left for my shift of the day. Thank you, Top Esports. I don't care what happened at first stand. In my eyes, you are forgiven. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this match.
All right, well, Rafa, as a resident jungler, we saw Nefiri get a mid-scope rework. They swapped her R and her W. What has Nefiri in the jungle right now for everyone at home?
The thing that makes Nefiri so obnoxious is they gave her an untargetability in her W. It is a basic ability. Think about the annoying parts of Fizz and just put that on an AD assassin jungler. But now her ultimate, because it's swapped with her W, she's basically getting a rank 3 W. Because if you think about how like old Nefiri worked, your W range would scale based on your ultimate rank. And at max rank, it would be a 940 range. Now it's just a flat 900 as soon as you get it. So you have a decent range of being able to gap close. You get to cast it twice if you kill someone within the first 7 seconds of using that ultimate. So it's a decent reset. And the second time you cast it, you get a massive shield. So a lot of people are like sleeping on this champion. It's like, oh, this champion still seems pretty straightforward. No, this champion is just over-tuned. That is the big problem. And the fact that she has untargetability just makes her so difficult to play against.
You have some good synergy, too, with items like Cleaver, where I believe your dogs help stack that.
Yep.
And also, just the clear speed on the Fury right now, it's really quick. So, good to see Kanavi is usually on top of stuff. Hop on the Fury train. That said, on the flip side for NIP, big wombo showing here with the Aurora and the Viego. And Jhin being blinded here by Leaf, who did find the Pog playing the Jhin game 1 of the day, going up against OMG. And so he gets his hands on that one. I'd be curious to see if Jacuov actually responds with MF. Okay, that's locked in. That's the play with the Alistar. But a lot of early game of wombo showing here from each of our teams, frankly.
Yeah, I know I definitely got carried away by the Nefiri, but just to kind of round out a lot of the discussion around NIP's composition, they snuck in a Viego, which is a jungler we don't actually see that often anymore because jungle is so important to being more of a facilitative role, but you have great burst options paired up with this Viego to easily get resets. So I like that Aki is basically looking at this Nefiri pick from Kanavi and saying, I'm going to reset harder than you. I'm going to carry harder than you. Now, Top Esports, as you called out, it's a huge early game centric composition through the bottom side of the map. You want to get this Misfortune out of lane super fast. You want to make these fast plays with the Alistar. You want to be able to roam to either of the side lanes with this Talia. I don't know who really wins the later this game goes. I will tell you, though, the more ability haste that Nefiri gets into a squishy composition that NIP relatively has, she's going to be even more oppressive.
I think it's going to be a little bit of a skill matchup here later on. Like both teams have elements that can break the later game, but for me, really, like the really big thing is, does Viego get a reset or not? So that's, I think, definitely something to look out for early on. And second off, can we just see Top successfully wombo this? Because if not, I feel like Top is for me a little bit squishier. Like just of a team if I had to pick one of the two showings. So if they aren't able to, cleanly wombo for each of these teams, could prove to be rather disastrous. But I think whichever team gets to make the plays first, given how explosive these fights are looking, and just the fact that if a Viego gets a reset, that sometimes is all you need to win a fight. It's kind of going to be overlooming the game here. Definitely think the map control and just first engage is going to be really important for these teams. So, yeah.
Yeah. God, I'm so excited we're getting another Nefiri jungle game. Oh, thank you. I don't know what I did to deserve this.
Dogs are out, baby.
The dogs have been let loose. Oh my God. For those that are just tuning in and probably seeing this Nefiri jungle, it is not the first Nefiri jungle that was picked in the LPL. That credit goes over to Junhao on Ultra Prime, and it did net them a pretty insane win over who did they stomp? I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
They're 2-1, which is a big surprise in that group. They stomped the Thunder Talk to that game?
Was it Thunder Talk? Was that the group? It was yesterday. So that group had Thunder Talk, and man, everything is bleeding together now. The days are. This is what happens on the LPL.
Let's get off to a hot
schedule.
Start here, Rafa.
Listen, man, it's always hot when I'm.
It's AL Ultra Prime, RNG Thunder Talk, yeah.
RNG is the team that they obliterated. That's right.
Well, that's not saying too much. Anyway.
Damn. Hey, man.
Yeah.
RNG did turn up later that day off of the back of a Jachi Kaisa performance. That actually was insane.
Yeah,
We're on to the
insane.
Rift. We're on to the Rift. And I thought Jackie Love and Chris were about to get jumped by PP God and leave, but just maintain bush control at the moment. First couple things I'm curious about what Kanavi decides to do is, as Nefiri, you really just want to full clear this first rotation, so not that different from a lot of carry-style junglers. You're just trying to get as much economy for yourself as possible. Your ganks pre-6 don't really exist. Like, you need strong CC setup, and you need the enemy laners that you're ganking to be really far pushed up, as early level 2 all in. Chris just knows that they're going for the damage on the leave. Jackie Love steps up. Leave tries to trade one back, and the Ignite is going to take down Chris before Jackie Love can finish off Leave, and it's still not enough damage. And now Jackie Love, I mean, he's going to be forced to flash. Oh, he's going to trade it back. The cleanse on the stun baits Leave in, and at least it trades 1 for 1, but I think PP God is going to have enough damage to be able to take him out. But here comes Kanavi. PP God does finish him off. Flashes over the wall. What a hectic level 2 all in.
I mean, bloodthirsty start here as PP God picks up 2. A bit of a oopsie on the all-in here from Crisp and Jackie Love, as Crisp is way too far in. That creep did end up dying, granting level 2 over to Leave and PP God. But yeah, just too far in where really no way for Jackie Love to follow up on that one off the bat. Taking a look, again, 2 was hit, but that bouncing bomb, it got the creep low enough to hit 2 right after, and then a good combo here from PP God and Leave makes this one a little bit too easy to pick up the kill, and then afterwards, Leave's going to try and do some spacing here. There are a couple iffy cancels that he ended up dropping. Like that, yeah, he canceled, it looks like 2 autos there. So Jackie Love got enough space to be able to actually get in and get the kill, but a bit of an interesting / goofy start here to start off this game. And I got to say, last 2 times that these teams met, it was, of course, the Gentleman's Sweep for top esports in the lower bracket of the LPL playoffs. I felt like the big difference maker in that series was the bot lane play. So for leaving PP God to start with the kill is big, but meanwhile on top side.
Interesting that they had 369 take the turret first, since Kanavi, you can always just drop the turret aggro with W, but you know what? They got the kill, burned a couple of flashes out of it. Shanji forced to TP back to this wave once he respawns on the map. 369 is up.
I mean, that's the whole wave lost too, so that's a massive win for top esports in the top side.
These are the shenanigans you can pull off with Nefiri jungle too. Is like, not only you can dodge certain abilities, but you can really extend turret aggro with these dives and just dropping it. We'll see if Kanavi continues to kind of extend these plays. But the fact that both bot laners have burned multiple sums, I imagine that should be a hotspot for Aki and Kanavi respectively in the next couple of minutes. as both Aki, he's seen some action from Kanavi, at least trying to affect his top lane, and then trying to pick up the pieces on PP God when he was chasing Jackie Love. And Chris, Hex Flash, really wants to put the pain in onto Leave. Decent damage. Chris absorbs it really well. Last bullet takes a chunk out of Chris' health bar, but Jackie Love is just pouring in the auto attacks. Not doing enough to really force Leave out, as now Jackie Love is falling thanks to the Ignite from PP God. Might be forced to run away. Chris is blocking as much as he can. Jackie Love just one more auto attack. Gone. Down goes PP God, and enough. The double up passive. Nicely done by Jackie Love and Chris.
The extended trade, it just ends up going over to Jackie Love, and I think a big part of it was the focus early on. The Leave PP God, they were hitting Crisp during Aftershock. They dumped so much damage into him, whereas Jackie Love was just hitting Leave. And that meant that the trade that just extended continued. I mean, get another look at this one. Again, the start of this, Jackie Love stays on Leave for the entirety of this. Meanwhile, Leave hitting Crisp. Is it decent damage on Chris? Yes, but there's an Aftershock. That caught the 4th shot from Leave. If that doesn't happen with the trap, maybe they're able to get Chris low enough to actually threaten this. That said, I mean, it just continues. Chris able to step in front, take that. Great trading of health bars here from the top esports bot lane, and the kill got Jackie Love enough mana to get a double lift in, make sure they wrapped up this kill, and now they're ahead. They've rotated up. Goodbye, Shanji.
Yeah, he's not level 6 either, and no flash. That's an easy turret dive to extend, and Jackie Love is the one that picks up the kill credit. 4 kills for this Misfortune. Already had a BF sword to his name. I imagine that he should be able to pick up his first item after being able to push in this wave. And this is a very fed, very accelerated Misfortune.
This is a massive problem, because when MF gets this far ahead, if you get an early BT in the game, that's one of the most oppressive items you can open up with.
Yeah.
If you get economy like this, your ability to throw your weight around when no other items exist in the game, it's unlike anything else if you're an AD in this one. And you're getting this to Jackie Love, of all people, the AD that loves to step up and is one of the few ADs that, for me, like, has the MF pass across the world because of how forward, how aggressive he plays when he gets out of this champion. So for me, this is a huge lead for top esports early on, with MF having a lead like this and the first 3 grubs going over to top esports. Their ability to try and pressure the map, pressure some of these plates, is going to be something that NIP is going to really struggle to deal with, especially with how far behind their top laner is. Shanji is still kind of in the Stone Ages here.
Yeah. And if we look at what Kanavi has been able to do on the map while kind of managing his resource allocation and income, he hasn't dropped that many camps in order to get a lot of things done on the map. Whereas Aki, he's gotten at least 1 dragon now down for NIP. But if we're realistically looking at just overall impact, top esports have really done a lot to affect and accelerate certain solo laners here. Jackie Love just probably a couple more waves away from being able to fully purchase this Bloodthirster, as you called it out. I'm not sure how NIP are going to really be able to deal with this, because you try to go for chunks, he's just going to heal off the wave. You really have to just make a Hail Mary play and try to all in the Misfortune if you really want to get back in the game.
Yeah, meanwhile, Shanji jumps into a overheated rumble, trades out the best he can. Just have electrocute, but 369 is up, healthy and huff, and that wave is frozen. Shanji has to back up. He's just going bad, from bad to worse here if you are NIP. Said Shanji gonna dip in the fog. They spot Kanavi.
Oh, flash W right on time, but there's the untargetable. Buys enough time. There is the Hound's Pursuit. Gets the 1 reset. Looks for another one. Flashes over the wall. And Kanavi on the Neferi. He's barking on him.
Oh, that shield was huge. Was able to survive the Viego ult, the execute, get on out. That's a lot invested as Shanji went down again. And look at that bot wave. 369 not only gets to collect all of it, but denied all of it from Shanji. He is legitimately up a level and a half, almost 2 levels now after that one. Again, things just really tough for Shanji to open up with this one. And getting a replay, it's the flash to guarantee the stun from Aki. It's synced up well, but Leaf can't connect with the Deadly Flourish because of the untargetable from Kanavi. Then the reset gives him the shield. That's enough to make sure that he can tank his way out. Beautiful flash over the wall. Kanavi put that one really well to get on out.
And if you think that this Neferi is going to be already that hard to kill. With the Eclipse bot, it just makes the Nefiri even more deceptively durable and tanky. Now, Doinby successfully... Actually, they weren't able to yoink the blue buff away. Bummer for NIP. Down about 2,000 gold. Not necessarily a game over state. As PP God is just going to lead the charge, and Cream... Yeah. That's pretty hard to dodge out on if you don't have Flash.
He was down Flash. I didn't exactly see how Cream lost that one, but yeah, there's no way to get out of that one. Good guaranteed play. Being called there from NIP. Did use the Rel Flash. It's a pretty nice one to guarantee the play. Always feels like with Rel, when you have Flash up, the ability to have a super play, it's there. And that's going to be something that NIP will not have access to for the upcoming Grub and Dragon spawns. So Top Esports still the team ahead. That has I mean, they're showing a lot of power right now. When you have a 10-minute Bloodthirster in the inventory of an MF and an Eclipse that was already in the inventory of the Fury pre-10, the world's kind of your oyster, right? And not the flying oyster kind that bit them in the ass back in first stand. It's a good oyster this time around.
Well, maybe they're showing the gumption that CFO shocked and impressed the world with over at the first stand tournament as Top Esports just really shift all their power onto the second rotation. There is a ward in that pit from the side of NIP, but because of the control ward, Top Esports blanket out the vision. No chance for a contest. And you've got 6 scrubs fully secured by Top Esports. This is going to be really nice for their split push situation now. Cream still down a Flash. Overextended on the top lane. Thought he was safe because the rest of his team was going for the grubs, but, you know, Diego being able to sneak in like that, that's a way to punish it.
It is. Again, false sense of security from Cream, as you called out, but still, like, that play is being traded for 6 grubs now on Top Esports, and a BT MF, it's so hard to move from the lane. Like, what Top Esports can get the next couple minutes, I really just want to see them throw resources into one of these side lane turrets, try and knock it down, abuse the grub lead that you have. As 369 almost has a second plate off the bot side turret, and Kanavi actually going to take some time out of his day to take the dragon.
He's gotten not that many camps to go for. We'll let the
big,
Raptors
but,
respawn.
You can send... Oh, okay. Goodbye, PP God.
Yeah. PP God not feeling too big right now. Flaccid, for sure. Kanavi does take him down, as the rest of the Dragon should be going over to Top Esports. Shanji just getting marked and bullied by 369. Equalizer's going to deal decent damage. Maybe Kanavi. I think he still has the Hound's Pursuit to get in range for the second reset. Yep, there it is. Oh my god, I love this champion. Oh, it is a beautiful abomination, and it's probably going to get nerfed, but enjoying it for now, Matt.
I mean, for now, it looks like he's playing Bel'Veth with Empowered Farm. Like, it has a bunch of things just spawning around the turret, as it was 2 grubs and 3 dogs that spawned. Kanavi going to get all the pups he can out of there, but, I mean, the siege is on for Top Esports. And again, the trades, the plays that we saw early on from Aki, like, it felt like neither grub was really contestable here for NIP, and now you just have to survive the onslaught of 6 grubs. When you give the best teams in the world 6 grubs, that does feel like a death sentence. And what Top Esports has already gotten, it's looking pretty grim for NIP. As we're going to look again, PP God sniff around this dragon, see if he can get anything. Instead, face checks a cow and a dog. And Rel doesn't like that one very much. And meanwhile, 369 land the smackdown still on Shanji. I say that. He was just smacked down by Shanji and Aki in live, but
it was not
still,
a true 1v1. Dishonorable.
Yeah, I mean, like, the scoreboard is 8-5 in kills, but it just doesn't feel like these kills from NIP are impactful at all. It's like post plays or consolation prizes, and Top Esports are the one with 6 scrubs that are dictating the map.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they are. Where thankfully for NIP, we're not at the state of the game where pity prizes are online and you can really go for the objective bounties, but it's borderline close. I mean, Top Esports have, what, a 4,000 gold advantage at this point. It's pretty hard to fight 5-on-5s against Top Esports, given the state of a lot of these item spikes that they have online at now. Leave is still working towards his first item. Shanji just picked up his Eclipse, so now he's slightly stronger, but still, as Mbessa, as we've seen from multiple Mbessa games throughout the LPL season, you really want to be on 2 items before you get to do the Mbessa montage gaming.
Shojin's important.
Yeah, I mean, you just need that ability haze, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, like, speaking of the race to items too, Kanavi with where he's at, he's going to have Cleaver before Shanji's even close to finishing a second item. That ability haste is really important for Nefiri too, because that Q spam, again, a lot of your damage comes with the second Q. It's kind of a nuke in your kit if you're able to hit both. So the ability to just spam, and of course the shred that Black Cleaver gives you is quite nice. If you are Nefiri and you are Kanavi, as that camp just disappeared.
Well, he's able to dodge one of the abilities with the Eviscerate, and then Call of the Pack gives him the untargetability, which makes it so frustrating to play against if you are not the Nefiri. But if you are the Nefiri, then you're loving life right now, because you're just abusing a gift that Riot Games has given to this champion on this patch.
Yeah, I mean, this patch, we really got the true mentality of, like, Riot game designers when it comes to newer champs, which is like, oh, why not just give them another mechanic, right? Kind of had here with the Fury.
Guys, we really need Nefiri to be in pro play. What can we do? All right, let's swap the ult into W. That's not enough. Keep them coming. What can we do? Oh, we can give her a Fizz untargetability. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Release the forbidden texts. What can we make? What can we use to make this champ strong?
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if they just have like a folder backstage. It's like, okay, what are some forbidden things that would just absolutely make this champion oppressive?
Line heal, untargetable, a global, and a forever scaling passive. Put them in the same champ.
Yeah.
The champ's not going to be strong at all.
Put them all on a dartboard and then just, you know, let one sail fly and, yep, that's it. Anyway. Meanwhile, Top Esports secure Rift Herald without any real contest.
Yeah.
Consolation prize, the Scuttle Crab does go to the way of NIP. And the reason why for our little rant is just NIP don't really have any business in being able to contest Top Esports in even fights right now. They're just kind of hoping that Top Esports are going to mess up in one of these rotations and they can try and jump on one of the squishier targets here, because that is the saving grace for NIP's game, is that they have a lot of burst damage. If they can hit those power spikes, there's no true tanks on the side of Top Esports outside of Chris. And even then, if the Alistar doesn't have ultimate, he's not the hardest thing to kill.
Yeah, it's just the maps, as you're seeing at home right now, very difficult to play. You can't move the Rumble. Talia is able to clear waves and then fog to at least always threaten the fact that she can help the team. And now Cream going to threaten this corridor with any sort of rocks and flicks against NIP. They're wrapping up the siege on the mid outer. Going to throw the ult out, leave.
Yep.
Sidestep.
Wall separates Lee from the rest of his teammates. He's forced to flash over. A bullet time from Jackie Love. That's your finals first split MVP right there. Completely eviscerating NIP. Shanji comes in just to die. You're not going to get that much done when Top Esports are rocking this kind of gold lead and smacking you with the thicker wallets. Top Esports, again, racking up, I don't know how many more kills that was. They're now 11-5 on the map.
I mean, we wanted fireworks. Talk about some fireworks, man. Top Esports is running away with this game. The untargetable from Kanavi, yet again coming up massive there. Was able to get out of... Oh, we're going to see it in the replay. Weaver's Wall casted is going to secure the turret, threat, and leave. Good sidestep by Leave, but has to flash over. And then keep your eyes on Kanavi. The combo comes out from PB God, but got out of the stun from Viego. Missed out of the damage from the R as well. And then able to sidestep that hidden public execution from over the wall as Shanji melts after that. Everything looking pretty calm, cool, and collected here in the Top Esports camp. Coaches are like, yeah, I can't even be proud of that one. They're up too much. Can't even enjoy the win. It's just smacking around with the walls. You said, Rafa.
Guy on the right is like, yes, we're winning. The first two guys are like, I mean, we knew this should be happening with the Fury Jungle guys.
The guy on the right was the uneducated dopamine enjoyer. Then the people on the left are like the sweaters like me, where it's like, oh, you know, we missed this ability, or W didn't hit. It could have been that. Could have moved like this, you know.
Hey, you know what? That is the right mentality to have, because, you know,
in a way, yes.
We can't just be resting on the laurels. I mean, yes, good to have fun, but also just to always find what can be improved upon.
I mean,
for Top Esports.
If you rest on laurels, then that's where you get like the disaster of winning a domestic split into flopping internationally into like the worst performance the region has had in a long time. You know?
Yeah, I wonder who that might relate to. 20 seconds away from the 20-minute mark. Top Esports should have full control of being able to just rip the Otacon whenever they want at this point. Probably won't really go for it unless they are guaranteed no contest from NIP. You still don't want to give them a window back into this game. But with a 6,000 gold advantage, I think we are just a couple good solid fights away from Top Esports being able to close out this game. And I mean, this is the momentum and the force that you really want to be seeing out of the reigning LPL champion, and not what we got at first stand. But you know what? Top Esports being able to come into this group, hopefully resolve a lot of doubts that any of us maybe on the desk might have had going into the first day of group stage for these guys, as 369 forced to flash away. Curtain call from Leave. Oh, this is a really nice flank angle from Shanji. Does he have the damage, though? Finds Jackie Love alongside PP God, and good snipe from Leave. Finds Jackie Love on the backside, but 369 comes in with the Flame Spitter, burns down PP God, looking for Shanji next, and then the rest of Top Esports did away with the reinforcements that NIP had to offer, and unfortunately for Jackie Love, got focused again. What else is new? But Top Esports still win the fight regardless.
What else is new? This time his jungler came to play, man. Kanavi's been wrecking this game and absolutely wrecked the backline of NIP while NIP was keeping Jackie Love busy. Shanji just way too far behind. I mean, again, Top Esports just continue to run away with this game, Rafa. And, I mean, for me, this kind of throws a wrench into things in the group because I know a big question was, you know, what kind of version of Top will we get? The LPL version or not? But also for NIP, it's the regular season version or the playoff version, and this game got so out of control, it's kind of hard to judge. But anyway, on the replay, of course, we did see Jackie Love get melted, but meanwhile, on the flip side of the fight, Kanavi just went in 1v3, got a reset, and took down 2 with them. As I will say, I think one of the big perks about the change made in the Fury feels so much less one-directional now. As a champion, you still really heavily rely on these resets, but you actually, it's not just a one-way trip every single time you press your ult and go in. It really feels like you're a lot more flexible now, which I think is huge for the champion, and that on top of the untargetable being a mechanic that might have been a little bit overloaded for a champ like this.
Yeah. I mean,
pretty.
It's also the nature of how you want to build Nefiri now with these changes. You're not building full lethality, one-shotting a person and then just trading your life for it, as Join B under fire, using the slipperiness of the Aurora. Might have gotten a little too close, though. Rebounding on the other side of that wall. Kanavi and Cream just going to say thank you for a kill. Force the 5-on-4. NIP under fire once again as PP God gets punted. Shanji's going to try to solo out Jackie Love, but if he doesn't have help like last time, he's not going to be able to do it as successfully. Equalizer over the top. Leave, forced to leave. And the rest of Top Esports are just finishing off the rest of the NIP frontline. And now, Leave, he was able to pick up a massive player of the game earlier on this gym, but this time around, he's playing against Top Esports, who are in fine form. The flash forward not going to make magic happen today. Top Esports, a full side ace. I'm going to push into the base. And NIP, this is over.
They've accepted their fate when you see flashes like that, you know? That felt like a speed-up one, but man, what a performance from Kanavi, man. This brand new pick, his highest level in the game, I believe, after this fight. And we're going to take a second look. Doinby, one too many bunny hops in. You know, he couldn't find a third. He was trying to, the E backwards into the wall might have been a little bit of a mistake there as he was trying to find Kanavi. And then as the fight continues, Jackie Love does press R, gets the public execution on top of himself. But guess what? He's so far ahead that he pretty much wins that war. And while all that's going on, Kanavi just, again, wreaks absolute havoc on the top side of this fight with the help of Cream.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I'll say about how NIP are trying to play out these fights. First of all, it's just really tough when you're down this much gold. But I have to say that if you're going to play using a Viego composition, you really want a majority of your team focusing the same target so that you're guaranteeing the reset. But there's like different flanks happening. Shanji's like trying to occupy Jackie Love on one side of the fight. I feel like, I don't know, in a different world before the gold lead ballooned to this massive 11,000 gold, maybe NIP will look back at the VODs and look at the earlier fights and say, hey, we need to really make sure that if we're going to play this Viego composition, we are playing strictly with Aki. But I don't know if that... I mean, I don't need to cast this.
That's gross. That's so gross, man.
Yeah.
Like, he flashed and dashed out of that and still got hooked in.
I love Nefiri, baby.
This doesn't even matter. It's not even like, did we play the fights right, too? I think looking back for NIP, I think it's really, did we play this map right? Like, what happened to give away the first 2 grubs for pretty much for free? And by the time the second grub spawned, it was already kind of doomed, but I still think that, like, I pitched this early on, NIP, they found the first 2 kills in the bot lane against Jackie Love. I felt like the real difference maker in this playoff series was Jackie Love and Chris going up against the even PP God. They were for sure a difference maker in this one, but also 369 on his Rumble just put Shanji into the ground with the rest of the team. Like, so you came out of this, and there were 2 lanes winning super heavily for top esports, which that's what made this game so hard for NIP.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you get like peak form Kanavi. When Kanavi is very not only proficient on his economy, but he's also making very timely ganks and accentuating leads.
It's a 3 double lead.
Yeah.
That's chill.
Poor Shanji doesn't even get a chance to walk up to the wave. Takes a full equalizer. But the fact that Kanavi full clears, makes a routine dive onto the top side, gets a flash out, then calls over the entire bot side of top esports to just further put that matchup into the ground. And now Kanavi just gets to have fun on the map, man. I mean, this is like peak Nefiri solo queue gameplay where the map is so ruined on the other side. You just run around and just try to see how fast you can delete someone. It's the best part.
He didn't even go for, like, the max delete build. It's a death stance. It's going to give him some
but here's the thing.
But no
here's
Shojin.
The beauty. The fact that Call of the Pack gives you bonus AD, you still are hitting, like, really high damage levels, even with a Bruiser build. That's what makes it so obnoxious as PP God gets caught out. It's really, I mean, but I can't really fault him. It's a 12,000 gold deficit that NIP have to climb for.
He's got to go for the Hail Marys at this point. As
Yep.
Aki has at least a somewhat creative angle, but we'll see if he waits for PP God to come back or if he pulls the trigger, leave.
This is a Trinity Force Collector Viego. If he can find a squishy target and look for the reset, you know, maybe, just maybe, something might happen. But top esports have already destroyed 2 Nexus towers. Shanji into the back line. There's the flank end. Good night.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the attempt was made, but the attempt was quelled, and top esports just completely destroyed NIP. Doing a little bit of a rematch of what happened in the first split lower bracket playoffs. The top esports clean house, taking down NIP.
I mean, that was anything but the most exciting match of the night that we were hoping for. That was a complete stomp at the hands
Cubby,
of Kanavi's Nefiri.
To quote a very famous, iconic esports moment, brutal, savage, wrecked. That is what happened.
Bark, bark. Yeah, something like that.
Let's go, Kanavi. Superstar performance on the Nefiri. And something that I have come to love about Kanavi over the years is when he's playing at his highest form. Hey, man. Someone had to go for the
double best
NIP.
around Robin. All right. I still feel good about the NIP pick.
We'll see what happens in the second round, in the second matchup.
Yeah.
You know, the copium for you is that Nefiri can't be played again the next time these 2 teams meet. So they don't have
to
to
deal
deal
actually
with
how it works?
I think that's how Fearless Best of Ones work. Like, the second time they meet around, you cannot pick any of the champions that were picked.
I don't think that's how it works, but hey, that'd be kind of funny if that's the case.
I mean, if they say it's Fearless Best of Ones and that's not how it works, then why are we calling it Fearless Best of Ones? That just makes no sense.
Because everything's fearless
Don't
now.
put down the question mark. I'm right. Like, even if there is, like, if they're saying it's Fearless Best of Ones and that's not how it works, then why do we call it Fearless Best of Ones?
Well, I mean, it's because it's a meme. Also, I don't think Nefiri's getting played again because they're gonna ban that next time. I think Kanavi's earned that ban.
Okay. Well, you know what? I was fed wrong information because I was told that we are having Fearless Best of Ones in a double round robin.
Oh yeah, it's just it's not within the series. It's within each game, so there's no Fearless.
Then why are we calling it Fearless? Anyway.
Because everything's Fearless now, Rafa. We're in a new generation of League of Legends. Right?
The nomenclature and the naming is so dumb. Anyway, whatever. What's important is that top esports pulled out Nefiri for Kanavi. And as I was trying to allude to in my earlier point, is that when Kanavi has been in his peak form in prior seasons, in his LPL career, he has been one of the few junglers that jumps on the opportunity to play any of the newer champions that get buffed in the jungle, or things that are like the newer playstyles and any of the heavy patch changes. He's usually one of the first adapters to go for it. He's not one of the junglers that just plays the same old whatever the coach is recommending, or the team is asking, like, hey, can you really please play Sejuani for us this game?
Ignores
It's like,
the
hell
coach.
no.
Yeah.
That's right. We're playing the Fury. This champion got buffed. We didn't see Darius jungle at first stand, but Kanavi was prepping for it. He was spamming Darius jungle in solo queue. Unfortunately, that got nerfed on this patch, and it's still strong, but it's nowhere near as oppressive because they nerfed the clear speed by, I think they nerfed the jungle monster damage from 300% to 200%, so your clear speed is not as obnoxious. So it probably doesn't have the same value as before if you can't just blitz through the jungle and then, like, monster your way all over the rift. But you know what? It's okay, because now we have Nefiri jungle, and that will be the new flavor for Kanavi to, play for. As, obviously, this game didn't start out with Kanavi ripping through the map. It started with, a hectic all-in on the bot side of the map.
I mean, it was a really bloody bot lane, and of course, while all this was going on down here, 369 was just kind of keeping Shanji under his turret and getting some help to make sure the dives put Shanji just miles behind, as this was the second dive that came onto the Ambessa. And from here, I mean, this was already after Jaculov had 3, then 4 kills, and then you are up 2 levels top lane, and then you get 3 grubs and 6 grubs. I mean, these are all just like things solo that make for hard games for teams, but compounded made for an extremely one-sided game in favor of Top Esports off the back of this Nefiri pick, which looked really, really good. I don't know what else to say, man. All this thing did was make plays.
Yeah, I mean, the way Top Esports played this game, it seemed like they were playing against a far worse team. And,
well, be careful about that. They lost to the Oysters. That was perceived as the worst team. Yeah,
I mean, well, what I mean is in the context of the LPL League. Like, when we look at how everything shook up in...
It's domestic Top Esports. It's fine,
I'm saying relative to this game. Like, this stomp was so dominant that you wouldn't have expected that it was for the defeat of a team like NIP based on what we got from them out of the first stage or the first split. So, not the most... man, I'm really trying to be polite, but, I mean, NIP just got bodied, so...
Oh, yeah, no,
they got one more game, later on in the day, and at least, they had a fairly convincing game earlier today against, OMG, so, this game they can... The copium angle is just, okay, guys, we disrespected the Fury, now we know what she does, we're not gonna let that happen again. And maybe it'll be business as usual. Trying to trust in the Leaf Jin, and unfortunately, Leaf Jin didn't get a chance to shine because the game just blew wide open before he got online. A lot of the champions that they really had high hopes for didn't get a chance to really come online.
You're playing a reset comp, and you find yourself like up against a sub 10 Eclipse and BT, Nefiri and MF. And your top laner's down 2 levels with that. That's a pretty tough recipe for success. And then down 6 grubs. I think NIP can kind of look at that game and write it off at a certain point. That Nefiri champ seems really strong from what we've seen so far. The intargetable is not okay. So I feel like NIP can gather themselves for the upcoming game they have against FPX later in the night as the player of the game. Wow, would you look at that, Rafa? Who would have thought? No way.
Yeah. If it had gone to anyone else, there would be some serious investigation that needed to be done. Both me and Cubby would have to step out of the casting booth and fly over to the LPL studio immediately and start asking who needs to get their fan vote or their vote card revoked. Come on, man. I mean, it was all in the Fury. That was the big focus, but,
it's a bold trip you have planned there, Rafa.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, Matt. I don't know if other teams are going to let Nefiri go through for the rest of the group stage or the rest of this patch, because, it's one thing for, a plucky team like Ultra Prime to pull out a win with Nefiri, but for a top team to show that, like, yeah, this is what happens when you give us Nefiri and you play against a reasonably competitive team like NIP, I don't think we see this champion anymore. I think it gets banned, or P teams are not confident to play enough with it.
We'll see. I mean, I think it's definitely a champion where they released the patch preview today. I didn't see if Nefiri was a part of it, but it for sure is a champ where, given the strength of it, especially in solo queue where it's like really running the rift right now, as a team playing in a competitive season, it's almost reasonable to be like, you know what? We think that's going to be nerfed in 2 weeks. Do we have to deal with it? Like, we just ban it against the teams that play it? That is a real question to ask, right?
Yeah.
Because how strong is it going to be after the changes? And that's a very valid question. Or, how strong is it going to be if they maybe change the fact that you can go untargetable? Because that seems to be where the vast majority of the strength of this champion lies. Because you get to push as hard as Nefiri does and also have an untargetable ability, and then a Q2 that is like a complete nuke, and stack ability haste to feel really good about your life. That's a pretty strong champion that a lot of people are using to pretty good success right now.
I would love to believe that they would just say, oh, you know what? The untargetability from Call of the Pack, it makes her really, really oppressive to deal with. We can just remove that. But that would be going back on a design decision. And I don't think that would happen. I think they would just rather nerf the stats instead and just see how that plays out instead. So, but anyway, that does it for game numero 4. When we come back, we got game number 5 on your screen, so make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our 5th game of the day between Ninjas in Pajamas and FPX. Now, normally, Matt, I would say that NIP are heavy favorites, and I would normally say that FPX are looking down the barrel of a very tough look. But you know what? In terms of morale and momentum, NIP just got walked like dogs by the dog champ in Neferi, and FPX had a pretty stellar game. Shout out to Sheer, blind picking Gnar. No one thought that was going to work out, but you know what? I wasn't familiar with this game. I apologize. He made it work. And hell, even Care had a pretty nice game on the Ahri, which is a really nice boon for FPX, considering that, lo and behold, Matt, it's the FPX versus Doinby storyline all over again.
Yeah, Doinby goes up against his old org where he has so much history, but no, for FPX, they're actually coming into this match on the up, right? They are the pool 4 team. Start of the day, I was saying, hey, you tell me that we don't see this team for the rest of the year after the split, and I would not be that surprised, right? I felt like they were really bound for the Nirvana group and bound to be one of the teams that might be eliminated. But they put up a nice win against OMG. They even had an okay draft in some moments against top where it felt like it was playable until they kind of beat themselves. But we'll see if they can channel any of the energy from the last game to try and topple NIP and their old, let's see, their old captain in Doinby. I'm trying to think of the best way or to describe Doinby here. Is he like, when you think of Doinby, you really do think of FPX first. I know that Doinby has played on a lot more teams than that in the LPL, but that was for sure where he made his mark.
I mean, after FPX, he went over to LNG for quite some time, and then he was not in competitive play for a couple of years, and then returning to a new home on NIP. And as Doinby has stated multiple times in interviews, you know, very charmingly, that he's like, hey guys, I have old man hands. I am just here to elevate the rest of the youngins around me. But we saw how much truth there was to those words, unironically, in just the way that NIP played in the first split during the group stage. Unfortunately, that same magic didn't really, come rectify itself during the playoffs in the lower bracket. But you know what? FPX was one of the teams that they had to go up against, and they, they dominated them every single time. So if NIP should know on paper that they are the favorites to win. That's why I'm saying that, this is probably the best luck that FPX is going to have, just based on overall game day momentum that we've seen.
Yeah, could be the case, right? And have to see as we dive into this draft, as the common tax against FPX being paid, it's a rise ban against Doinby, and no rumble for Shanji, which I think that any series you play against NIP, taking away those two champions against those two players, decent start. But hey, gotta say, a lot of OP things left. We have that Neferi, which FPX could very easily be talking about now. See no Galio for Doinby, and it is a Gwen first pick, the way that NIP started the day against OMG, doing it again here.
Even though the Mbess is open, they know that Gwen would be the ideal answer, not just as a counter pick, but pretty much as a blind. I mean, you can take this champion in her current state against literally any matchup. I just, talking with Azael earlier today, the fact that, Gwen gets out of a lot of bad matchups that she had before and is so powerful level 1 with her buffed E. I mean, this champion probably is going to get hotfixed at some point.
The changes they made, it's like, we want to shift Gwen into being less of a late game, like scaler, and more even throughout the entire game. They just buffed all of her numbers pretty much and took a bit of power out of the W. I mean, this is what you end up with, Gwen first pick, which I see it, I'm like, that's not healthy for the game, but that's the game that we're in on this patch. It just kind of happens to work that way. So that said, pieces put around it. Last time we saw Gwen paired up with a Vi Galio, which worked out really well for NIP in their match 1 win against OMG. This time, of course, Galio banned, Vi denied. Gonna have to switch things up. It is a Xin Zhao for Aki into the Vi, and Lead gets his hands on a Kaisa for the day. So very heavy dive identity and a lot of magic damage showing early on. So curious if we see Doinby maybe reach for a couple of AD champions, and curious to see if we have any of those actually banned away here from FPX to move into the second phase of draft.
Yep. And FPX are already trying to identify good pairings for Doinby to grab so that he can always move with Aki, to move with Shanji and leave, and further empower the diving potential on this NIP composition. I do want to note that FPX have picked up this Gnar once again for Sheer. Like we pointed out earlier, player of the game, massive performance. He had blind picked this champion and performed with such bravado and such style that, you know what, if you are an FPX fan, you know, you're hoping that he can recreate that kind of magic again in this Game 5 against NIP, but, you know, this is going to be a tougher caliber opponent than OMG were, so we're going to see if FPX can really bring it to them, as last couple of bans coming down to the wire now.
Yeah, the Karma band's interesting because obviously it's something that Doinby might be able to play mid. Pairs up pretty well with the Xin, the Gwen. Would be something that can kind of bridge the Kai'Sa and the Gwen into the later stages of the game. I think that's what Doinby's looking for, and frankly, I'm looking at maybe seeing a surprise Pantheon. Like, he played mid Pantheon with a Stride Breaker.
Yeah.
I think this game, it kind of works. Like, Kai'Sa Gwen's enough damage.
That's a diver. That's a diver right there.
Yeah. It's really tough. Like, if Doinby plays a magic damage champion, I think that NIP is kind of at risk for overdosing on magic damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if Doinby grabs something like that, as we see. Somehow Kalista made her way all the way through this draft, and frankly now Doinby can easily play Talia too and be okay with that as well. So,
quick question, man.
It's a lot of magic damage, but I think it's okay.
Yeah. How good is Poppy support blind? It just as a blind pick. Like, what are you afraid of getting punished by?
Everything.
Okay, never mind. That point aside, I was just curious. You know, I always know that, you know, Poppy, steadfast presence, great way to shut down a Kalista and just make it pretty unbearable for her to try and hop, skip, and jump around. But you know what? A classic enabler is the Talia, being able to roam to either side lane. Doinby knows that this game is not really about him to pop off. It's about getting Leave to pop off on the Kai'Sa. It's about getting Shanji to pop off on the Gwen. And, you know, the roaming potential that you have with Talia. And now being able to pair that up with a Rakan who can not only, once again, empower dives, but also be able to try and buy time if a Vi ever jumps onto your backline with the charm off that quickness.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, looking at this draft for FPX, I just don't think it's the right game to play Kalista Renata. Like for me, the Renata, it's not an overdose on dive from NIP. This should be a winning bot lane against the Kai'Sa Rakan in isolation, but I just don't think that, like, in the fights, this is exactly what they need. And playing Kalista against Talia, Xin, Gwen just seems like a really tough task for me. So it's like whatever lead you get bot, it's not super effective into what Doinby and NIP are showing. And then, again, Leave on the Kai'Sa can always scale and one-shot something like Kalista later on. So I think that this draft, for me, we saw what Sheer's been able to do on the Gnar. I just don't think that, as a whole, FPX is as set up for success as the last draft. I found that one against OMG, and I don't love the bot lane that they went with here in the back half. I think it would have been more appropriate to go over something like even a Zeri this game. I think would have been okay for Awesome going into the Kai'Sa and also just the very heavy, like, you know, Xin, Gwen front line. But yeah, we'll see if Kalista can work.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm getting is that FPX really putting a lot of eggs in the basket of Kalista Renata, gonna get a massive advantage in lane. We're gonna try to snowball the dragon stacking on the bottom side, really play through bot lane with all the priority that you can get. If at any point that advantage is decelerated or just completely broken by NIP's top side, if they start roaming onto the bottom, then yeah, I'm in the same boat with you, Matt. But we have hit the rift. NIP, off the back of a very devastating loss against Top Esports, and FPX on a hot start after being able to trump OMG pretty nicely. We're going to see if that momentum is maintained or if it is put to a stop.
Wow, and Awesome actually going for the heal instead of the barrier. We've pretty much exclusively seen barriers on ADs, but ability to maybe utilize the heal to help him space some stuff. Kind of curious to see this. Of course, the Rakan lane unlikely to take Ignite And I guess he doesn't feel the need to cleanse anything because unless it's a Rakan combo, he really can't. And Renata can go Mikhails and feel okay. But interesting to see that some make an appearance. Looks like we're going to have both of our junglers start a little bit of a mirrored clear. Both starting on their red buff sides, Xin starting the AoE camp, and Vi starting right on the red buff.
Yep. Nice benefit of starting off on a Raptor camp is you're going to get that camp to spawn that much quicker, and you can kind of accelerate the rubber banding and the experience lead you might be able to have if you're just going for a full clear Andy playstyle. As Leave already taking a lot of damage with the Ignite. Awesome, going for one last auto attack, but the Rend does not do enough damage to actually get the full all in. But that is both summoner spells popped on Leave's Kaisa.
Yeah, that's not bad. That said, you can see Awesome was actually spotted, or they spotted Aki on a ward. So Aki went Raptors and then crossed over. He was looking for a play onto FPX's bot lane. Not able to find it. Actually did force Awesome off of a little bit of creep XP as Aki gets into the jungle to take away a blue buff. But this was spotted by the ward you see in the rivers. So FPX aware of what's going on and aware that Aki at least going to make an appearance mid as he tries to go defend his own blue buff now, but Shadow is here.
This is dangerous. Yeah. Aki knows that if he face checks into a level 3 Vi while being only level 2 on Xin, you're just down in base stats, you're down in extra ability. Not the boldest or not the smartest decision to make,
going for his
bold
red
as it
buff.
may be. And now, I mean, Aki, the fact that he got spotted on that invade, he has slowed his overall level 3 clear. Shadow's going to try to at least take full advantage of this, but he needs to wait for Awesome and Joy to be able to push out their wave first before he can go and complete the invade. So Aki takes grace in that information, goes for the Krugs first, guarantees that Shadow cannot stop him on that. And at that point, Shadow knows that there's no more time to make the invade happen.
I gotta say, though, I love what Aki's done. He set himself behind a little bit from this, but not really. Like, Vi's not going to go take any camps away from him in the end. It is going to be a choice of a Prio Crab, but look at the experience between the ADs. It's even right now, but that wave is forming and coming into Leave, who's getting back into the lane. It's a big experience disadvantage now for the Kalista, and that hurts a lot in that lane, especially as Kalista, obviously you want to try and push your weight around early, especially going up against a Kaisa. So I think that Aki's decision, what he did, do we see that lead in his own scoreboard against Shadow? No. But do I think that he set up a better map for his team? Absolutely.
Yeah. It's just a great adaptation by NIP's jungler to recognize the volatility of this bottom lane matchup and just saying,
this
hey, you know
hurts
what?
a bit.
I need to make sure that Leave and PP God don't get completely snowballed on, because that is the one win condition that FPX really want to look for, right? Or at least it's one that you can at least control a little bit better. You have this Gwen on the top side. You should feel pretty confident that Shanji's just going to win that by himself. Doinby, you don't really necessarily need to protect that lane because Doinby is going to try to facilitate the rest of the map. So Kaisa's the one egg you gotta coddle until she comes online.
Yeah, the only bummer for Aki is that he did lose his respawn Raptors. That's an expensive camp to lose, so it's even. That's going to put Shadow up just a wee bit once he clears out his camps and catches back up. But still, I like the choice coming out of Aki, and actually curious to see what is kind of an interesting mix of items here that we have. Aki really going for the ruby crystals and the health, not the damage. We're not used to seeing that out of Xin, so kind of curious actually from him. We got to keep our eyes open to see if there's going to be any other changes or strays away from the usual when it comes to this.
Yeah, because you can still build Sundered Sky with these 2 ruby crystals. But I wonder if just by going for the extra ruby crystals, you're going to make yourself a little bit more durable in a skirmish scenario, and all you're relying on is just the setup of the 3 talent strike. Getting that knock up, and that should at least give you the confidence that the rest of your teammates will follow up with the damage necessary to go for it, because not going for the long swords means that you're not clearing your camps that much faster. You're not clearing grubs that much faster. But Aki's going to go for it anyway because he has prio in both Doinby's lane as well as Shanji's lane at the moment. And I imagine that FPX should be going for a dragon response on the bottom side.
I see Shadow's starting to look around for it, but there's a control ward in the back of the pit, so they would spot him if he's able to do it. His heal popped actually from Awesome. Not going to get anything, though.
Okay, Sheer throwing Shanji into the wall. The needlework doing a nice bit of burst damage. Uh-oh. Looks like Shanji was just overestimating how fast Doinby was going to come in and underestimating what kind of damage output Sheer had on that Mega Gnar form. And the flash away means it's first blood for FPX.
You know, they did nerf the R. That's like the one thing they kind of nerfed, right? That's got to be it. Yeah. That was a bit interesting from Shanji, I got to say.
Once again, you know, we on the broadcast weren't familiar with Sheer's game on this Gnar. I don't think Shanji was either.
Yeah, I don't think he was familiar with his own game on the Gwen there, actually.
he might need to take a little respect away.
6?
Aki has flash.
Okay.
Yep. Immediately burned. Comes at the cost of the Between the Worlds from Care. That's going to come off cooldown a lot sooner. And we'll take a look at the replay on the top side.
He's just out of mana. For me, I think casting the R, a bit of this is getting the wave in, but the commit afterwards too, and not just walking away, and then Sheer flashing out of the combo, quite nice, but just very awkward from Shanji. That was looks like a play that one of us would make here in the booth. Not a pro player for an IP.
I can just hear it in comms now. I need to get the wave in. And you know what? He burned flash. It's fine. We'll see if FPX can now leverage this, because this is what separates, you know, good teams from the best teams in the LPL. As soon as you're given a window like that, the best teams will be able to just drive that wedge further open and open until it becomes a unclosable wound
and
that NIP can't deal with it.
And to be fair, I mean, FPX is not the best team that we have in this group, right? They're the Pool 4 team, but if there was a player that we had to highlight off this team heading in, it probably was Sheer. And the win that FPX picked up earlier today was off the back of Sheer's Gnar, blind picked, and actually, you know, finding a player of the game and having a big one. So this time, Sheer gets a choice of taking Gnar into the Glen or any other champ. Ends up taking the Gnar, and to see him net a solo Boldo. Good start in this one. We'll see if Sheer, I mean, he is a player that we have our eyes on to see if he can kind of climb the ranks of the LPL and make his way up the ranks as a top laner. Good chance to do some damage here against Shanji. Good buffer there from Shanji.
Yeah. Sheer just still trying to tango with the Gwen.
That's not a great start.
Throws him away. I think in this case, Sheer recognizes that he's no longer winning the trade, and a good chuck away on the ultimate. Ghost pop by Shanji, not able to close the distance here. You know what? You know, Shanji might have just made an oopsie in that first fight, but now paying a little bit more respect to the cooldowns and the trade potential that Sheer has on the Mega Gnar form. Seems to have regained control.
The big one, that chunk was still enough. Sheer's going to burn his TP. It's not empowered yet, so it's slow to get top, so he misses a big chunk of that wave off the chunk from Shanji. So even if it didn't connect on the kill, wasn't able to hit all the snips off the ult. Still was able to get some golden XP to die to the turret, not go into the hands of the mini Gnar. So small win for Shanji, and at least nice bounce back up there against Sheer.
Yeah. Still going to keep our eyes on this Gnar. Of course, Sheer made the magic happen, not in laning phase, but in those massive team fights against OMG. We're going to see if FPX can leverage that further once we get to those item breakpoints. Still working towards what I believe should be Trinity Force Rush for the Gnar. And I want to point our attention towards this bottom side matchup because, you know, after the early all-in attempt from Awesome and Jue, they have not really had any other windows to really try and get that snowball going. The fact that Leave is now on this top side, farming almost 15-20 CS above the Kalista. It's a good start as these grubs, at least Shadow's able to take one, but they have to forfeit the rest.
Yeah, no way. The bot lane responding to the moves that NIP is making. Their bot lane was top. They kind of did a little bit of cross-country work here, Sum and Jue. And unfortunately to no avail for them. So 4 grubs to 1 at the moment, about to be 5 to 1. Definitely going to be a bit of a challenge for FPX to hold on as their big wave clear is in Aurora, and then their hope is that Sheer can win the side lane. But right now, with Rakan and Xin hovering, it's really tough for Sheer to step up and do anything.
At least for FPX, second dragon is coming up. They might have a chance to push their vision line and look to contest it and continue getting the dragon stacking up on their side. But first item power spikes are coming in on side of NIP, Riftmaker, and Yuntal for Shanji and Leave, respectively. This doesn't necessarily mean NIP are now, Thanos on the map, but the fact that they've been able to scale up at this point, at this pace so far, and FPX haven't really been slamming the gas pedal in the acceleration department, the concerns are starting to creep up.
No, I think that's a good point, because there comes a time where the Vi kind of runs out of gas. Kalista needs a forever fight, but I just think it's really tough to play Kalista into the comp that NIP is presenting you.
Yeah.
So for me, it's really, Sheer, he has the kill. He's not necessarily up against the Gwen, but it still feels like Sheer's been one of the better performers, and at least he's more up than other people on his team. I want to see if Sheer can kind of throw his weight around and have the same kind of map impact that he did against OMG with those big TPs on the Mega. You see Sheer is kind of tickling the dragon in the setup around here to see if he can pop Mega.
They are collapsing, and as you called it, Sheer's Mega is about to go off now. He has Flash available. Maybe he can get in. And the threat of the Mega is enough that Shadow is able to secure it. Aki tries to go back in for a steal. Has Flash if he needs it, but he pops the pressing guard. Care trying to press the advantage forward. Shanji forced away by Sheer as he scoops him right back into his team. Vault Breaker Flash into the combo. Awesome is going to benefit off a nice kill credit off the top of Shanji's head.
Hey, nice for FPX. They got a kill, but again, it's only one. They were able to pick up the dragon, so that's a perk.
That's definitely the bigger win. 2 dragons to the name. Uh-oh. Shadow doesn't have Flash anymore. He used it for the Vault Breaker combo, and now even with the bailout, still going to go down. NIP get a consolation prize.
Well, I guess Shadow did his job by securing the objective and decided to throw one away to the enemy team, fortunately. Happens to the best of us. As FPX, I still think their comp, for me, it just runs out of gas at some point against what NIP has. Taking another look. I thought that the FPX were a little bit in danger here when they split, but again, Sheer, really good combo on the Shanji after the hop. It gets him out of the miss after he moved it, and then was able to hit the wall up because of that. So, really well played by Sheer.
Yeah. Big note, though, a lot of summoner spells were burned just to make that play happen. And Shanji was already down to death, so it's not like they invested all these cooldowns for a big bounty pickup. They just got it for another standard kill. So, when we're talking about, like, ways that FPX want to leverage a massive snowball, like, yes, that is the play you want to make, but you also want to make it successively a few more times so that you can really create that gold disparity. And, we're not saying this to criticize, but we're just saying, hey, if FPX really want to bring home this game, it's got to be like, it can't just be the one and done play, it got to be really on the ball and just doing it as soon as your ultimate cooldowns are up and available.
Yeah, we'll see. At the moment, we see Shadow on the bot side towards the Gwen, and of course on the side that's stronger for FPX, just given Sheer on the Gnar. He does kind of need a base, though, before they actually pull off a play or even attempt to do so. I'm sure he's sitting on a little bit of gold, given the where he's at in items versus the Gwen. That we've seen Sheer on the map for a little bit. So, yeah. Looks like it's just going to be a reset after this wave, and curious to see what FPX chooses to do. It feels like Vi can play towards both the Gnar and the Aurora. So, Shadow has options. I just think that playing towards the Gnar, Triforce being purchased, that probably, for me, is the best path or best chance at success.
Yep. Karen might be in trouble. Has Flash, has Between the Worlds available. Easily used. Oh, nice prediction by PP God. Oh, but the seismic shove was short, as you called it. Not able to flip Care right back into the team, but Leave in a 1v1 against Awesome. The Ren, not enough. Leave victorious on the Kaisa as we take a leave. Right back to the top side of the map. Doinby on the run away from Sheer as he's trying to bat him down with the mini form, but Aki goes under the tower, but he's taking turret aggro, and Shadow has the CC to lock him down. Takes him out, and Sheer goes Mega. Should be enough to force Shanji and Doinby away from being able to pick up any more kills. And this is the kind of explosiveness that we want to see from FPX, being able to punish NIP, making a couple mistakes on the over-eagerness in the dive.
Yeah, but again, so much was burned on this as both top laners TP'd. And like Aki, yes, he goes under the turret and dies, but he's also feels like he's dead either way on the back half. So it's almost like it was a bit of overcommit from NIP, but they actually end up coming out on top of the play because Awesome found Callista as Kara. A great escape here from Kara. Flashes away from the rocks and is able to use the Between Worlds to get out. Doinby shorts the W. After that, again, Sheer's TPing behind, so Aki just kind of gives himself to trade as much as he can. I feel like if he held the Crescent Guard and was able to maybe use it on Shadow, could have actually been a double kill. Because, yeah, Shadow stuck out. And then on the flip side, assume walking over reward. Leave hits the W. Beautiful from Leave. Did a nice job of hiding that Void Seeker as well in the terrain. So very, very nice.
And Doinby knows that there's someone there, but steps up anyway. The seismic shove is not going to save him today. FPX grateful to get another kill for themselves on the board here. But still, as you've been calling out, not necessarily enough for FPX to feel confident with the lead, as they're still technically overall down gold, but with the destruction of this turret, it is not the first turret taken off the entire rift, as that happened in the mid lane thanks to NIP, but a little bit of an extra gold injection for them as they're trying to maintain competitiveness with NIP in this game. They're going to get the third dragon, and they are going to be on soul point.
Yeah,
so if NIP is not at a all-time, breaking point by the time we get to that dragon, that is FPX's best hope.
It is. I still think that this was a really expensive take. Like, they lost top outer for it and Rift Herald. You're up against 5 grubs, and given where the map's at, now NIP gets to pretty easily play for a bot Herald play where they can try and push for 2 crashes. As you can see them really setting up for this. I think that even with the soul going over to FPX, it's a nice backdoor opportunity to maybe win, but the goal of the Rift at this moment is for NIP to stack up so much gold that FPX can't fight them in the next Drake.
TP God gets jumped on, but then he turns it around with the quickness.
TP.
However, Joey is flashing forward, and the collapse from Care on the TP between worlds doesn't get... Oh!
TP
God!
God!
The camera! Oh no! TP God dodging the Mega Gnar ultimate, but Doinby not gonna survive this time around. FPX threw a lot of cooldowns to make that happen. Meanwhile, Leave is gonna push in and take a tier 2 off the map.
Actually, this could be big if Aki is able to cancel some bases. Did manage to stop all 3. Because again, the push is on. This is 5 grubs, and NIP can even use this to take some topside camps away from FPX too. As yeah, with the Raptors will fall in the hands of Leave. So again, we see FPX making plays, but it has been 2 plays in a row where Leave has not been with the group, and Leave has still found a big win. First fight, it was killing Callista and taking an outer, and this time it was really pressuring an inner. And as we're taking another look, PP God did such a nice job of buying time. The E-dashes to get away from the Aurora combo and then to actually get out. Doinby dies for his sins. Not exactly worth it. I feel like PP God would rather go down than Doinby, but hey, a smooth criminal on his way out. Not bad.
At least PP God was able to buy a decent amount of time going in for the re-engage. And it did call the attention of a majority of FPX members on the Rift. And I'm going to use the term that you called out before, expensive. Another take to get well, maybe a kill or 2 towards the credit of FPX. But, they're not necessarily shoring up the deficit that hard and being able to create a gold lead sustainably for themselves. And the fact that Leave, the one person that you do not want to give a freebie scaling into a 3-item Kaisa. I mean, you missed the window early game. Credit to Aki, who was able to dissuade and diffuse the volatility that could have happened after Awesome and Joy went in for that early level 1 all-in. And now it feels like FPX can just feel the pressure of the timer ticking away.
We did see with the LPL flew, there was a graphic so that FPX actually, if this goes really late, have a decent chance to win. It kind of swings back in their favor. I'm going to assume that's based off of the current mid-lane differential and also how late game Aurora slams really hard. Speaking of slam, though, Terrell dropped in top lane. That's dealt with by FPX. Yeah, best is being slammed. That's a nice
There's
wall.
a ward on it. Oh, good wall from
boy.
Doinby. 3,000 HP. Can Shadow get
Look at
in?
the rocks.
2,000 HP is close. Oh! It was spotted early by Aki, and Shadow steals it away. NIP, can they win this fight? But now they have to deal with the Otacon GA, so they have a second chance at life. FPX, they might go down in the fight here, but if they can at least trade any kills, it's a win. Down goes Aki. Doinby flashing forward, trying to see if he can look for more and burn more GAs off the top. FPX losing Jue. Care. I don't think he's getting out of this one. The TP from Doinby tries to throw out the weirding for extra damage. Flash forward from Leave. You know what? He just wants to flex his muscle a little bit there. A little bit of a fumble from NIP. The early smite from Aki, not ideal. And FPX still gonna try to oh, big shutdown from Shadow. Hey, wait a minute, FPX. They're starting to feel alive right now.
No, this is disastrous. Look at Leave's death timer and look at the dragon timer. That's sold for FPX. The fact that Otacon was stolen means that the fight in the back half that was somewhat even is still a big win for FPX because these death timers are going to jail NIP. It buys FPX some time to actually take all the standing turrets they still have on the map as mid-outer looking to fall, and then they have the time now to set up for this dragon soul. That's huge for them to get Infernal Soul.
And we talked about if FPX could avoid NIP being at a 2-item, 3-item breakpoint across their star carries here. Shanji does have 2 items, but, you know, Leave coming in 3 items, but no summoner spells, using that flash aggressively, getting punished. FPX, I have to imagine they're painting a giant target on this Kaisa in this fight.
Shanji already has to base. There's no way that he can get back. So with the chunk, now FPX, they're going to play hard for this. And keep in mind, give Callista Empowered Smite.
Shadow, originally looking for a flank, gets back into the pit. The wall comes out from Doinby. Doesn't really stop FPX from burning down this dragon as they resume aggro. The spears are stacking. Can they get it cleanly? It is secured. Infernal Soul. Here comes Sheer. Throws them all into the arms of Awesome. Shadow buys time into the backline with the cease and desist. And Care is wiping them off. Awesome is undeterred and he is protected. Not even Shanji's Gwen can stop FPX from upsetting NIP. FPX are gifted in Otacon and they don't waste their moment.
I thought Shanji was going to carry that fight in the back half, but Shadow found him and now Leave. Going to be hunted. Observers playing around with the vision info that we have a little bit on the screen, but a big win for FPX. Again, Infernal Soul secured and a good fight coming out from Sheer again on the Megadar. Got in the mix of everything and really controlled the terrain. As we take a look at the replay, first off, good combo to secure this one. It's a hostile takeover flash from Jue that guarantees Aki is kept busy while that's smited, and then it's the fight. Sheer's in the middle of everything, buys some time. It's a good between worlds that came out as well, but Shanji was really big during this. I thought he might have been able to carry this one in the back half, but no. Assume was actually able to drain tank through that one with the Wit's End. That's really big difference in this game. The fact that Callista was able to be that effective in the fight and survive Shanji.
Yeah, I mean, Awesome is down 2,000 gold against Leave. NIP had done such a fantastic job for a majority of the game, funneling resources and giving Leave a natural gold advantage over the marksman. But if Leave is getting pressured in these fights and Awesome isn't, it doesn't matter who has the gold advantage. Your Kai'Sa's not able to freely hit while the other Callista is just, you know, raking spears left, right, and center. Now FPX have really set themselves up for a potential upset over NIP. The gold advantage is still relatively small, but Infernal Soul on your side, you have given yourself the best tools to succeed and pull this off.
I mean, the real concern now is, does it come down to an Elder flip or anything like that? Because I don't think that's a scenario that FPX would exactly love. Oh boy, Doinby's pulling the trigger.
I mean, Awesome is on the right side of the wall, looking for a pick. Care goes golden. He's completely separated. Here comes the hostile takeover. Maybe FPX can pull something out. Now it's a 4v5, but NIP
Kanji
looking a lot more confident as they bully their way back into the river. Shanji pressing forward with the needlework. There's the flash
big
from Aki. Good down goes Shadow. And Sheer is mini. He doesn't have to be big and throw him against the wall. He's the one that's thrown into the ground. NIP just shrug away the fact that they lost the Infernal Soul, and they're still winning the fight, and they're going to take the Baron off the back.
FPX are just way too far deep if they want to actually pull this off. Care wasn't able to hit the Between Worlds. Instead, he was sent to the gray screen, and that's what really started the rough and tumble nature of FPX in this one. That on top of the fact that Shanji on the Gwen, he might have been 0-3-2 entering the fight, but he had 2 items and was doing some shredding in the back half. I was a little bit surprised about this one from Doinby. I'm just also surprised that Care sat on his ult for that long. He could have used the Between Worlds to at least buy some space, get out. Instead, stands right next to Doinby, so it makes for an easy engage from PP God as he popped the charm. And then the chase from Shanji. Look at how much work the needlework is doing on top of these Qs. No chance for FPX as they were split after Care fell, and the rest of FPX fell around it. So now NIP got some gold back and have a Baron and should for sure be able to at least weather the storm at worst before Elder.
All spawns from Doinby as NIP have wrangled control of the game back in their own hands. We're in a pause at the moment. If you're just tuning in, we have no idea what the pause is for, so we're gonna pray for the best case scenario. And
if you're just tuning in, by the way, this is hands down the best game of the night, and we don't know how long this pause is going to go, but if possible, it would be great if we can maybe run the group standing real quick just to see where we stand within the group. We are 4 out of 6. Shout out to producer Kai for always rolling with the punches.
This is our so this is with 4 of the 6 games already tallied up in Group C. Actually, we haven't gotten a chance to tally it up, so we'll give you the numbers. Go ahead.
Verbal hits. Here we go. Top Esports 2-0, NIP 1-1, OMG 0-2, and FPX also 1-1. So this is a big game between 2 1-1 teams, and if FPX were to win and to find a 2-1 on the day, that'd be honestly kind of monumental. No one expected them to, I think, win more than 1-2 games to, again, even be able to contest for a top spot in Group C. For me, I thought this group was actually, I think out of all the groups, this group for me was the most defined in terms of how I ranked the teams 1 through 4. It has proven to not be the case tonight, which has made for some interesting games.
Yeah, I mean, I think a majority of us on the desk had FPX penned for, 4th, ending 4th, and we just had a little bit more faith in OMG overall based on kind of the credibility of OMG taking 2 games off of what was the number 1 seed out of their respective group during the first split against JDG.
We're all getting clowned on.
I mean, it happens, man. We did not,
Sightseer grapes, man. You guys got some superpowers.
We weren't familiar with FPX's game, clearly, and,
Oh, I was, and that's why I had them last. I just didn't know they had this game in them.
Well, exactly.
And different.
Now, the big thing to note is FPX winning Infernal Soul, but then being caught in a fight that they clearly were not really prepared to take. NIP just jumping on them as soon as they see that Sheer was not in mega form and not ready to join the team and really make that difference maker. We had already pointed out a lot of the major advantages that this composition had for FPX is when, Sheer is able to create that space. But NIP, bouncing back, and now they have Baron. If we look to the last, what could be few minutes of this game, I'm kind of grasping at straws for how FPX, I mean, I had so much confidence in after the Infernal Soul game, but it just feels like you're just giving whatever structures NIP will take as long as it's not the base, and then hoping the Elder spawns as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, because there are 5 grubs, they've already done some pretty good work around the map. Curious to see what they're able to prevent from being taken here. But, back into game. Of course, when we go into the pauses, we are kind of stuck on a private island. We really have no comms with the LPL producing roles, so we have no idea what the pauses usually lead to. Fortunate that it is a short one tonight.
Yep.
As we dive back in, big thing that jumps out at me on the screen, I know that Baron was just taken by NIP Rafa. Look at that Cosmic Drive in Gwen's inventory for Shanji. They just shredded the last fight. He's gotten even bigger and is even that much more dangerous in this one.
The observers highlighting a ward deep behind enemy lines on NIP's side as they're pushing up through the bottom side of the map.
Kara's
Quickly
TP.
eviscerate the tier 2 turret. Care taking a base now after he pushed out the top side. Will they look for that TP? Will they look for that deep flank? Shanji is still pushing
He's
through
got
the
2
mid lane.
wards. Yeah.
There's options here.
Oh boy,
Care.
here we go.
There's the Between Worlds. I think NIP just immediately disengaged from that one. They're just gonna wait on the next minion wave. Kind of a fizzle ulti from Care.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer there. As we still got a decent chunk on the PP god. He's not someone that can base and TP back. Going to be actually just gonna throw out the wall and see if NIP can get any hits down on a turret that's already at 1/4. And
Yeah.
even with PP god being low, they're just gonna brute force down the inhibitor. We'll see if they decide to stick around and push for another one, or if they head for the hills, get TP god's health back, and then just do the same setup that they just did, except instead of bot mid, top mid will now be the setup.
Yeah, big thing from NIP recognizing that Shear's Mega Form had just been popped. Going to be immediately sectioning him off.
I lied. You don't want to play top. The fact that that top wave is already pushing in NIP's favor is all you need. It's all about the Elder Dragon, man. It's an early Elder that's spawning, or 29 minutes into the game, and Elder is 40 seconds away, Rafa. Shadow's done a nice job of at least getting some space through the bot line.
Yeah, he's trying to set up some deep vision. There's still teleports available from Sheer and Care. The Gnar bar has been built up. Not to Mega quite yet, but in range. Oh, this is a really, really deep flank from Shadow. I don't know if he got spotted at all.
He's not.
Oh, they have an idea. They're jumping right onto Doinby, but he pops the stasis, immediately flashing back to the safety of his teammates. Care, throwing out the weirding, buy some space for the rest of his team. Shear's Mega is popped, and that's going to be running out soon. And I imagine NIP will pull the trigger on that Elder Dragon once that Mega Form is gone. Care trying to retreat back to the base. And they're just going to... They don't even care about the Elder as long as they're maintaining pressure through the mid lane. That forces FPX's hand.
FPX is, they're lost. They're responding to the waves. And keep in mind, there's a super wave that's hitting the top inner that can't be contested just because Elder's up. And Shanji pops Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, FPX just have to give ground here. Shear's in mini form. NIP already knowing what kind of strength they can use to brute force FPX out of the space here. Shadow, still no flash, as he used it after Doinby kind of pulled a reverse Uno card when he tried to get the jump on him with that flank. They're in the river. Leave is slowly whittling down this Elder Dragon. The Weaver's Wall from Doinby gonna give them a little bit of extra space. Shadow brute forces his way in with the Vault Breaker. NIP turn away from the Dragon, try to posture. FPX have to wait on Shear's Mega Form, who is racking it up right now, getting the auto attacks on the ward. Hops in, gets stunned up. PP God tries to go in. Sheer throws him back. There's a Night Hostile takeover, but the Elder is secured by Aki, and now FPX just can't do anything about it. Elder Dragon trumps all, and NIP ace FPX. A lighthearted chuckles and smiles, and a pop-off from Doinby as he knows that was a hell of a fight. FPX, damn, they try, but NIP are going to take this game in style.
I mean, this really didn't feel like an NIP win until the last 5 minutes. Then NIP, they found Care once. They turned that into 3 kills, turned it into a Baron and into an inhibitor, and then an Elder fight where they take the Elder and win the game. As I gotta say, some bumps in the road today for NIP. It was not the smooth sailing that we've really seen from them here in this one, Rafa. So something to look out for with the rest of the group at least. And FPX showing some fight in this group against our 2 top teams and beating OMG, I think, is also great. But overall, still just kind of surprised at least some of what this group is presenting us with, and also surprised about the fact that NIP, it did take them a while to get going in that one. It's good to see FPX actually show some signs of life. It's something that we haven't seen from them all year, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, these 3 games from FPX are already marketable improvements over
Yeah.
everything that we got out of them in the first split group stage, right? So good in terms of overall improvement. I was one of the few people that was kind of skeptical on like the awesome roster swap coming in place of that, thinking, is this really going to change that much? I don't know if that is what's causing the difference maker, but you know, sometimes a change of personnel on your team can change up the vibes. Maybe FPX overall feel a lot more confident in going for plays. I mean, that Infernal Dragon fight, that's something that you can walk away from this game at least content with saying, hey, you know what? For a moment there, we were beating one of the best teams in the LPL.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta see how you can turn those into wins on the scoreboard, and not just wins at some point in time for the game that ends up being a loss. But for a team that, again, coming into the day, they were on a 9-game losing streak. They won their first game of Split 1 groups and lost out from there. I think the change to at least have Assume in and some of what we have been seeing, looks like Shiran Nar. That's something where if he plays that champ, it feels like FPX, like they played a couple decent games. But yeah, the man, the strength of Gwen is something else. Seeing Gwen get first picked and then like go 0-3-2 to start the game, and then just like 1v9 a fight. In a way, it's Gwen, so I'm not surprised. But in another way, like
yeah.
When I list it out like that, it looks and feels so disgusting to see.
I think it's just further confirmation for the rest of LPL teams that Gwen needs to be higher on the priority list when it comes to banning. If not, you know, if you're going to give away the Gwen, you should feel like you are getting a better trade in the 1-2 on red side. And I mean, what did they get? It was Aurora Vi in exchange?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I think that Vi's like decent. Again, you can try and find a way to make plays into Gwen. It just feels like the changes that they made, like Gwen is still the same champion late, but is able to get there so much faster and so much more consistently with the extra power they put into her ENQ early on, that she feels really, really, really strong.
Yeah. I will say this, couple other exciting moments for FPX. Smite Steal on the Otacon from Shadow, you know, at least that was cool. A little bit of an oopsie on the early smite from Aki. But on the flip side for NIP, one of the big win cons that FPX were trying to leverage was going for the Kalista Renata lane that you were very skeptical about from minute 1, because it's just very hard to try and like actually get that advantage rolling. And they made an honest attempt at it, you know, going for the heal summoner spell to get that extra movement speed and forcing the all-in. They got close. They burned 2 summoner spells off of Leave, but the fact that Aki adapted his pathing to be more defensive and protective of Leave, and it wasn't something that Shadow could like get an advantage off of in response, because he is playing a Vi. He's not playing like this super oppressive power farmer. It was a great call by Aki, and it prevented Leave from getting completely put in the dirt.
No, I mean, frankly, I think that really helped warp the game, at least in favor of NIP early on. Because when you know, your Kai'Sa, you have a lead into Kalista, your passive does a good chunk of damage. If you're able to get that out into Kalista, again, you don't want to take super extended trades where you can't burst her down until she puts, you know, 50 spears in you, gets the kill. But still getting ahead early on I think that champion in that matchup was really important for NIP.
Yeah.
And we're going to go through the rest of this. Again, this wasn't a good game for NIP. This wasn't played clean mechanically. We had a lot of moments where NIP weren't on the same page, but all it took was one pick later on before Baron. They turned it into 3. They turned that into an inhibitor. They turned that into an Elder Dragon. And sometimes, if you want to be a great team, even on days or games where you don't have your best stuff like that, you got to be able to pull off sequences that NIP just did. So good to see them really show up and show out for that later on.
Yeah.
Hey, even Otacon Yoinked, man, like a lot of unfortunate things happened at NIP. The Otacon Yoink was a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah. That actually gave FPX a shining hope. There is, you know, suddenly light at the end of the tunnel, and it was like, oh my gosh, we can sequence this into the Infernal Dragon secure, and if just for a glimpse I was the biggest FPX believer in the
I was
entire
too.
world.
I thought they might be able to take that one home, like legitimately. I just, yeah, a bit of a bummer.
Well, to kind of put this game into TLDR terms, the favorites did win, but not in the way that if you are fans of the favorites, want them to win. It was not the most convincing win, but, you know, still good for NIP and their standings to just, you know, recognize, hey, sometimes we don't put our best performances on, you know, the day. They did get pretty rocked by Top Esports just before this game. Maybe overall, they'll be able to recover, as this is the end of their first round in this double round robin we have. Maybe the next time we see NIP in this group, they'll come to play a lot more cleanly, a lot more dominantly against the rest of the competition they have to offer, since NIP, we have big expectations based off of what we saw from them in the first split. You know, the impressions that we got, and it made us really excited about this squad. Now we want to see them carry that momentum forward into split 2.
Yeah, a bit of a bumpy road today, but it's still something that we'll see if NIP is able to do that throughout the rest of the group. Of course, there's a double round robin, so they'll get a stab at Top Esports later on, and hopefully one for their sakes that involves no dogs. They want a lack of dogs in that one for sure.
Quick hit, Matt. Who's getting player of the game? Is it? I feel like Leave is the best choice.
Oh, no, it's Shanji. Even
Really?
with the griefing early, yeah. Just give it to Shanji and put me out of my misery. Oh my
What?
god, it's what? Dude.
Good for
Doinby-
Doinby, man.
Doinby did not play well in this game. Notice how they aren't running any highlights until like Otacon, you know? I'm tired. Yeah, we have another game.
Anyway, you know what? Grifter Doinby secures a player of the game for himself.
There-
Let's
there to
go.
vote, there to vote, there to vote.
That's our split 1 regular season MVP. Go. Let's
Yeah,
go,
he's
Doinby.
back, guys. He's back.
Let's go. That's-
When in doubt, you know?
Or a farming for the player of the game graphic. You can't just give it to anyone else. Anyway, last game of the day coming up between OMG and Top Esports. We'll see you in a bit. boom. Game numero 6, number 6 is here, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the end of the finish line. One more game, and it's between OMG and Top Esports. And just to refresh everyone on where all the teams are kind of stacked up in standings, we'll fly that in just a moment. Just remind everyone that Top Esports are currently 2-0 in their group. OMG are currently 0-2 in their group. So, Top Esports could really solidify themselves with a strong position to get one of the guaranteed seeds.
Look at that.
After a win against OMG.
Oh, hold on.
What's up?
Test it. Look at the graphic. Kai, can we do FPX 1-2 live? Huh? Maybe. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, that's funny. Thank you,
Nice.
Producer Kai, for helping us out.
Thank you, Producer Kai.
Yeah. They are 1-2 though right now. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have our last match to see if today's group lines up. Yes, we do. We have our last match of the day to see if our group lines up with Group B or with the rest, with having a 3-0 team and an 0-3 team by the end of day 1.
Shout outs to Kai. I love our producer so much. Sometimes shows his innocence and just goes, huh? And you know, we're all on this ride together. You know, long 6-hour, 7-hour shifts into the night, nocturnal schedule. But here we go. Last game of the day between OMG and Top Esports. Now, on paper, Top Esports, especially with the caliber of play they just showed today, are easy favorites. Easy, monumental favorites. There's a couple things that you can look to on OMG to see if they can make a star miracle performance, but the likeliness of that happening is very low.
Look, backs up against the wall. OMG, might be time to see if they've got that dog in them.
If Fury's open.
Maybe they need the on-demand, untargetable. Oh, God. Give it to Kanavi again, please. They banned Poppy for it. I feel like that sets up for Nefiri.
Yeah.
Just let it happen. Also, picking Aurora to let Jace through. Jace is really strong. So I don't think 369's Jace has been, the Jace of all Jaces, but I still wouldn't give this champion away to pretty much anyone or anything in its current form.
All right, Kanavi. Do we run it back?
Might just be it could all, well, I guess Yone's banned. I was thinking of Sedge plus melee, which always sets up really well for Cream.
We're going to keep our cards concealed for now. Just go for some other standard pieces. You have the makings of a strong poke and siege composition right now, just off the strength of these two picks.
Yeah, you already are showing so much poke between these two. As OMG, if they do end up going for the Ambessa, likely to see, I could easily just see a Xin Zhao thrown down here for Hong. Could be a possibility, but I know something that we kind of wanted to talk about, though, going into this match. Rafa did tease out that a lot of the old pieces of old OMG are in this group. We have Shanji, Aki, and Cream.
Yep.
And going up against Linfeng, too, for OMG, I mean, a real opportunity for Linfeng to continue to kind of prove that, he could be the next Cream. Cream, a player that started off with OMG, was really strong individually right off the jump, and someone who has really been climbing through the ranks and the ladder of LPL, trying to move up to top teams and prove that he can be a top mid. So curious to see him going up against Linfeng today, who I feel like is a strong point for OMG and is really trying to do the same for himself in his second year of his career. It's puppy time. I know.
I really didn't want to. I didn't want to interrupt story time because in all seriousness, that is one of the things that we have enjoyed about Linfeng's journey so far. He is a rookie. This is his debut year in the LPL, and a lot of his champ pool and his kind of development in the OMG internal development team was very similar to the path that Cream took. Cream was a main franchise player for OMG for years before he finally got a chance to go to Top Esports. So it is a bit of a uphill climb to go up against, especially since, you know, Cream today has performed considerably better than anything we got from him at first stand. So the Yone game in particular is very strong. Obviously, we still don't know what champion he's getting in this game, since the Jace could be flexed between him or 369. But as you called out, you know, the fact that Neferi is locked in, this is the first time I'm seeing a Neferi being paired with a Poke and Siege composition. But the theory, I imagine, is you chunk them, and as soon as they're super low, you set the dogs on them, and you get the resets going.
Yeah, and if they ever go on you, you just press W. It's fine, you know? Just goodbye.
Goodbye and good night.
Yeah, control mage taken away, going up against the Aurora. I think that we don't have enough CC to pilot a Vlad here. If you are Cream, to course Vlad into Aurora. Matchup we saw really get popular with Fearless Draft. As we do have Cream, of course, access to any all champions in the Rolodex. No Fearless bans, of course, in our best of ones, and does decide to go for the ever-growing in popularity Rise in the mid lane. So that Empowered Rune Prison could give nice direction for Neferi, some gank assists, and also Jace plus Rise as solo laners, really strong and really hard to move. These guys are really tanky. MF is not the champion that can move these champions later on. If you pick MF, it is balls to the wall early game, man. There's nothing else you got going on, and I guess that's the plan for OMG.
Well,
I don't like it.
We're going to see if Moham can set up the Misfortune combo with strong lockdown. Normally, you would see something like a Rel, but with Alistar still available, kind of risky to blind that in the face of Crisp. So going for something a little bit more safe would be the call here, and non-committal engage is going to be the name of the game from Moham's Nautilus, as you can always just send a def charge, and if it's good, layer the bullet time right on top of it. And hopefully, for OMG, if you are working with Hung on this Nocturne, by turning out the lights, you can give yourselves maybe more creative angles here.
I think this draft is much better for top esports. I don't see how Jace and Rise can be moved out of their own lanes, and they get pretty tanky for solo laners later on in this game. And your carry is Misfortune, who is not the best when it comes to dealing with tanks. And you are going up against an Alistar as well that I find to be very valuable in this game. I think the top actually has a really strong draft for me. That they have a really heavy advantage going into this one. I just think it's going to be so hard to move Cream and 369 later on with the scaling that we've seen on the Grass Jace, or just the Rise. You're going to go Roa Seraphs, potentially. You're getting tanky one way or another. I think it's going to be really, really tough to move either of them. And the way they play off each other in sides, it's going to be a hard game if you're OMG against a team that you're already disadvantaged against. So I don't love the approach they threw out for this one.
All right, so tell me, Matt, what is the only hope then for OMG? Are you just banking on massive cheese ganks and just getting this Misfortune snowballed and just super ahead of the item curve? Is that the underlying hope?
I don't know all the matchups for Neferi jungle, but I'm wondering if you hit a Q as Nocturne, if you're able to keep up as Neferi tries to run away early on. So, like Aurora, it's not free push into a Rise, but you can definitely contest it. Maybe you can get up in the face of enemy jungle, you know? Nothing's free push into Rise, I know.
I think if Nocturne evades you on Neferi, you just get next to a wall, you hop over it with E, and you laugh at Nocturne, who doesn't have ways to scale terrain.
Yeah. The Q's a nice buff, though, and again, like, that is depending on where you are at in the jungle. I think that's probably the best path to success here for OMG. That they have to be very disciplined about fighting early and fighting hard early.
Okay, well,
nice.
Cream is gonna be forced to burn Flash as walks up and gets snagged by Moham. All right, maybe there's an advantage for OMG to play off of a flashless Rise. Linfeng and Hung. Maybe Moham, if he can get out of this lane from Starry and look for a decent roam timer, that's how you can get your snowball going. Kanavi forced away. Linfeng is really trying to at least get some vision down on this red buff and get some major intel on top esports.
Yeah, we're not spotted, but assume that top's red is warded. As... And I will say, diving through this, if top esports aren't disciplined about the fights they take, again, it is Poke Ferris, so a little bit burstier, and the DPS from MF and Bessa, if they overcommit into them and allow MF to auto-attack a lot or get a nice bullet time, that could be an issue. So, again, any game, they're past the win. I think that my greatest concern, though, if you're an OMG fan, just, again, Ryze and Jace, especially with this grass Jace build, who is going to move these champions later on in the game? Like, who's actually to contest them in the side lane? I just don't see the answer for that. And that's where my concern is for OMG. Just, again, they have to play this game so fast and so clean to make sure it's a win. It's kind of the issue that Top Esports was running into at First Stand, Rafa, where, you know, you have MF, and if you don't play an MF comp well early on, your game can end really quickly.
Yeah. Small win. OMG get the level 2 push first, so they're able to get this wave crashing in. I still think for the next 3 minutes that there is a window to try and punish a flashless Ryze in mid lane. That will have to come at Moham getting a chance to get out of this lane and look for a roam timer and be willing to maybe sack his own flash or just really force the advantage. Because as you said, if this composition doesn't play fast enough to really just snowball the game, then yeah, it's pretty hard. As Kanavi suspects that someone's invading his jungle and realizes that his blue is under pressure, and I don't think Kanavi is gonna at least go into it right away. The roam from Moham.
Oh, we got
it. Nicely done from Kanavi.
Oh my gosh.
That stings for Hung.
That's a killer. And again, OMG for me, like, this is, I think, the right idea or the path to victory that I could see if you're able to get up in the face of the Fury early on as the Nocturne, who can be really strong, especially in duels. You land that Q, it's a great steroid. A couple nice steroids on Nocturne in this kit early on, but not going to feel very roided out after having that blue buff yoinked. And now Kanavi going to set his sights on the bot lane. OMG, Starry MO, I'm paying respect to the fact that Kanavi could be there, could be sniffing. Oh,
Q flash, punting Moham right into the minion wave, and that means that there's nowhere for Moham to go. He still has a flash, but he's not going to burn it because he knows he's gone. And this just comes down to don't need to kill over to Kanavi, and just like that, Matt, the dogs are out again. Woof, woof. Let's go, Kanavi. First blood on the Fury.
I mean, our man threw a dredge line into Narnia after getting bonked by Crisp. Unfortunately, it just wasn't it for Moham. As he falls. That's, again, first blood over to the doggo. Good punish coming out from Hung. Best play available for him to deny the respawn Raptors. Unfortunately, Kanavi are going to try and do the same. Moham going to play some defense. Will be spotted. Crisp on the backup.
I mean, he's eviscerating in just to kill the minion wave. He's got Crisp in his back pocket, so he's confident that he doesn't need to retreat. Hung is going to match. Moham, you don't win this unless Starry can get there super fast. Kanavi pops the W. Still has a flash available. Now he's playing for it. Oh, okay. You know what? Kanavi got a little too fancy with it. Doesn't end up burning the flash, but Starry burns both of his summoner spells to make that happen. And they got a shutdown.
I mean, if Chris was able to cancel this, could be big. Oh, nice toggle there. Observer is making us do a little bit of second guessing. The way that Kanavi definitely overstayed for that buff a little bit. But hey, good contest, good defense coming out from OMG. Again, the camp being defended. The fact that Hong was able to at least take away the respawn Raptors is decently nice. So the good consolation prize here for the Nocturne, who was able to start with the Phage. And of course, with OMG picking up that kill on the bot side, they did utilize the strut passive on the Misfortune. They sent her up towards top side, and this has not been responded to by Top Esports. So potential that we have early grub take here for OMG, which again, I think they need to do this. They need to make plays early. I think this is good from OMG, and would be a little bit surprised if Top Esports actually decided to contest.
Kanavi getting the jump on the Linfeng. Level 4 to level 6 on the Aurora. Linfeng still has not popped the Between the Worlds, just trying to bait Kanavi in. There's the flash, and maybe Kanavi's just getting way too comfortable trying to style on them with Nefiri, but he dodges the Path of Darkness from Hong. Good patience, and somehow Kanavi survives.
So that should be grubs that go over to the Nocturne. As yes, Kanavi was able to live, but not for free. So this Hung gonna try and get going on these. Does have smite for one, but gonna be forced off the others.
Realm Warp is coming in. Cream is gonna collapse, and now Hung.
Okay. That's bad.
Oh boy, you know, OMG feeling bold after being able to force out Kanavi, but just not respecting Top Esports' ability to collapse like that.
Lin Feng's in base with no TP, so down a man no matter what. Ambessa also no TP bot. That contest was just not available. So Hung falls. Other two grubs look to fall to Kanavi. Did save smite for this one. Getting a little frisky.
Yep. At least OMG's bot lane has one timer to force Kanavi off the last grub, make it a little bit difficult for him to secure freely, since down a flash and needs to use the E to get out over the wall instead of just being able to burn down the last grub. But I'm sure the Top Esports will have a chance to look again, but Kanavi, not going to stress about it, wants to continue power farming towards the bottom side of the map, maybe play towards Jackie Love onto Harry's Mbessa. The Dragon is still available for a taking, so that could be the next objective that Top Esports want to look for instead. And I want to circle back to the state of OMG and their snowball. The only person that's really gotten to kill was Starry, just being able to punish Kanavi overextending in the bot side of the map. But it's not at the accelerated state that you really need it to be for this misfortune to work.
No, Jackie Webb's done a nice job of, you know, trying to keep MF down a little bit. You do see Hung clean up the last of the grubs. It will be 2-1 count for OMG. But yeah, I mean, again, like as time goes on, this game gets very hard for OMG in their composition. And even look at the top lane CS differential so far, 369 up heavily in this matchup. That we did see at least last split. A lot of people preferred the Jace side, and definitely the case this time around as well.
And Top Esports pretty much getting free scaling in a majority of these lanes. Cream never got punished while he was down a flash for the first 5 minutes, so seemed like a missed opportunity for OMG, but maybe Top Esports just being able to play defensively enough to never give them that window here.
Yeah,
at some point, I feel like OMG just need to pull the trigger somewhere. They, like... yeah.
I think a lot of it was that, like, first play was spent trying to invade the blue buff, which Kanavi was able to secure. Like, that was a time where Moham could have walked mid, and they could have tried to punish a flashless Kareem, but they kind of wanted the pressure and wanted to go try and contest.
Sure.
But, like, a few things for me, I mean, we talked about setting the Fury behind. That's not been accomplished by OMG. Talked about the issues of playing into a tanky comp when you have lower damage carries. Like, MF's not the kind of champ that's going to, you know, carry your late game damage DPS compared to other champs. And especially going up against a Ryze Jace, I just think it's so tough to operate as MF Aurora in that game. Because, like, what do your R keys do to those two champs when they're able to absorb everything and then just smoke you, like, when your R's are not up? And if they can survive that, make plays around that, it's great. And speaking of R's, Cream.
I mean, the bullet time tries to kill the wave here, but it's a 4-on-2, and not even a flash from Starry is going to save him from certain death. Nicely done by Chris to lead the charge with the turret dive and just popping the ulti. Clinical stuff from Top Esports. If there is ever a chance for OMG to really punish the kind of the risky and the playfulness that Top Esports, that happened, you know, a few minutes ago. Seems like Top Esports are now all business.
10-minute roll completed for Kareem, who has 2 kills to his name. First feat also secured here for Top. And, I mean, how easy was that dive? You get to Realm Warp in, you pop Unbreakable, and you don't even need to use your jungler's untargeting ability to get out of the tower. It's just Alistar presses R, and that tower doesn't exist anymore. Yep. So, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I'm not sure you sound the most convinced in your own statement there.
Oh, I mean, it is. It's just pretty hard to, like, outplay if you're Starry or Moham. I think Starry ulting the wave was a really nice play. It just didn't matter because you're 4 feet Zoo, and Chris on the Alistar can tank it.
Yeah, they pretty much did everything they could do and unfortunately, it just did not matter. You brought all the cards to your hand at the table, and the enemy team just had a better hand. So, can't fault OMG's bot lane. As at this point, Top Esports just being able to play the map slightly better, as Kanavi was trying to leash this dragon, but didn't have the first move from Kareem. Linfeng was lurking around. 360 just pushing in that wave.
I mean, again, I don't think things get better here for OMG. As Dragon secured, Mountain Drake, bonus justices for Top Esports. Not all going to be that bad, but OMG looking to maybe force here, not turn the target.
Yeah, and they know that Hong down a flash, and the rest of OMG's bot lane, as soon as they started clicking back towards the lane, they knew that there is no way that Moham and Starry could collapse fast enough for a fast play like Chris engaging onto the Nocturne. They just might look again with Hex Flash available if they want to look for Linfeng. There it is! Knocked up into the wall. Jackie Love is going to be able to follow up. But Linfeng popping. Oh, Kanavi wants it so badly. That's a flash out of the Aurora at the expenditure of Kanavi's own flash. And OMG starting to feel the tightening of the death grip that Top Esports won exact on this game.
It's a 2.5K gold lead for Top Esports. And again, just I don't think they can slow down. They're 1-3-1 with the Rise chase. It's scary. Just because, I mean, those two just delete waves, but also with the TPs and especially the Realm Warp, you can really, like, push out these waves and at least just threaten to make plays anywhere else, and you're always going to have Prio with the Varus mid, so...
Oh, clean flash from 369. They're going to bring 4 members, though. Paranoia into the bullet time. I mean, it was a nice flash from 369, but you can't outplay all of those ultimates being thrown your way. But Top Esports could look for a collapse now that multiple abilities and tools have been used. Public execution from Harry at least gets him through the backline, and he's out of there. Moham, not the same. Top Esports being able to at least trade 1 for 1. They have position over the Grubs. They're chasing for more.
Yeah, but it's funny. Moham, he ulted the Fury, who just went untargetable. And now another dive. Crisp.
Into the wall. Crisp is taking the turret. Might go down to the last turret shot, but here comes the recess from Kanavi with the Hound's Pursuit. Woo! Man, the barking from Kanavi this game has been pretty much on fire. There's one oopsie in that bottom red side quadrant, but we are getting the Kanavi Nefiri show once again, Matt, and I am here for it.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, it's so tough for OMG at this point. Again, already down Moham on the Nautilus, who threw his depth charge into the untargetable for the Nefiri. And then Crisp just takes aggro, goes down, trades himself, and does not even matter. It's just Top Esports able to win. This game, again, I really felt like in draft, this game was very top favored, and it's just like, how do you break as OMG? How do you break these solo lanes? And also, where have these Nocturne ults been, man? Like, we rushed Hexplate. We haven't seen it all yet. And when Top Esports, they send the house at the Nocturne. Like, that makes it really tough for OMG. Oh, my God.
That's a lot of damage. My goodness.
Paper Nautilus.
Empowered Q plus Early's Yumu's Rush does...
Folks, this is why we hate Nautilus, by the way. You are so squishy. Don't get me wrong. Your kit's, your R and your Q, awesome at the kit. The shield too is a good champion. He needs some numbers though.
Yeah.
He's a bit lacking in the numbers department right now.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Linfeng also struggling into the Rise at the moment.
Yep.
And as you alleviated your concerns earlier on during the draft, they're starting to show as OMG are now, struggling in not only both of these solo lane matchups. They have not been able to play fast enough to really accelerate the game. Crisp was thinking about a dive onto Harry, but, 369 content with just pulling them away. And for what it's worth, I mean, Hung did get one Paranoia off that was proactive in collapsing on the 369, but then it led into their imminent demise between the two towers there.
Yep.
As now OMG just going to try to hope and pray that they can at least trade objectives while they're down 4,000 gold.
A bright side is that Grubs were split, so able to actually, trade if you want. I'd say this is very much a win for OMG. I mean, resources were split a little bit, but The fact they're trading outer for outer at this point of the game is not terrible. That said, Kareem has other ideas. Realm Warp in. Crisp wasn't able to hop in the train. He didn't take the port.
Yeah, that was odd. But you know what? Ult for ulti. Jackie Love suspects that something's up. Uh-oh. Death Charge immediately flashes outside of the cone of bullet time, so he is safe. That's a flash gone for the Varus. Maybe OMG will find an opportunity to punish that.
I mean, there's no objective fight. Like, if you even want to think about fighting either objective, you need the bullet time. You need the depth charge. The fact that Jackie Love on the poke Varus burns his flash to absorb those two abilities is so worth it for him. Like, what play does OMG have available to them now, even for the Dragon? This could be top esports favorite too. Like, while these cooldowns are down, I think that's just a really poor play from Moham and Starry. You need to find something that works. Okay. The flash is out though. That's deep.
I mean, they knew the Varus had no flash, but there's not enough damage to really supplement that paranoia, and you can just tell this is desperation hour from OMG, and they are getting punished for it as Kanavi just runs them down. My goodness. I love seeing the Fury just excel in this jungle role, man. Top esports, making it look good. And I think for future rounds, playing into top esports, this champion is always going to be on the menu if it's open for Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi does look like he has practiced this. He has a good understanding of it. I don't think Nefiri is the most complicated champ in the world to play, but he's using his untargetable pretty well, and able to get over these walls and positioning his hops, I think, in a really nice way. As top esports, I mean, honestly, it has to be somewhat fulfilling for them to really be bashed by the community and come back and put together a performance like this day one back in LPL.
Yeah.
I definitely think that speaks to some resilience of this team because, I mean, all of China had just their microscope under these guys at first stand, and they did not play well, right? They really only beat TL. When you walk out of that tournament, I mean, that's a disappointment if you are an LPL team. Historically, the second strongest region that is the one that competes with LCK the most for the top region. So I think the fact that top esports, again, this has to be a bit of a confidence boost for them. Just be like, hey, we can't return home, be good. Hopefully first down was just an anomaly.
Yeah, I mean, you are in this group expected to be the first seed. Anything less,
or top two for sure.
Yeah, I mean, top two, right? But if you're not getting first seed, you know, then the alarms start setting in and the concerns start, you know, ringing in the fans of top esports. I think something like the international performance that was shown by top esports left a bitter taste in LPL fans' mouths. But this is what restores confidence. This is what, you know, helps kind of get forgiveness back on your side. And if anything for top esports, this is just the momentum you want to be leading the charge with in the group stage. And if you can not only carry this into 3 solid wins, go into your second round and get, you know, a majority of the wins again, you are walking into the Ascend group as by easily one of the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, step one for this is just walking into the Ascend group, right? Which makes this a really big game for OMG too. I mean, it could drop to 0-3 if you're fourth, and you're playing for your lives. You're playing to get top 4 in your group and be able to compete for Worlds. Keep in mind, bottom 2 of Group Nirvana, they're axed until January. We just don't see those teams back in LPL until then, which is that is really crazy. So, like, in a way, of course, you're playing for the top of the table and the trophies. The stakes are always high, but man, you're playing for the right to fight for Worlds. I really feel like that is the highest pressure, the most intense fight that we're going to see from this unique split and format of LPL.
Yeah, OMG going down 0-3 in this group really puts a dampener as OMG going to try again to look for an advantageous pick, but the call of the pack on the untargetability, not an... Oh, the Realm Warp gets Kanavi out. The bleed from the Darkened Daggers finishes off Hong. It's a heist from the side of top esports and just rubs salt in the wound of OMG.
I mean, not just a heist, but shout out to Cream, man, for sheltering multiple puppies into safety, and now he's gonna have to see if he can get himself into safety. Kanavi gonna help, maybe.
Has a flash.
Always
gets over the wall. Kanavi re-engages. Call the pack. Oh my God! What is this champion? Stars getting run down by a pack of dogs.
Good for Kanavi. I'm happy for him. What is on my screen? This is disgusting. Like what he's able to do. These
Dude,
point and click,
awesome.
on demand,
awesome.
untargetable. It's
so
filthy.
awesome. It's
Absolutely
yes,
filthy.
It is disgusting, but it's awesome because it's in my
My
role.
God.
It is in the jungle role, and I can't even finish the thought. We have a replay, y'all.
Okay, we can't even see the Cream escape as he helped shelter multiple puppies. I mean, shout out to Cream for that. We just have to see the multiple puppies go in and do the work for themselves as Kanavi flashes to get the first kill. That gets the reset, gets the giant shield, able to flip, take down Harry as well. And then Jack Uev, of course, he was able to come in and do some nice work. Yeah, he was like, whoa, what's that the Fury champ do? What the heck is that, right? That's my translation of that moment.
Good night.
Please enjoy.
Yeah. Bullet time is gonna kill the wave for a bit. Immediately force the flash away.
Dear
Good
Lord.
snipe from downtown. Jackie Love. We're at a 12,000 gold advantage. You know, Top Esports gave this beat down towards NIP just a couple games ago, and now Top Esports are extending the favor over to OMG. And you know, if you're not gonna respect the Nefiri jungle once, you're gonna show it again. And I mean, I don't know how many more times Top Esports are gonna get this champion again until people start respecting it. As Starry, you know what? Kanavi is limit testing now. We're gonna see how much damage he can get out. Call the pack for the untargetability. Okay, you know what? Kanavi, limit tested and limit found. There you go.
His top, mid, and AD were all in base, which makes that the best engage I've seen all night. that was the most Giga Chad thing that you could have done, Kanavi. Let's go.
I mean, he was level 14 at the time of that engage. He was 2 levels above pretty much every other champion on that board. He had the Serpent's Fang acquired as well. 369 should be fine. Should be fine. Actually, he's getting collapsed upon by 4 people.
Okay,
so he might die, but he at least trades one back onto Moham. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is taking Otacon on the other side of the map. Top Esports, you know, just checking in, saying, hey guys, I got 4 over here. That's a free objective. As you called out, the dragon should be next on the menu there. And OMG are just playing for whatever scraps Top Esports charitably will give them at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be much. As big game from Kanavi. Yet again on this Nefuri pick. Okay, we're gonna get a replay. I'd rather see the dragon being taken. Just get to Shredder Paper Nautilus here, Rafa. Easy B.
I mean, he's 6 levels down against the Jace. It's that
Congrats on the 115 gold, 369.
Woohoo! I mean, you got a
one big cannon minion.
Yeah, that's a thick cannon minion. I just look at the level advantages. Kanavi is level 15. Hung is level 12. I mean, this is pretty much a scrim game gone wrong and is being played out. For the unfortunate sake of OMG side, they have to live with the consequences of their actions.
Yeah, I mean that started from draft. That's been a non-stop thing all game. And Moham, oh please find him. Come on, Kanavi, you can do this. Yeah.
I mean, just look at the mobility. The fact that you have so much ability haste. You can spam your E's, and Moham is dead to rights. Bullet time gets, unfortunately, not that much done.
Crisp.
And nice engage from Crisp, baby. Pulverized flash, that sets it all up. Kanavi's diving deep into the backline once again. There's the reset, and Harry, I should say, tries to buy time, and it just does not matter. Top Esports, they're up 12,000, 13,000 gold for the past 5-10 minutes of the game. It's been over for a while, and Kanavi, if you didn't believe it in the first game, you better believe it in the second game. This Nefiri champion is here to stay, and Kanavi's already showing his prowess on it. Top Esports moves to the top of the table with 3 wins.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports did a lot of barking in that one. Unfortunately, OMG really kind of went down with a whimper today. I'm really disappointed at OMG. For me, this was a team where they were playing series. They're taking teams to 5 and split 1. I thought that Linfeng was a standout. They were playing well together, and now I don't know if it's just the fact that they're stuck to lanes, they can't swap, or just what we saw on the day, but it wasn't a good-looking day here for OMG as they find themselves 0-3 in the hole. And of course, Group Nirvana, the punishment if you do take last in your group, that's a pretty steep punishment. So yeah, like of all the interesting things that happened today, obviously Top versus NIP is the big match, but the fact that OMG is 0-3 and I did not have a good day is not very inspiring for them in this group moving forward.
Yeah, considering some of the miracle performances they got in their group against JDG in the first split, that's what gave us a little bit of the dark horse factor potential, at least just, competing for third seed. But 0-3 and the way that FPX really handled their matchup much more dominantly than OMG were able to recover. This really puts OMG in a very difficult position going into their second round, which we'll see in a few days' time. But for Top Esports, man, as we said it during the game, this is how you bounce back from a disappointing international tournament. You slam your first 3 games in the group stage. Obviously, there's still 3 more games going into the second round, but this is how you get the momentum rolling. This is how you start off not only, a new patch and a new split overall, because at this point, there's nothing you can do about the past. All you can do is just work towards trying to win the split again, if not at least make it to top 2 so that you go to MSI and try to make up for a better international performance overall.
I mean, you can't ask much more out of what Top Esports did today, regardless of what the past was. I mean, much to your point, but still looking back at those games, Top Esports dominated the 3 games they played on the Rift today. So, yeah, can't really complain. For me, just seeing Kanavi, obviously the Tuna Fury games, he was a beast, but still, Kanavi in good form. I feel like that was the real thing that was missing for Top Esports when they went international. Also, Cream. Cream had a nice day today. I know that Cream, like the one hit on him is that he hasn't really performed internationally yet. A couple times he's gone there, but domestically, again, the chain of mid laners that he had to beat to win that final, and then to see him do that, then play the way he did internationally, was definitely a big bummer. So good to see Kareem have a nice day today. I thought especially this game on the Rise was quite good. I'm not sure if it's going to be player of the game worthy, but he really controlled his lane and controlled the game with those round warps. So it was really well played for Kareem.
I think between this game on the Rise and his earlier game on the Yone against FPX were just hopeful signs, at least for me, to, remind everyone at home, like, hey, this is what Cream is capable of when he is on form. Like, this is kind of the scary domination that you can get out of a star that has been, was in development over on OMG's org for quite some time before coming over to Top Esports for his first year in 2024. Obviously, close, but not being able to get that international performance, as you called out, to really give him the mark and the showings of the promise of, that next generation LPL mid laner star, to really join the ranks of players like Knight, players like Xiaohu, who have done so much for LPL in the past during their, individual peaks.
I'm just going through the replays and enjoying how not close this game was, as kind of a dunketing from Top Esports against everyone else. And man, I think for me, like OMG, that there's the struggle. It feels like this Hong Moham duo just didn't take good plays and have not been taking good plays. And the lack of proactivity too with the Nocturne, just again, some real concerns for OMG moving through this group. I know we were talking about the praises of Top and what they're trying to accomplish, but again, I feel like the real stake is avoiding that group Nirvana. And OMG find themselves in a position where that's what they're fighting up against the upcoming weeks. So that's a tough spot to be in.
If there's anything that, you can learn from this game is that how oppressive the bruiser style of Neferi is. I know there's been like some
Dude,
discussion about like,
Champion should be banned, man. Like the on demand, I press one button and go untargetable, and just how strong that is that's way too much, man. It's
yeah.
So
like,
many matchups change off that, for real.
I could go on and forever about all the things that just make this champion so funny and hilarious to me in her current state. Like, you're rushing a bunch of ability haste, and you have a lot of shields coming up, not just in your ultimate, but blocking Eclipse multiple times.
Yeah.
And because you're running Conqueror, you are essentially so deceptive to kill. Yeah, you have pseudo sustain from Conqueror. You have pseudo sustain in the shields that you're getting. I mean, if it's not Kanavi, I imagine it would be Cream. That would be the closest chance. But yeah, I mean, how can you not give it when Kanavi's just aura farming on the doggo in the jungle?
Yeah, new pick, more pogs, I guess. The numbers on this champ, again, ridiculous. And this is a champ that, I mean, if a team has proven that they can play it, I believe it's still unbeaten in the LPL. And
yep,
God, again,
3-0.
Yeah, like from what we've seen, like the point and click, on demand, untargetable. I mean, that is so filthy strong. So I think that we're definitely going to see some more Neferi. The success that we're seeing out of this pick now, gotta believe that more players are going to try and pick this up going into the second round robin.
Yeah. You know, at first we thought the flavor was going to be the Gwen as soon as...
Nope, Gwen should be banned too. That should be banned too. On Gwen Neferi should be on the ban list. Probably that and Rumble, and then we'll go from there.
Those are the two major, just discoveries and wins that LPL players have now found for themselves and realize, hey, both of these champions are in pretty powerful spots. And with, other major regions finally getting some play in later this week, I hope that they've been checking out LPL and seeing what's on the up and what they can snag for themselves and start prepping,
Filth.
Yeah, I just
this makes the Darius from last patch just look like so weak.
Dude,
the fact, the movement you get from this, it's so disgusting.
If you check my match history, Matt, it pretty much just summarizes the state of what was exciting in the jungle. I had my Darius flavor, but we got none of that at first stand. I'm now on a Neferi train right now, and yeah,
good for you.
If there's
Enjoy
no
hot
fixes, I know, there should be hot fixes. No official hot fixes have been announced, but there's no way that she stays like this. There's
please
just no
change
way.
the W, man.
There's no way.
Yeah, please change the W.
Yeah.
All the hop skips and jumps, the Q2 bomb into going invulnerable or oh god, it's a lot.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing. Because you're not building lethality and you're building more ability haste in your bruiser builds, you get to spam your cooldowns more often.
Your damage, your Q2. So it's Oh.
Yeah, it's just euphoria. Anyway,
good for you.
We have finished all 6 games of this group. We have finished all 6 games from every single group of the first round. So round of applause to the LPL squads for getting the first round of the double round robin completed, and shout outs to our awesome producer Kai for making it through another 6-7 hour plus shift, as well as my boy Matt, who was there for all 6-7 hours, all through 6 games. Any last impressions before we toss it for the end of the broadcast?
I like the cat on the screen. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some rest. Thank you for supporting LPL English. And also, before we go, I'm gonna make you do one more ad read for the coffee, because that's the best way to support us. If you guys are interested, for anyone that's still tuning in.
That is very true. And give me 1 segundo.
You're good. We gotta shout out Aaron Soup of the coffee.
Yes.
Our super
As
sub.
always.
Yes.
As always, guys.
Tradition. I don't even have to look. I just do it with Aaron Soup.
No, not only, we do our coffee shout-outs, but we have our elite coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Pledge financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day that the LPL is on. So thank you, Aaron Soup, for being the GOAT. And thank you to everyone else who also contributes to our coffee subscription, to our YouTube and Twitch subscriptions as well. They
Or just
all
tunes in.
make
Yeah.
a meaningful difference for us,
Yeah.
you know, because this is just pretty much a passion project for us, and the fact that you guys are supporting us, it means the world. It really does.
I had fun today, Rafa. If you want to tune in some more League of Legends, we'll see you guys at NACL later in the week. Yeah.
Oh yeah. For anyone that is awake at normal times, you know, you'll see us on NACL later this week. And for those who are still awake at nocturnal times, you'll still see us again. We'll be here and there on the LPL English broadcast, as we still got another round of the group stage before we start placing teams into the Ascend and Nirvana groups. So stay tuned as always throughout the week, and we'll see you next time.